Chapter 1. February. I toss my bag in the door of my rental car and practically throw myself in after it. Once the door is safely closed, I slump into the seat, close my eyes, and curse the entire state of Michigan. If Michigan didn't exist, then I wouldn't be sitting in a rental car at the edge of Sleeping Bear College's tiny campus, having a premature midlife crisis at 30. I just spent the day interviewing for a job at Sleeping Bear, a small liberal arts college I'd never even heard of until 6 months ago. My interview went well, my teaching demonstration went even better, and I'm pretty sure I never let my cuffs slide up to show my tattoos. I could tell they liked me, and they seemed enthusiastic about hiring someone young to help them build the department. As they talked about independent studies and dual majors, I mentally cataloged all the bear puns I could. Of course, what they'd think if they found out that I associate bears, hairy chests, and lumbering gaits with large men drinking beer instead of the college, the nearby dunes, and the animal they are named for, I can't say. I've been working my ass off to get where I am today, and all I can think is that I'm a fraud. I'm not an English professor. I'm just some queer little punk from Philadelphia who the smart kids slummed it with. Just ask my ex, just ask my father, ask my brothers especially. God, what the hell am I doing here? Sleeping Bear is the only college where I got an interview, and it is in the middle of fucking nowhere, near some place called Traverse City, which is definitely not a city based on anything I've ever seen. I had to drive nearly 4 hours after I flew to Detroit to get here. I could have gotten closer with the connecting flight in a tiny plane, but I'll be damned if the first time I ever flew I was going to crash into one of the Great Lakes. No, overland travel was good enough for me, even if the flight, the rental car, and the suit I bought for the visit put me even deeper in the hole than I was before. At least I saved $100 getting the red-eye from Detroit to Philly tomorrow night. I shudder when I think what my credit card bill will look like this month. Good thing I can turn the heat off in my apartment in a few weeks when it gets above 40 degrees. Not like there's anyone there except me. My friends from school never want to come to my neighborhood, claiming it's more convenient to go to places near campus. Richard, my ex, wouldn't be caught dead in my apartment, which he referred to as the crack house, asshole. And I only see my brothers and my dad at their auto shop. Still, I love Philly. I've lived there all my life. Moving, especially to the middle of nowhere, well, even the thought is freaking me out. Now, all I want is to go back to my shitty little motel room, order a pizza, and fall asleep in front of crappy TV. I sigh and start the rental car I can't afford. I have to admit, though, the road from the school to my motel is beautiful. All the hotels near campus are cute, read expensive. Bed and breakfast joints. So I booked in at the Motel 6 outside of town. It's down a 2-lane road that seems to follow the tree line. To my left are fields and the occasional dirt road turnoff with signs I can't read in the near dark. God, I'm starving. I haven't eaten since an ill-advised Dunkin' Donuts egg sandwich at the airport. It's really cold so far north, but I crack the window to breathe the sweet smell of fresh air and trees anyway. It's actually really peaceful out here. Quiet. It isn't something I'm used to, quiet, I mean. Library quiet and middle-of-the-night quiet, sure. But in the city there's always noise. This is a quiet that feels like water and trees and, well, nature, I guess. Like the time my parents took us to the Jersey Shore when we were kids and I hid under the boardwalk away from the crowds, listening to the overwhelming sound of the ocean and the creak of the docks. And peace? Well, never peace. If it wasn't one of my asshole brothers starting shit with me, it was my dad flipping his lid over me being gay. Of course, later my lack of peace came in the form of Richard, my ex, who, while we were together, was apparently sleeping with every gay man at the University of Pennsylvania. My hands tighten on the wheel as I picture Richard, his handsome face set in an expression of haughty condescension, as he leveled me with one nauseating smile. "Come on, Dan," he said, like we had discussed this before. "Who believes in monogamy anymore? Don't be so bourgeois." And, "It's not like we're exclusive." That, after we'd been together for 2 years, or so I thought. And I'd taken him to my brother Sam's wedding. Anyway, I hate being called Dan. I grit my teeth and force myself to take a deep breath. No more thinking about Richard, I promised myself. I glanced down at the scrap of paper where I scrawled the directions to my motel. I can almost taste the buttery cheese and crispy pizza crust, and my stomach growls. When I look back up a second later, something darts into the road in front of me. I swerve hard to the right, but I hear a sickening whine the second before the car veers into a tree. All I can see is blackness, until I realize I scrunched my eyes shut before I hit the tree. I open them slowly, expecting to look down and see that my legs are gone or something, like in one of those war movies my brother is always watching where a bomb goes off and the soldier thinks he's fine, laughing and smiling, until the dust clears and he looks down and he has no lower body. Then the pain hits. It's like the cartoon physics of awareness. We can't hurt until we see that we're supposed to. But my legs are there, as is everything else. I do a quick stretch, but aside from some soreness where the seatbelt locked in, I actually feel okay. The car, however, is another story. I can already see that I'm not driving out of here. I jam the door open and slide out, a little unsteady on my feet, and then I hear it. A terrible whining noise. Fuck, what did I do? The dark seems to have settled in all of a sudden, and it's hard to see the road. I take a few cautious steps toward the noise, and then I see it. A dog. A brown and white dog that doesn't look much older than a puppy, though it's already pretty big. I don't know anything about dogs, have no idea what kind it is, but it's definitely hurt. It looks like maybe I broke its leg when I hit it. Fuck, I say. The dog is whimpering, its big brown eyes wide with pain. Fuck, dog, I'm so sorry, I tell it, and reach out a hand to try and soothe it. As I reach for its head, though, it growls and I jerk my hand back. I know, dog, I'm sorry. I'm not going to hurt you. Hang on. I rush back to the car for my phone and try to call information so I can find an emergency vet, but I can't get a signal out here at all. I put the car in neutral and try to rock it away from the tree enough so that I can look under the hood. Growing up with a family auto shop means you can't help but know how to fix cars, even if you don't want to go into the family business, but there's no way. The undercarriage must have caught on the tree's roots or something. I grab my bag and sling it over my shoulder and go back to where the dog is lying, still whimpering. I can't leave it here. It'll get run over by a car in the dark. Or worse, it'll just lie here all alone, terrified and in pain. The sound it's making is ripping my fucking heart out. I can't believe I did this. Christ, how did I even get here? I ease to the other side of the dog and gently run my fingertips over the soft fur on its head. It whines but doesn't growl. I keep petting it, talking low as I ease my arm underneath. Okay, dog, you're okay. Don't worry, I've got you. Everything's going to be fine. I'm saying things I haven't heard since my mother said them when I was little, words that are meant to comfort but mean nothing. I roll the dog into my arms and it whimpers and growls as I jostle its hurt leg. I cuddle it close to my chest to keep it immobile and try to stand without falling over and hurting it worse. I'll just walk a little ways. There has to be a gas station or a house or something, right? I'll just ask someone to call a vet. Hell, maybe this is what police do in a nothing town like this. Rescue dogs that get stuck in trees or something. No, wait, that's cats. Cats get stuck in trees, right? I walk for what feels like forever. The dog has gone quiet, but I can feel its breathing, so at least I know it isn't dead. What it is, though, is getting heavy. I stop for a second to check if I have phone service for what feels like the millionth time. I haven't come across a single gas station, and I'm not sure how much longer I can walk. Okay, dog, it's okay, I say again, but my voice is as shaky as my legs. And really, it isn't the dog I'm talking to anymore. Still no service. Fuck. Then off to my right, I see a light, a shaky beam of light that's getting closer. Just as I pull level with the light, a man steps out of the woods. I rear away from the large form, and the dog whimpers softly. The man looks huge, and the way he's shining the flashlight is blinding. My heart beats heavily in my throat. This guy could take me apart. Squaring my shoulders and setting my feet so I look as big as possible, I plan how I can set the dog down without hurting it further if I have to fight, or run. Then a warm voice breaks the silence that stopped feeling peaceful the second I swerved. You okay? His voice is deep and a little growly. For half a second, all the puns about bears I was making earlier dance through my head, and I laugh. What comes out sounds more like a hysterical squeak, though. Do you mind? I say, squinting, and hoping my voice sounds more threatening than the noise I just made. He lowers the flashlight immediately and walks toward me. I take a half step back automatically. All I can really see in the dark, with the ghost of the flashlight leaving spots in my vision, are massive shoulders clad in plaid. Are you okay? The man asks again. And he puts out a hand as he takes the last few slow steps to my side. I nod quickly. His hand is huge. He bends down and looks in my face. I don't know what he sees there, but his posture shifts, the bulk of him softening ever so slightly. I didn't mean to. I try to explain when it's clear he isn't a threat. Only it came out of nowhere and I couldn't. I break off as he shines the flashlight on the dog. It whines and I gather it closer to me, suddenly unsure. I tried to find a vet, but I can't get a signal here and my car hit the tree so I couldn't drive and You were in the accident? Are you hurt? No, I mean, I'm not. But my car's fucked. Do you have a phone? Can you call a vet? No vet, he says. Nothing's open this late. It's maybe 7 p.m. Please, I say, I can't let it die. Fuck. What the fuck am I doing here? I can't believe I break off. What I can tell in my next words won't be anything I want a total stranger to hear. Come with me, the man says, and turns and walks back into the woods. What the hell? I say, am I actually supposed to follow a total stranger into the woods? In the dark? In the middle of nowhere? In Michigan? I know stereotypes about cannibals who live in the woods and eat unsuspecting tourists are just that, stereotypes. Maybe I've watched The Hills Have Eyes one too many times, but still, isn't it like a statistical fact that most serial killers come from the Midwest? While I was distracted by regionally profiling the man, he'd come back out of the woods and is now standing directly in front of me, close enough that I can kind of see his face. He has dark hair and eyes and a sharp nose. That's all I can see in the dark. But he is definitely much younger than I assumed. His low voice sounded older, but he looks like he's in his mid-30s, and close up he is massive, with hugely broad shoulders, powerful arms, and broad hips. How much of that is flesh and how much is flannel remains to be seen. He's nearly a head taller than me, and I'm not short. You need to come with me, he says, and his voice suggests he's considering the fact that I might be an idiot. Sure, I say, figuring that if worst comes to worst, at least I can run. I have to be faster than this guy, right? I take an experimental step toward him, and the way it sometimes happens when you rest after an exertion nearly fall on my face as my body takes longer to wake up than my brain. The man catches me with one easy hand under my elbow and studies me. Shit, that was embarrassing. Here, he says, let me take the dog. You take this. He shrugs something off his shoulder and hands it to me. It takes a few seconds to process the unfamiliar shape in the dark. Is that a gun? Yeah, he says. Why do you have a gun? I ask warily, though I guess I should be reassured that he's handing it to me and not pointing it at me. To hunt with, he says matter-of-factly. Right, I say, hunting, Michigan. Michigan. He gently sets what I can only assume is a rifle on the ground next to me. Let me. He slides his hands under the dog. His hands are huge, covering practically my whole stomach as he worms them under my arms. I've got him, he says. I don't know if it's a boy, I say. I don't know anything about dogs. I mean, I guess I would have been able to tell by looking, but I didn't think of it. But it's really common, defaulting to male pronouns to refer to things of indeterminate gender. Christ, I'm babbling. He cocks his head at me and walks away. I pick up the strap of the gun gingerly and take off after him, holding it as far away from the trigger as I can. With the luck I'm having today, I'd trip and end up shooting the man, or myself, or shit, probably the dog. Hand me the scissors, the man says. I'm petting the dog's head and surreptitiously trying not to look at the poor thing's leg, which the man has determined is indeed broken. His house was only about a 10-minute walk from the road. I hand him the scissors and examine his face in the light of the lamp. I tell myself it's just because I'd rather look anywhere but at the dog's leg. He has a really good face, though. Strong, high cheekbones and a straight nose, straight, dark eyebrows, one with a white scar bisecting it, and dark brown hair that waves slightly. His eyes are lighter than I thought in the woods, a kind of whiskey brown that looks almost gold in the light. Maybe one is a little narrower than the other, but he hasn't made eye contact with me long enough for me to be sure. His mouth is set in a grim line of concentration while he works, but it's soft and generous. He hasn't smiled yet, but he probably has a nice one. He stripped off his outer layer of flannel as he laid the dog down on the kitchen table. It was a bulky quilted jacket, but even without it, he's huge, his shoulders and the muscles of his arms tightening his blue and gray flannel shirt. He rolled up the sleeves to reveal a white waffle-knit shirt that's too short in the sleeves, exposing thick wrists and powerful forearms. His huge hands are gentle on the dog's fur, and I can't help but imagine what they'd feel like on my skin. What it would be like to be held in those hands, to be enveloped. My hand tightens around the dog's fur, and I force myself to relax as it makes a sound. She's a girl, by the way. His voice startles me, and I meet his eyes, praying that he can't read what I've been thinking about on my face. The last thing I need is for tomorrow's local paper, if they even have a paper in this town, to carry a story that reads, "Out-of-town gay man found beaten to death in cabin of unfairly handsome local straight bruiser. Police assume queer panic ensued after out-of-town gay made pass at straight bruiser." Huh? I say. He swallows, like he isn't used to talking. "The dog. You were right, she isn't a boy." He pats the dog gently and scoops her up, depositing her in a nest of blankets in front of the fireplace. "Oh," I say, "great." I stand and follow him, realize I'm nodding compulsively, and force myself to stop. He touches a long match to the newspaper and kindling below the logs in the grate. "Is she going to be okay, do you think?" The fire consumes the paper, and there's a delicious earthy smell as the bark on the logs starts to crackle. With the fire lit, he turns toward me. "I think so. If she can stay off this leg tonight, I'll take her into town tomorrow, have the vet check her out for any internal injuries." I'm suddenly so relieved that I go a little woozy. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't hurt the poor dog beyond repair. I'm not a total fuck-up. "Whoa," he says. In one step he's there, grabbing me by both shoulders to keep me upright. My vision is a little blurry, and I blink up at him. God, he's handsome. His brows are furrowed with worry, his eyes narrowed. "Sorry," he says, looking down. "I should have made sure you weren't hurt." "No, I'm okay," I say, stepping out from under his hands. "You were in a car accident. Come here." He steps behind me and puts his hands back on my shoulders, guiding me to the bathroom. When he flips the switch, I wince at the harsh light after being so long in the dark. In the mirror, I can see why he's concerned. My black hair is messy, and there's a smear of blood on my cheek from the dog. A bruise is already coming out on my forehead, though I don't even remember hitting my head. I blink at my reflection. My pupils are huge, even in the bright light, leaving only a thin ring of green around them. He's looking at me in the mirror, his light eyes fixed on mine. I can smell him behind me, wood smoke and damp wool and something lightly piney like deodorant. Or hey, I guess in the woods it could actually be pine. I can feel the warmth he's giving off, and it reminds me of how cold I am. He turns me around by the shoulders again, like he's my rudder. I shiver. I drop my coat by the door. But even though it was cold out, I sweat through my shirt and suit coat while I was carrying the dog, and now they've turned cold and clammy. The tie I borrowed from my brother Sam and the new white shirt I bought for my interview are both streaked with blood. Shit. I half-heartedly swipe the blood. As I rub a little harder, I wince, realizing that my chest is sore. "Were you wearing your seatbelt?" Huh? I feel like I'm processing everything 5 seconds after he says it. Oh, yeah. He slides my suit jacket off my shoulders and starts to unbutton my shirt. I mumble. He bats my hand away and pulls my shirt apart. When I look down, I can see a purple bruise forming in the shape of my seatbelt. Well, good to know it worked, I guess. The bruise is long, disappearing into the tattoos that cover most of my torso. Tell me if it's particularly tender anywhere. He probes the length of the bruise gently. "No, it's okay," I say, half because it's true and half because I can't think with his fingers on my skin. His hands are warm, the way big guys are sometimes. Great circulation, I guess. "Wasn't expecting those," he says, gesturing to my tattoos. It's funny, anyone who meets me when I'm dressed professionally is surprised to find out I have tattoos, but anyone who knows me from my real life at concerts, coffee shops, or just around thinks my professional drag looks out of place. I shrug, and he gives me a cursory one-over, looking for other bruises. "Take your pants off." "Oh, I scooch backward away from him. There's no way I'll be able to keep it together standing in front of this gorgeous man almost naked. Maybe could I just take a shower?" He doesn't say anything, but turns the water on and grabs a towel from a shelf on the wall. It's forest green, It seems like everything about him and this house is green and brown, earthy. Here, give me your clothes, he says. I'll get you something of mine to wear. When he leaves, I tow my dress shoes off, trying not to notice that anyone who looked could see the soles are worn almost through, but they're polished to a mirror shine, or at least they were before my trek in the woods. $5 new shoes. That's what my dad always called a shoe shine. He knocks a minute later and hands me a pile of neatly folded sweatpants and a t-shirt. Then he hands me a drink. I thought you could use something to warm you up. I sniff it. Whiskey. I down it like a shot. Thanks. He backs out of the bathroom, and I undress and step under the hot water with a sigh. I can't let myself think any more about this shit show of a day, much less the fact that I'm in the shower of a total stranger who may or may not be about to axe murder me and wrap me up in this shower curtain, or I'm going to lose it. Instead, I pretend like Ginger is giving me a stern talking to because, unlike mine, Ginger's talking tos sometimes work. Well, first Ginger would tell me to have a fucking drink, so I'm good on that count. Then it would probably go something like this. Me. I'm having a nervous breakdown. I have no clue what I should be doing with my life. What if my dad is right and academia is for assholes who think they're better than everyone else but never do a day's work in their lives? Ginger. Your dad is a fucking idiot. We know this. First of all, you don't have to know what you're doing with your whole life. Just what you're doing right now, and right now you're being a professor. Second, you don't think you're better than everyone. Third, you've worked hard your entire life. Me. Okay, but what if Richard's right, and I'm not really smart enough to do this? I mean, I wasn't smart enough to realize that he was having sex with approximately 10% of Philadelphia, even though everyone else knew. Ginger. Richard is a fucking idiot. Also, he looks like a boring version of an Abercrombie and Fitch model. You hate that all-American shit. You only went out with him because you were insecure about being the only one at Penn whose parents weren't professor types. You were flattered when he wanted to go out with you because you thought it meant you were smart. Well, you are smart, but that was stupid. You're smart enough to be a professor. That's why you're going to get this job. Me. Fuck me, Ginge. This place is ridiculous. I'm probably the only queer within 100 miles. There's a park near here called Gaylord, and I bet no one even thinks it's funny. Seriously, if I get this job, I'll have to be celibate until some cute little gay undergrad catches me in a weak moment after I haven't had sex in 17 years, and then I'll get fired for inappropriate conduct or put in jail for sexual harassment. Ginger. Look, kid, you're flipping out over maybes, and you're overthinking as usual. Just see what this job is before you're so positive it has nothing to offer you. Ride the wave. Besides, you know the stats. I don't care if it's the hunch lady, your accountant, or the butch lumberjack. There have got to be homosexuals, even in that godforsaken little slice of Minnesota. Me. Michigan. Ginger. Whatever, pumpkin. She's right, as usual. And of course her mention of butch lumberjacks brings me right back to... Shit, I don't even know his name. I make my way back into the living room, holding up my borrowed sweatpants in an attempt not to trip and kill myself. The t-shirt sleeves reach past my elbows. It's like when I used to have to wear my older brother's stuff, only because I wasn't concerned about looking attractive in front of my brothers, who would have told me I looked like an idiot no matter what I was wearing. Of course, it makes no sense to worry about how I look in front of this man either, since it's not like some super masculine straight guy is going to care. These clothes do have one advantage over my brother's, though. Whereas my brother's hand-me-downs smelled like stale sweat beneath industrial-strength bleach, these smell like fabric softener and cedar. As I walk past the fire, the dog lifts her eyelids and regards me sleepily, but doesn't stir. I can hear noise coming from the kitchen. "What's your name?" I ask the broad man's back, where he's bent over the sink washing a plate. The muscles in his back and shoulders tense as if I startled him. He turns around and his eyes immediately go to my hips. "Those things are going to fall off you," he says. "Come here." He rummages around in a drawer next to the sink. "Be still, my fantasies," I insist as I step toward him. "The last thing I need is to pop a boner in this guy's sweatpants and have him kick my ass. Not that it'd be the first time." He squats down, gathers the excess fabric around my hips and folds it over, then holds it together with a binder clip. I must look confused because he shrugs and mutters, "I use them for chip clips." "Thanks," I say, and roll the t-shirt sleeves up a little so I don't look like a child. "What's yours?" "Huh? Oh, I'm Daniel." I stick out a hand to him in a weirdly professional gesture, as if we haven't been together for an hour. as if he didn't just binder clip the waist of my borrowed sweatpants. But he just takes my hand in his large palm and shakes it firmly. God, his hands are so warm. So, I ask again. Rex, he says, and ducks his head a bit shyly. Rex, King. It suits him. I guess I should go, I say, making a vague gesture toward the door. Oh, shit, my car. I have to call someone. And I didn't even check into my hotel yet, so I need... God, I'm tired. I took care of it, Rex says, turning back to the sink. Here, do you want another drink? You look like you'd use it. He pours another whiskey and holds it out to me. Thanks. What do you mean you took care of it? I sip the whiskey a bit slower. My head feels like it's full of cotton. I called someone and had your car towed. It was a rental, right? I nod. So you can just pick one up at the airport. It's right near here. Relief floods me that I won't have to handle that. I can't even remember the last time someone took care of anything for me. Thank you, I say, and I can hear the relief in my voice. I finish the whiskey in my glass and hold it out for a refill without thinking about it. Rex gives me an amused nod and refills my glass, pours one for himself, and then gestures me into the living room. I sink down onto Rex's green plaid couch and pull the blue flannel blanket over me. The couch dips with Rex's weight as he sits beside me and I open my eyes. In the firelight he is a god. The flames flicker over the planes of his face, and the straight lines of his eyebrows create a shadow under his full lower lip, turn his stubble to velvet and his eyes to molten gold. I slug back the rest of my drink and put the glass down. I can't look away from him. He's regarding me calmly, and I can smell him on the blanket I'm wrapped up in. Something is happening to me. It's like there is a magnet drawing me toward him, and I am in actual danger of making an idiotic move on a stranger who is, as far as I know, straight, in a cabin in the woods, when no one knows where I am. Okay, now is when I need to remind myself of all those stereotypes of rural, cannibalistic serial killers. Remember The Hills Have Eyes, Daniel. Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Or more realistically, I just need to focus on how much it actually hurts to get hit in the face, which is likely what's to happen if I get any closer to Rick's than the other side of the couch. I clear my throat and shake my head, trying to banish the fog that's taken over. Is everything you have made of plaid? No, Rex says. Some of it's just plain flannel. I start to laugh and can't stop, even though it's not particularly funny. All of a sudden, I realize what should have been obvious. I'm drunk. I've had 3 whiskeys after being in a car accident, and I haven't eaten since breakfast. Can Rex tell? When was the last time you ate? He says. Yep, I think he can tell. And I almost don't care. It's so nice and warm here, so cozy. No one I know is here to witness me potentially losing my shit in Holiday, Michigan. No one ever has to know that I hit a dog. And no one here knows that in approximately 1 month I will be evicted if I can't grab a whole lot of extra hours at the bar so I can afford my rent. None of it matters while I'm warm and tipsy here, in the land of flannel and wood. Suddenly, the middle of nowhere seems like the best possible place I could be. I must have fallen asleep for a minute because when I wake up, Rex is standing over me holding a sandwich. Daniel? I sit up a little and take the plate from him. Yeah? What are you doing here? I look around the room, my head still spacey. No, Daniel, he means in town. Get it together. I had a job interview at Sleeping Bear College. I take a bite of the sandwich and feel a little sick, the way I sometimes do if I wait too long to eat. But the second bite is heaven. What kind of jam is this? I ask. Mixed berry. It's good. What was your interview for? To teach in the English department. The words make my stomach clench with anxiety. Or maybe that's just the peanut butter? You're an English professor? You seem so young. Yeah, well, technically I'm still a grad student, but if I get the job, it'll start in the fall. And I'll defend my dissertation in the summer, so then I'll be a professor. It's funny you think I'm younger than usual. Most people, when they hear I'm in grad school, they're like, oh, so that'll take you, what, 2 or 3 years? And I'll say, no, more like 7 or 8. And they think it's crazy because they've seen TV shows where all the characters have 3 PhDs by the time they're 23. It's unrealistic and propagates total misinformation about higher education. Drives me crazy. A dissertation. That's the book you write to get your degree, right? Rex seems to actually be listening, even though I've gone off on a grad school tirade. Yeah, I've been working on it for 5 years, alongside teaching every semester, bartending on the weekends, applying for fellowships, and recently applying for 56 jobs across the country, that is. What's it about? Oh, it's boring. You don't want to hear about that, I tell him. Well, if you think I won't understand, Rex says, and his jaw tightens. No, that's not what I meant. No one who isn't writing a dissertation ever actually wants to hear about them. Hell, even the people who are writing them don't really want to hear about them. They only ask so that you'll ask about theirs in return. Do you seriously want to know? I asked, didn't I? Yeah. Well, I study 19th and early 20th century American literature. Basically, I'm writing about authors from that time period who used social realism to explore the different models of economic theory available. So, some of them were critiquing capitalism, but didn't offer anything in its place. Some of them were radically anarchist. Some of them were staunch Marxists, etc. But all of them used their writing to explore the effects of those different models. Rex is looking into the fire. Sorry, I'm boring you. That was so geeky. This stuff isn't really interesting to anyone except me. You aren't boring me, Rex says. Go on. He has this low, authoritative voice that makes me forget that there's any possibility except to do what he says. So I go on. I tell him about the books, about the authors' lives. Before I know it, I'm talking about literary naturalism and Marxist materialist criticism, and ranting about the job market. I never talk this much, not to anyone but Ginger. And Rex seems interested. He doesn't seem to think I'm a total geek or a pretentious asshole. Or maybe he just feels sorry for the idiotic city boy who got himself marooned in northern Michigan, almost killed a dog, and is currently drunk in a stranger's sweatpants in a cabin made of plaid and flannel. I trail off. So, do you think you'll get the job? He asks. Yeah, I say and sigh. What, you don't want it? Well, I need a job, I tell him. I need the money for sure. No matter what, I can use this position as a springboard for another job if a better one comes along. And it's actually a pretty good fit for me, you know? Like, I don't want to be lecturing to 300 unfamiliar faces at a huge university. I like how small the school is, how they're excited about building up the English department. They even want to have a creative writing graduate program eventually. They think how did they put it, natural isolation will be a draw for writers? But, Rex prompts, looking at me intently. But, no offense, man, but there's like nothing here. I've lived in Philly my whole life. I don't know shit about trees or animals or nature. I mean, I just never saw myself someplace so isolated. My stomach is a knot of fear. Every word I speak hammers home how totally and completely screwed I would be living here. I spent the last 8 years in graduate school, all of it leading up to this moment, a moment I must add that most grad students would kill for in this crazy economy and terrible job market. But now, shit, I'm just so unsure. And anyway, I don't even know if I want to be an English professor. Like, what good would that actually do, you know? Really, it's not useful. It's like, what, teaching a bunch of overprivileged, sheltered kids with their parents' credit cards how to construct a thesis statement, or, if I'm lucky, getting to teach one senior seminar a year in the stuff I'm actually interested in, which no one will care about anyway. I can hear my voice, but it sounds like it's coming from a million miles away. I think maybe I did hit my head. My ears are ringing, and I feel like someone poured cement into my stomach. God, the idea of sitting at a desk for the rest of my life, teaching kids who don't care, talking to other professors in their 50s and 60s about the decline of the written word, with the advent of texting, totally alone in this godforsaken place. My hands are fists, and I shake my head to try and clear it. Besides, I'm probably the only gay guy in a 100-mile radius, I blurt out, forgetting that I'm not talking to Ginger, like I was in the shower. Fuck. I can't believe I just said that. And, there's, like, no music scene here? I look around the room. Everywhere but at Rex. The dog is still snoozing in front of the fire, her front paw twitching as she dreams. I wish I were her. I wish I were asleep in front of a fire, cozy and warm, and not having to worry about anything except whether I'll get breakfast soon. I force myself to meet Rex's gaze. to look at him calmly and confidently, as if what I just said is no big deal. This is what I've learned over the years. You just stare like everything is normal. Make them feel like they'll be the awkward one if they say anything to you about it. Just stay calm and narrow your eyes a little, like you're not scared of a fight. But Rex isn't saying anything, isn't reacting at all. I get up clumsily and bring my plate and glass to the kitchen sink. I pour a quick slug of whiskey in the glass and down it, and then start scrubbing the plate. Everything's fine, I say in my head. Everything's fine, everything's fine. When Rex comes up behind me, the soapy plate slips out of my hand and shatters in the sink. I jump backward. Shit, I'm sorry. I look up at him, expecting anger, maybe disgust. When he doesn't say anything, I start to pick up the pieces of broken plate, but they're slippery and I keep dropping them. Stop. Rex puts his hands over mine in the sink. He dries my hands with a dish towel, and then takes me by the shoulders and turns me around so I'm leaning against the wall. You need to calm down, he says, and his voice is a warm ocean of command. I nod, trying to calm down, but my heart is racing. What is wrong with me? It's not like people don't know I'm gay. Hell, I've always enjoyed letting idiots bro down with me, and then just casually talking about my boyfriend to watch their surprise. It's obvious that Rex isn't going to hurt me. If he were, he would have done it already. I take a deep breath, his heavy hands weighing my shoulders down, anchoring me. I look up at him, his eyes the same color as the whiskey I just drank. He steps closer until I can feel his warmth. I open my mouth to tell him I'm fine, but what comes out is an embarrassingly shaky breath. Just calm down, he says, and then he kisses me. His hand is so big that when he cups my cheek, his fingers trail down my neck, warm and rough. His mouth is soft on mine, but the power of his body behind it makes it clear he's holding himself back. As one hand strokes my neck, the other cups my head, tangling in my hair. I open my eyes for a moment to make sure this is real, and his are open too, heavy-lidded and golden. He pulls back and straightens up. He's tall enough that he had to bend down to kiss me. I wonder if that's annoying, to have to bend down all the time. Or, I guess if he were kissing someone his same height, he wouldn't have to. But that's probably pretty rare. Also, holy crap, Rex is gay! I wonder. Then I can't think of anything else because his mouth is on mine again, and this time it's a real kiss. His hands are on my hips, and my head is tilted back against the wall, and he's kissing me, his tongue filling all the empty spaces. I reach up and put my arms around his neck, trying to pull him closer to me. He slides a hand up my side and around to my back, and he hooks his hand around my shoulder, locking me to him. I gasp into his mouth as he pushes his hips forward, his hardness hot against my stomach, even through his jeans. He pulls back, his mouth leaving mine with a lewd smack. Better? He asks. And when he gives me his first real smile, it's the sweetest thing I've ever seen. His whole face is transformed. He has dimples, and his teeth are a little crooked, one incisor slightly twisted. I huff out a laugh and grin back. Better. And actually, I am. I feel calm and boneless. Well, not exactly boneless. In fact, I'm trying to psychically communicate that he could make everything a whole lot better if he just released the binder clip barely holding my sweatpants up and take me on the kitchen table, but he doesn't seem to be getting the message. He takes me by the hand and leads me back to the couch. He covers me with the flannel blanket, sits down next to me, and flicks on the TV with one hand while he subtly adjusts himself with the other. When he looks at me out of the corner of his eye, I grin at him. He laughs and shakes his head. Just relax. He's channel surfing. More channels than I would have expected to find in a log cabin. I think I finally have to admit to myself that I am helpless to control my dumb stereotypes about rural places and the people who live in them. As if he can read my mind, Rex rolls his eyes and points out the front door. Satellite dish. He stops changing channels at a black and white movie, looking totally delighted when he turns to me and points at the screen expectantly. I have no idea what movie it is. I'm not sure I've ever even seen an entire black and white movie, except when I took a film class in college. I don't even own a TV. Gaslight, he says, smiling. I love this movie. He's still looking at me expectantly. I shake my head. I've never seen it. Really? Ingrid Bergman? I love her. So you are gay, I choke. He fixes me with a smoldering look. Were you in doubt? No, I squeak. He looks back at the screen. This version is the most famous, but MGM actually made it only 4 years after the UK film version. Then they somehow cut a deal so that the UK version wasn't allowed to be re-released in the US. I do think this one is better than the 1940 version, though, mostly because Ingrid Bergman's better than Diana Wynyard. It's great, although MGM's corniness ruins it in some parts. And you know, the production code? It's Angela Lansbury's first film role. He's speaking absently, as if I know all this, his face animated, even as his eyes are glued to the screen. You're a film geek, huh? What? No, I mean, I just like old movies, he says, looking a little uncomfortable. I think that's awesome, I say, desperate not to have offended him. I never saw many movies growing up, so I guess I just never developed a taste for them. It was always sports at my house. Do you still follow sports? Oh, no, I never did. My dad and my brothers, though, huge sports fans. I think as long as it's got a ball, they watch it. Well, except soccer. They think soccer's for pansies. Oh, and golf, because it's not violent. How many brothers do you have? 3, all older. You? No, he says, and turns back to the TV. We watch the movie in silence for 10 or 15 minutes. Hey, wait. Is this where the term to gaslight from someone comes from? Yeah, Rex says, looking back at me. Ingrid Bergman's husband, Charles Boyer, messes with her head, trying to make her think she's going crazy. It is so hot to watch him talk about this stuff. He's so, well, burly. He doesn't look like the kind of guy who'd be into old movies. And unlike Richard, my ex, or the people I went to grad school with, he doesn't sound like his interest is academic. There's none of the desire to impress with his knowledge, none of the analysis asserted as fact. He's just really excited about an old Ingrid Bergman movie, and I want nothing more than to kiss him again. I guess I always thought it had something to do with gas fumes making people hallucinate or something, I murmur. He smiles at me. I think that's a common He breaks off when I launch myself into his lap. I kiss him, throwing my arms around his neck. His mouth is soft and his body is hard beneath me. When I kiss him, his hands go automatically to my back, stroking up and down my spine, sending sparks of heat through my whole body. I moan into his mouth, and he drags me down by the shoulders. I'm dizzy with lust, his scent, and his warmth, and his big hands making it impossible to do anything but keep kissing him. I reach between us and fumble for his fly, but I'm pulled out of my haze by hands holding mine still. Hey, Daniel. He takes my hands between his and puts them back on his shoulders. He kisses me softly, but it's a goodbye kiss, I can tell. We're done now kiss, a pity kiss. The warmth of lust is immediately replaced with nausea. My head is pounding, and I'm too hot, not to mention humiliated. I move off him with as much dignity as I can muster, considering I'm straddling someone with binder-clipped sweatpants and a too-big shirt that has fallen off one shoulder like a Valley Girl's sweatshirt. On the floor, the dog has raised her head and is looking at me as if even she can tell something is wrong with me. I stare at the fire intently, wishing I could disappear into it. Look, Rex says, his voice gentle. It's really late, and you've had a long day. You should get some sleep. I nod without looking at him. He brings me a pillow from the hall closet and another blanket, but instead of going into his room, he lingers in the doorway looking at me. You know, he says, and he sounds a little shy. You kind of look like you could be one of those old-time Hollywood leading men. I look up at him, startled. He's looking at me intently, leaning forward, but his eyes are sad, dark. You'd be wasted on black and white, though. Your eyes. He makes a vague gesture toward my face, then turns away. Good night, Daniel, he says. And then he's gone. Chapter 2. August. The air conditioning in my car died somewhere in Ohio, so it's hard to hear Ginger above the highway sounds coming in through the windows I've rolled down to avoid roasting. Fortunately, the girl's never been accused of being quiet. Okay, she says. So I Google mapped this town of yours, and I've got to tell you, Pumpkin, I'm a little concerned. It's taken Ginger all summer to be able to remember that I'm moving to Michigan, not Minnesota, not Missouri, so this is progress. Number 1, are you aware that this state is shaped like a mitten and people actually refer to it as the mitten? I am, I say. Ginger is one of the smartest people I know, but she reminds me of someone's grandmother sometimes, with her insistence that the things beyond her daily routine are bizarre and shocking. So you're moving to a state that people refer to by its winter wear. This state also gets a lot of snow. There's only so much geological coincidence I can bear, sweet cheeks. Also, from what I can tell, the main claim to fame of this hamlet you will soon call home is its cherries. Tart cherries. Yeah. Daniel, tart cherries? Who wants a tart cherry? Dunno, Ginge. I never tried one. I'll be sure to let you know. Okay, fine. Clearly you're not in the mood to be distracted, so get on with it. What did your dad say? I didn't tell my father or my brothers about getting the job at Sleeping Bear College until last night after I finished packing. I got the call offering me the job only about a week after my visit. Bernard Ness, the chair of the job search committee, was enthusiastic and friendly and didn't even mention anything about my never checking into my hotel the night I was there. At first, I didn't tell them because I kind of couldn't believe it had happened. This was what I'd been working toward for about the last decade of my life. It was surreal and shocking to all of a sudden have achieved it. Then I didn't tell them because I was madly finishing up my dissertation and planning for my dissertation defense, where my committee would decide whether or not to award me my PhD. That was 3 weeks of 15-hour days where I guzzled coffee all day and NyQuil at night, terrified I wouldn't be able to sleep. The thing about my father is that he's like the world's most accomplished boxer. There's no predicting which direction the hit will come from. After I passed my defense, I thought of every angle I could, every way in which telling him, hey, I just got my PhD, could be met with something more negative than all the things he'd been saying ever since I decided to go to college and then grad school in the first place. It seemed like a pretty safe announcement, so that night I stopped by my dad's house, knowing I'd catch at least one of my brothers on the couch drinking my dad's beer, and if one of them knew something, all of them knew. My mistake was showing up a little tipsy after drinks with some of my grad school friends on my way to meet Ginger at her tattoo shop. I'm usually able to keep it together and take whatever my dad and brothers throw at me, and I'd certainly learned long before that if they saw me get even the littlest bit upset, they were like sharks smelling blood in the water. My dad and Brian, the youngest of my 3 older brothers, were watching the Phillies when I got there, and they barely looked up when I came in. My older brother, Colin, came into the room a minute later and didn't acknowledge me at all. I told them about passing my defense at a commercial break. Brian looked up, confused, and said, "Didn't you do that last year?" Typical. My dad said, "Well, that's great, son. I'm glad you've gotten that out of your system. Now what?" Colin didn't say anything at all. It was nothing, really. He even said the word great, when I had anticipated the possibility of something like, "Ah, so now you're a snob officially." "Now what?" I said, and I could hear the nasty edge creeping into my voice that tries to scare people away before I fall apart. Now I thought I'd take a few weeks off after working non-stop for the last 12 years. Brian looked up again, taking in my suit, and said, "Whoa, Danielle, what are you all dressed up for?" My brothers had called me Danielle before they ever knew I was gay, but learning I was gay had made it more pointed. "Don't call your brother that," my dad snapped. It wasn't out of protectiveness for me or anything. He just hates to be reminded of how I'm not the to-the-garage-born specimen of beer-swilling, sports-watching, car-fixing masculinity that he wishes I were. Then the game came back on and they forgot I was there. Needless to say, I didn't tell them about the job then either. And, okay, I may have gotten a little choked up as I slammed the door and walked to Ginger's shop, but I blame it on exhaustion. The upside was that when I told Ginger about the latest installment of the Mulligan family assholism, she gave me an emergency tattoo to distract me. The fact that I woke up the next morning and saw that I'd asked her to tattoo "Let Sleeping Bears Lie" above my left hip suggests that I was feeling a bit more sentimental than I thought. Which brings us to last night, when I finally told my dad I was leaving Philadelphia and moving to the middle of nowhere in northern Michigan. "Well?" Ginger asks again. "He was fine with it," I say. "Which means," Ginger presses, "I told him about the job and he said great, At least I wouldn't have to borrow money from him. Not that you ever have, Ginger chimes in, a familiar chorus. Not that I ever have. Then I told him it was in Michigan, and he seemed confused. Understandable. I don't actually think he ever considered the fact that jobs exist outside the county of Philadelphia. So you never told him when you went to Michigan for the interview? Nah, I think I told Sam I had an interview because I borrowed a tie, but that's it. Sam, my oldest brother, is married to Liza, a really sweet woman. God knows what she sees in him. Who does things like invite me over to dinner once a month because she cares about family and stuff. Sam goes along with it. Anyway, he just did his handshake shoulder pat thing and said good luck. That's it? Yeah. Well, no, he looked under the hood of my car and gave me $20 for gas. Which is like your dad for I love you, though, right? Yep. Just think. Some kids only get told things like I love you, son, or I'll miss you, which aren't actually useful for anything, whereas I get a tune-up and gas money. Lucky me. So, lucky you, Ginger drawls, clearly changing the subject. What about this sleeping bear of yours? Dude, would you stop calling him that? Ooh, touchy, I like it. Speaking of secret languages, that's Daniel for I'm invested in someone and it's freaking me out. If by invested in you mean made a complete fool of myself in front of, then yes. You didn't make a fool of yourself. He kissed you. Yeah, to calm me down. Then I basically assaulted him. My stomach sinks and I shiver at the memory, despite it being approximately 2,000 degrees in my car right now. Whatever, he obviously wanted you. He was just being a gentleman and not falling into bed with you when you were drunk and possibly suffering from a closed head injury. I snort. So, do you think you'll see him again? Dunno, I mean, it's not like it's a bustling metropolis. I'm bound to, right? Great. So do you think you'll, see him? What, Pumpkin? I just can't stop thinking about him, Ginge. It's idiotic. I mean, I barely know the guy. But when I woke up and he was gone, I was fucking devastated. That morning, I woke up warm, the blanket wrapped around me, soft light coming in through the curtains. It took me a minute to remember where I was, but when I registered the cedar smell of the blanket, the whole night came rushing back. I rolled off the couch, my bruised chest and my throbbing head competing for which was most pissed off at me, determined to talk to Rex, to apologize for throwing myself at him, to thank him for not only saving the dog, but kind of saving me as well. But the house was empty. Even the dog was gone. I wandered around the cabin, feeling like some demented fairy tale character, and cursing my stupid brain for instantly supplying about 10 filthy Goldilocks and the Three Bears references. In the kitchen were a pot of coffee and a plate of toast that was slick with butter and cool to the touch. On the lip of the plate, where I couldn't miss it, was a post-it with a phone number on it. I called it right away, thinking it was Rex's, but a cab company answered. He hadn't left a note, not even a nice to meet you, or a try not to hit any more dogs in the future. I'm just nervous about running into him, that's all. I didn't make the best first impression, you know? What with me practically killing a dog, getting drunk, and sexually assaulting him, insulting his town and all. I have the feeling you made a better impression than you may think, Ginger says, in the know-it-all voice she generally reserves for lecturing me about people I sleep with and telling college students who wander into her shop that they should definitely not get that tattoo. Whatever, I say, sounding petulant even to myself. Hey, whatever happened with that new guy you hired? The one with the Motorhead shirt? Changing the subject, check. He's... Aha, how was he? Let's just say that Motorhead isn't an inapt analog to his approach in the bedroom, she says. I'm not actually sure I know enough about Motorhead to understand that, I admit. What does that mean? Wham bam thank you, ma'am? Yeah, only without the thank you. Yikes. Well, at least he didn't seem the type to make things awkward in the workplace. No, and he's only here for a month as a favor to Johnny. No big deal. Johnny taught Ginger to tattoo. On the window to my right are trees, and more trees. I'm not sure exactly where I am, but I should be about an hour away. Listen, Ginge, I'm getting close. I need to go so I can look at the directions. Okay, she pauses. Hey, Pumpkin, listen. I think this is a good thing, this Michigan thing, this job. I'll miss the shit out of you, And I'll be royally pissed if I don't hear from you at least once a week, just so we're clear. But seriously, I have a good feeling. God, I hope you're right. Of course I'm right. Well, I'm glad the self-esteem is coming along. I don't want to hang up. I don't want to cut off the one tie I have to the only place I've ever called home. Bye, baby cakes. Later. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, I try not to think about how freaked out I am. The apartment is even worse than it looked online. First of all, it's tiny. The door at the top of the stairs opens into a kitchen that's sticky with disuse. That opens into one medium-sized room. That's the living room/bedroom. And off to the side is a tiny bathroom with a shower stall and a sink. The walls are greasy off-white. The kitchen linoleum is yellowed and peeling up at the edges. The blue carpet in the other room is thick with dust and matted in places with I don't want to know what. The windows are mostly painted shut, so it's incredibly hot and stuffy. What I thought, based on the pictures, was a door to another room turned out to be a door to a rickety fire escape that would as likely kill me as save me in the event of an actual fire. The ceiling is low, since it's really an attic room, and even at average height it feels claustrophobic. It's the first time in my life I've ever not wished to be taller. I guess it'll only be for a year or so, until I can pay off my credit card bills, but it's still a little depressing. I don't know why, since my apartment in Philly was kind of a shithole too. It's weird, though. I'm supposed to be an adult now, a real professor with a real salary who moved to start a real job, but I'm still living in a crappy apartment, only now my concerns can be roasting and or freezing to death instead of getting mugged. I'd opted for an apartment that was close enough that I could walk to campus and the library. I figured if I was going to be living in the middle of nowhere, at least I could be in the center of what town there is. It's a single apartment above a hardware store with a side entrance. Carl, the man who owns it, used to live up here before he got married. But it's been empty since, so he let me have it dirt cheap. At least I don't want to have to worry about living in the same place as any of my students, since Sleeping Bear College is so small, only underclassmen live in the dorms. And the last thing I want is to end up sharing a parking lot with a student angry about a grade on a paper. After I lugged my stuff in from the car, it only took me about an hour to unpack. I'd left my shitty furniture on the curb in Philly for someone to grab, and I don't have much stuff. The bed is here, like Carl promised, and a couch, but there's no air conditioner, and no way I was staying in this stuffy place without it. So I grabbed my keys and went to go find one, figuring I could stop and grab some takeout on my way back. Outside the sun was setting, and the air was thick, at least as humid as it was back in Philly. It smelled naturey, though, even in town, like trees and water and lots of oxygen. It wasn't even 8 p.m., but almost nothing was open. The town of Holiday? Seriously? It sounds like something on a postcard or one of those Christmas towns that only exist during December. Is picturesque, I'll give it that. The only thing I have to compare it to is Manayunk, a neighborhood in Philly that's gotten really gentrified in the last 10 years or so, and now has freshly painted storefronts and arts festivals in the summer. The shops here are all one of a kind. On Main Street, it's touristy shops, candles with scents like Winter Wonderland, Morning Rain, and Indian Summer, expensive-looking kitchen stores with hand-carved cutting boards and Swedish-looking single-use gadgets with faces painted on them, specialty food stores selling dried fruit, tiny packets of nuts that are more packaging than food, and every conceivable type of preserves. And every other storefront or so, shops selling Michigan paraphernalia, aprons and boxer shorts and visors and scarves, oven mitts and cookie cutters, field guides and notepads, everything cut in the shape of Michigan mitten. The oven mitts, with hearts where Holiday would be on the map, or emblazoned with it. Off Main Street, it's a bit more normal, but still it looks like something from a movie set, so curated and clean. The sidewalks are even and wide, separated from the streets by decorative brick, and a line of trees alternating with lampposts, mailboxes, and the most attractive garbage cans I've ever seen, painted a dark green, as if they too are a part of nature. I finally peeked into an Italian restaurant and immediately regretted it, because it was kind of a nice place and I was sweaty, wearing jean cutoffs and a black t-shirt, with the sleeves torn off from Ginger's shop, which said "Tattoo, bitch," in bold Gothic front across my chest. I asked the hostess if there was a diner or takeout place nearby, and was peppered with overly friendly questions about my favorite foods. I wandered off in the direction she had pointed, reminding myself that this was a small town and people were probably just friendly, not trying to give me the third degree. At the diner, people stared again. I grabbed a sandwich to go and practically ran back to my apartment with it. It's finally sinking in. I live here now. I live here in this tiny town. Everyone knows each other and I'm a stranger. They'll want to know me, know about me, and then maybe they'll hate me. Before, I always had the option to just disappear. Don't like the people in my classes? No problem. Hide out in the library, or hop on the subway and go work somewhere else. Don't want to run into an ex in the coffee shop? Slept with the bartender at this bar? Just walk a half a block and go to another one. Have an awkward encounter with someone? Who cares? I'll never see them again. But now it all counts. There's nowhere to hide here. No blending in or fucking off. I've never felt so terrified or so exposed. In the past week, I've cleaned my apartment, scraped together a quasi-professional wardrobe for teaching, finalized my syllabi for the upcoming semester, eaten at every single non-fancy restaurant in town, and answered some variation of the question, "Who are you?" approximately 8,000 times. I ran into Carl, whose apartment I'm renting, at the diner, and he was solicitous. How's the apartment? How do I like holiday? But I got the sense that it was mostly for the benefit of everyone else in the diner who was listening when he asked me if I had a partner. Kind of like he wanted to prove that he didn't have any problem with me being gay. Bernard Ness, the chair of the job search committee, had me over to his house for dinner. It was pleasant enough, and it's lucky we have work to talk about since I don't think we have much else in common. He filled me in on enough departmental gossip to last a lifetime, and the entire time I prayed this would not become my life, gossiping about which of my colleagues is getting a divorce and whose forthcoming articles should never have been accepted for publication. And all week, I've wondered when I'd run into him. Rex. Last night, I had a dream that I walked into the diner and he was working there, only it was one of those old-timey soda shops, and he was wearing the whole soda jerk get-up, white shirt, apron, black bow tie, dorky white hat perched on his perfect head. He made me a delicious-looking milkshake, but then refused to give it to me. I know, right? You don't have to be Freud. Classes start on Monday, so the town has begun to buzz as students get back. Still, it's 9 o'clock on a Saturday night, and it doesn't look like anything is going on. At least I won't have any distractions while I'm here. It'll give me time to work on turning my dissertation into a book, which, among other things, will be required of me to get tenure at Sleeping Bear. More to the point, I'll need to have a publication offer in hand, if I have any hope of getting a job that isn't in the middle of nowhere. Now, though, I'm antsy as hell. It's hot in my apartment, even with the air conditioner that I had to drive an hour to find. I spent the day making sure I knew where everything was, my classes, my office, the library, the one pizza joint that stays open after 10. I've finished all the reading and done course planning for my first week of classes. I've watched 4 documentaries that have been in my Netflix queue for ages, and I may or may not have Googled Rex plus Michigan to no avail. I decide I just need to get out of the house, so I throw on shoes and grab my beat-up copy of The Secret History. I've read it 100 times, but it fits perfectly in my back pocket, and it's a comfort book. As long as I'm reading it, it doesn't matter where I am. Besides, the main character of the book leaves his home in California to go to college in a small town where he's never been before, so it seems particularly relevant to my life right now. I figure I'll take a walk and find a park bench to read on or something. It really is beautiful here, once it's not sweltering. I'm actually looking forward to the winter. I bet it looks like a storybook village when everything's covered with snow. The quiet freaks me out, though, so I pop in the earbuds of my beat-up iPod, saying a tiny prayer to the music gods as I do every time I use it these days. That'll last me just one more year. That was my mantra all through grad school. When I first started, it was a nightmare. Everyone at Penn came from good colleges that had prepared them for the classes. I went to community college for 3 years, then transferred to Temple and squeezed all my remaining credits into 1 year, since it's all I could afford. I'm pretty sure I only got into grad school at Penn because they needed to fill a quota of first-generation college students or something. I was totally unprepared, but I told myself that after 1 year, the playing field would have evened. 1 more year. Then, when I was so exhausted from doing all my reading and writing for coursework while bartending 5 nights a week, I would tell myself, just 1 more year, and then you'll be done with coursework and starting your dissertation. When I felt like I would never finish writing, I told myself, 1 more year. You just have to hang on for 1 more year. Now here I am. If I can just deal with my crappy apartment for 1 more year, I'll have enough money for a nicer place. If my car will just keep running for 1 more year, I'll be able to get a new one. Well, a less used one, etc. 1 more year. I've walked farther than I meant to, away from campus, and somehow, even though I've always associated Tom Waits with the city, his voice, like pavement and whiskey and heartbreak, listening to him makes me see the winding road in front of me in a new light. He's the perfect soundtrack to this deserted place, the only light now from the moon, the trees encroaching. I'm looking up at the moon, feeling a bit smug and rather impressed by myself for, like being in nature, when I'm knocked over from behind. I pitch forward, barely catching myself on my right hand, and jerk my earbuds out, whipping my head around to see where the attack is coming from. I should have fucking known better than to be walking alone at night when I couldn't hear someone coming. I've known that since I was 12 years old. I can't believe I thought I was safe here just because there's nothing to fucking do. Serial killers? Daniel, remember. All this runs through my mind in the second it takes me to see that I am, in fact, not about to be serial killed, because what knocked me over was a dog. A brown and white dog that is now licking my face and trying to put its paws on my shoulders. Marilyn! Marilyn, here, girl! I know that voice. That low, commanding voice. Not as gravelly as Tom Waits, but so much more welcome. Rex. Chapter 3. August. He comes crashing through the trees, and from my current position on the ground, he looks even bigger and more imposing than I remember. He practically skids to a stop when he sees me. The dog, Marilyn apparently, barks once at Rex and then sits down next to me, one paw on my knee. My head is swimming, and it's not from being knocked over. He's here. He's really here. If I'm being honest, I've thought about him so much more than I even admitted to Ginger. In the 6 months since I got back from Michigan, I've imagined him 1,000 times. What he might be doing. What he would say to me. If he were there. Even though I have no idea what he would say since I don't know him. I've told myself that 100 times too. I even got Gaslight from the library and watched it on my computer, pretending he was sitting next to me on my crappy couch in Philadelphia. Then I took my computer to bed and watched it a second time, pretending he was there all over again. I don't do this. This isn't what I do. I don't moon over guys. I don't pine. I don't wonder what they're doing. I never have. I mean, sure, I've had crushes. Usually, though, I just show up, and if someone's appealing, I go for it. It's always been just sex, except for my monumentally stupid time with Richard. But now I'm sitting here on the ground like an idiot because the man I've fantasized about, dreamed of, and jerked off to is finally standing in front of me, and I do not have a clue what to say. He leans toward me, quizzical. Daniel? He sounds shocked. Hi, I say. We're staring at each other. It's really dark, so he mostly looks like shoulders and hair. He's wearing jeans and a dark t-shirt with a tear in the neck that's stretched tight over his muscular frame. He reaches down a hand, but rather than help me up, he pats the dog on the head. I guess she got you back, huh? Rex says. What? Oh, I laugh, looking at the dog. Yeah, I guess she has. Now he reaches one huge hand down to me, his biceps stretching that poor t-shirt even more. His hand is warm just like I remember it. He pulls me easily to my feet, so easily that he has to grab me by the shoulders to keep me from slamming into him. In this position, I can't help but think of the last time he held me like this, up against his kitchen wall, seconds before he kissed me. He drops his hands and looks down. What are you doing here? He doesn't sound very pleased. Well, I got that job, I say. Congratulations. He's looking at the dog, not me. Oh, yeah, thanks. I look down too. Oh, shit. My book is lying in the dirt. It must have fallen out of my pocket when I fell. I scoop it up and brush it off, but the cover is torn, and there's mud ground into the last 20 pages or so. Shoot. I hope you know how it ends, Rex says, looking at the muddied book. Yeah, I've read it before, I say. But I feel like I've injured a friend. I've had this copy for 10 years, read its corners round. I put it in my back pocket and try to shake it off. I'm not usually sentimental about shit like this. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't have the heart to check whether my iPod survived the fall. I just stuff my earphones in my hip pocket alongside it. So Marilyn? I say, nodding to the dog. She seems okay, huh? And she grew a lot, didn't she? She's fine, Rex says, smiling fondly. She's a good dog. I didn't know you were going to keep her. I hope you didn't feel obligated or anything. Nah, I haven't had a dog in a while. It was time. We get along pretty good. Well, we get along pretty well. Why Marilyn? Like Marilyn Monroe. She just, she was a little banged up, so I figured she could use a star's name, especially one who took some hits and kept getting back up. Marilyn just needed some taking care of. He seems a little embarrassed as he explains. Right, of course, movies. I like it, I tell him, smiling, but actually I'm thinking, didn't Marilyn Monroe kill herself? I had a dog called Brando for a little while when I was a kid. My mom named him. Said it was because he was ugly, so the name would balance him out. I just figured it couldn't hurt. Look, I say, I wanted to thank you. That night, I was a mess. I'm not usually like that. I want you to know, so thank you for helping me. And I laugh nervously. I want to apologize. I was kind of all over you, and I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable or anything. It was so cool of you to let me stay, and then I just kind of jumped on you, and anyway, so I'm sorry. I force myself to look up, plastering what I hope is an unconcerned expression on my face. And it was casual, no problem, I'm not mortified expression. But the second I look into his eyes, I feel it slide off my face. He looks stern, serious, like I've disappointed him in some way, or I'm about to. But beneath the stern expression is heat. It's dark and, okay, I can't see him that well, but I can feel his eyes drinking me in, sliding over my face and my body like he owns them. Me. Like there's not a force in the world that could stop him from taking whatever he wants from me, and I'll be damned if I wouldn't let him. When he speaks, though, his voice is calm, controlled, giving away nothing. I kissed you, Daniel. Don't you remember? Hell yeah, I say softly. My eyes are glued to his mouth. I think maybe you want me to kiss you again. He takes a step toward me. 98% of me is desperate for exactly that, but the other 2% is all of a sudden terrified. Terrified in a way I've never been before when it's come to guys or sex. Terrified because it feels like this may be the most important decision I ever make. More important than deciding to go to college when all my teachers thought I was trouble. More important than sticking my hand down Corey Appleton's pants in 7th grade, proving to myself that I was gay, and I would fuck up anyone who gave me shit about it. More important than applying to grad school or taking this job. I can feel it in my gut. I feel myself nodding, but I can't feel anything else. I can't smell the trees anymore. Can't hear the irritating chirp of cicadas that's been buzzing at my nerves all week. He's taken up all my senses. Every nerve in my body is tuned to his frequency. Every bit of my attention focused on the man in front of me. He takes another step forward, pushing me backward with his huge body, but instead of falling, one step puts my back up against a tree. Rex's chest is right against mine. With every breath he takes, his chest expands, pushing me against the rough bark behind me. He is heat and power, and the air between us is electric. As if in slow motion, he raises his hand. He places it at my neck, stroking my skin gently with his thumb. Then, in one powerful moment, he puts pressure on my jaw, tilting my head back, and my mouth open, and then his mouth is on mine, and I'm dissolving into his kiss. I moan when he deepens the kiss. He tastes like nighttime, something dark and fathomless and necessary. Then he pulls back. I blink quickly, trying to figure out what made him stop. He's looking at me, his mouth only a breath away from mine. Lie down, Marilyn, he commands, and I hear a yawn and the comfortable snuffle of a well-trained dog getting comfortable. He never breaks eye contact. Daniel, he says in that same voice, and I nod. Nod at whatever he's asking, because whatever he wants, I want it too. He kisses me deep and hard, and I pull his hips toward mine to fit us more tightly together. He moves to my neck, his stubble scraping sweetly across my throat as he kisses my neck slowly and bites the muscle there. I pull in a breath and moan, pushing my hips into his. Every scrape of his teeth sends a pulse to my groin. I've gotten so hard so fast I'm overwhelmed, like all the blood drained from my head and rushed to my erection. His mouth is soft and powerful, and I slide a hand into his hair to guide his lips back to mine. I push up on my tiptoes to get better access. Our kiss is like a conversation, getting to know each other, tilting to find each other, exploring. I nip at Rex's full lower lip and he growls, frustrated, and grabs my ass in his hands, pulling me against him and lifting me off the ground to hold me against the tree with no effort at all. I wrap my thighs around his hips, and he thrusts against me. I've never been with someone so built, and his strength is driving me crazy. It's like I could do anything to him without hurting him, and he could do anything to me, which makes my mind spiral to 1,000 places at once. He pushes harder against me, spreading my legs with his body until he can grind against me. He's holding my whole weight like it's nothing as he rocks into me and brings our cocks into perfect alignment. Fuck, I breathe, stiffening with the effort of not coming right away. It's been too long. He eases off a little, still kissing me, and lowers me to the ground. I want to feel you, can I? He asks. And he slides one warm palm down the back of my pants, cupping the muscle, running a thick finger between my cheeks. I shiver against him and nod again, going for his pants. He stops my hands, and for a second, I think it's going to be a repeat of what happened in his cabin all over again. But he just looks at me intently and says, "Tell me I can touch you." You can touch me, shit. The second the words leave my mouth, he pushes my pants and underwear down and grabs my ass with both hands. Your book, he says. Huh? Your book's getting all messed up again, he says. And I look down to where my copy of The Secret History is once again on the ground. Note to self, try not to step on your iPod. It's fine, I say, reaching for him again. He spreads me apart and kisses me with a hunger that makes me tremble as I fumble with his pants. When I finally drag his jeans and boxer briefs down, his erection springs out, hard and thick against his belly. He pulls me back against the tree and thrusts against me, and, as our cocks meet, skin to skin for the first time, we both moan. He's all hardness and heat, and he bites his lip and looks into my eyes as he rocks against me. Come here, Rex says, and he lifts me again, pulling me against his body, my back against the trunk of the tree. As he holds me steady, I thrust against him and shudder with pleasure. He groans and runs possessive hands over my lower back and hips. He spreads the globes of my ass and runs a thick finger down the crevice between them, circling my opening and making me shiver and clench up. He brings his finger up to my mouth and I suck on it. Then there's wetness at my opening, wringing tiny shudders from me. He leans in to kiss me hard, sucks on my lower lip, and strokes me open. I cry out into Rex's mouth as his finger slides inside. Oh, God. Is this okay? He asks. I nod enthusiastically, my head falling back against the tree. Tell me, he whispers. Fuck, it's good, I say, my eyes clenched tight. The night I met you, Rex says against my mouth, all I could think about was getting inside you. He strokes inside of me with his thick finger, thrusting against me as he speaks. His voice is low, smoke curling around me. Your mouth, he kisses me, your gorgeous ass. He flexes his wrist and fucks me with his finger. My arms fall against his shoulders, curl around his neck. I clench around his finger, and he growls, butting harder against me. But, I gasp, but you didn't want me. Rex groans, looking into my eyes. I was trying to be a fucking gentleman. No, I have. Now you're a fucking gentleman. He shakes his head and drops his forehead to mine. You, he he says darkly. Talk when you're nervous. No, I gasp. And it's true. I usually don't. Rex quirks an eyebrow. Only with you, I say. His smile is slow and predatory. Don't be nervous, he says, amused. Yeah, right, thanks. I only thought I was attacked by some murderer like 10 minutes ago. I don't even let myself think about why I'm nervous, about how it feels to have him against me, inside me. It's just, the woods, and there's... Did you know statistically the greatest percentage of serial killers come from the Midwest? I cannot believe I just said that. There's babbling because you're turned on, and then there's sounding like a total psycho. Rex is giving me a strange look. So you're nervous that I might be a serial killer? I shake my head miserably. No, I was just saying, sorry, ignore me. Rex's expression softens, and he runs the back of his free hand over my jaw. I don't want to ignore you, he says. I just want you to be here. Are you here? He strokes inside me again, and my breathing goes all funny. I'm here, I say. Just relax, okay? Easier said than... He kisses me hard. His tongue stroking over mine shoots sparks of pleasure to my stomach and my cock. My thighs tremble, and I unclench. He kisses like he talks, confidently, with authority, but so receptive to my every response. I moan into his mouth, and he slips another finger inside me. When I cry out, he presses even closer, his chest and shoulders dwarfing mine. You feel fucking amazing, Rex says. You're pulling me inside. Fuck, the things he says. Usually I hate when guys talk during sex. It always sounds ridiculous, like bad porn. Besides, I'm used to sucking off guys behind the tires at my dad's shop, or fucking them in bathrooms at concerts. Not much time for conversation. But everything out of Rex's mouth turns me on even more. The tree against my back and Rex's fingers inside me are the only things I can feel, until Rex takes hold of both our cocks in his big hand and begins to stroke us together. Oh, I cry, and Rex moans low. My head spins as jolts of pleasure shoot through my cock. I slide my hands under Rex's shirt, dig into the thick muscles there. I can imagine what his body would feel like crushing me into the mattress, and I'm not sure where that thought came from because it's not something I've ever particularly wanted before. Rex strokes us faster, our erections now slippery with fluid, and I brace myself on his shoulders so I don't slide down the tree, and because I don't want to give up the shivery full feeling of his fingers inside me. Everything feels liquid, and Rex's breath is coming in pants now. He bites his lip, and his rhythm stutters. Fuck, baby, I'm so close, he says, and I can only whimper in response and nod. He takes a shaky breath, and his hand slows slightly. When he kisses me, it's softer and his mouth tastes sweeter. I can feel him trembling with the effort to hold back his orgasm. He slides his fingers even deeper inside me, and I feel racked against the tree, on his hand, by his mouth and his chest and fucking voice, and God, his smell. I'm barely aware of what I'm doing, just anything to get more. More contact, more tongue, just more. Hands on his shoulders, I grind down on his fingers and cry out in pleasure. Oh, fuck, he says. But it's like his voice is coming from a great distance, far away. From the feeling of his fingers zinging pleasure through my channel and his big hands stroking us together faster now. I should be embarrassed of the broken sounds I'm making, but I can't seem to care. Rex flexes his fingers inside me, at the same time as his stroke catches the head of my cock just right, and I'm spiraling into orgasm, clutching at his shoulders, his neck, anything to keep me from losing contact with my body. Warm tingles at the base of my spine and in my balls, and then it's just white-hot pleasure shooting through me. Oh, I cry out. Heat pours out of me, making everything slippery. I gasp for breath, and my whole spasms around Rex's fingers as my muscles shudder, contract, pulling a final hot spurt from me and leaving me shuddering against Rex, his fingers still inside me. Holy shit, Rex says. He strokes us twice more. My cock's so sensitive it's almost painful. And then he's coming too, striping my chest and stomach with powerful spurts as he crushes me against the tree. We're both breathing heavily. Rex puts his mouth back on mine and kisses me softly as he slowly slides his fingers from me. I groan, shuddering against him, and I can't help but clench up, hands now free. He hefts me a bit higher, holding me against him. He keeps kissing me, and then, like he can't help himself, he dips a fingertip back inside me. Rex, I mumble, and wrap my arms around his neck. We kiss softly, our mouths moving together, warm and liquid, and he slides his finger inside me. My cock gives one last shivery jolt against Rex's stomach, and I hiss. My head falls back against the tree, and I take a deep breath. My head is spinning. Rex nuzzles into the curve where my neck meets my shoulder, and I can feel his moist breath on my skin. He slips his finger free and gently lowers me to the ground. My legs are shaking, my ass is a little tender. He must see it on my face because he pulls me against him, one arm around my waist, the other braced against the tree as he catches his breath. His body engulfs mine, so that all I can feel is his heat, and all I can smell is his scent, fabric softener and pine and light, clean sweat. I can't actually remember the last time I was held like this. Maybe I never have been. I hug Ginger, but she's small, and it doesn't feel anything like this. Other than that, no one. I feel like I can melt right into Rex, and I want to stay like this as long as I can. It freaks me out how much I want this. Rex says, and with my ear pressed to his chest, his low voice rumbles through me. I didn't think I'd see you again. The feeling of comfort drains out of me, leaving me exhausted, just thinking about waking up that morning hopeful and unsure, and finding him gone, without even a note to say goodbye. I didn't think you wanted to, I say, and I can hear the resentment in my voice. Rex shifts backward so he can see my face. I make sure my expression is neutral. Not true. I just wanted to get Marilyn to the vet, and like I said, it seemed pretty clear you'd take any job over one here. I didn't think our little town made a real good impression. I don't know. You were a pretty good welcome wagon, I say, even if you didn't say goodbye. He says. His expression has shuddered. It makes him look sterner, older. Well, you're here now. I suppose you'll be using this job as, would you call it, as a springboard? Maybe, I say. I'm amazed that he remembers our conversation so well. He even remembers the word I used. I'll have to see. I'm here for this year at least. I make a vague motion toward my pants, which are bunched at the bottom of the tree. Rex lets me go, and I try to go about putting my twisted underwear and pants back on with some semblance of dignity. Not that there's much room for dignity when you've just been wrung dry against a tree in the middle of the night. Suppose you walked? Rex asks. I nod. Hey, you're not from here, are you? I ask. Nope. Texas originally, Rex says, doing a much better job of putting himself back together with dignity than I've done. But I lived all over. Why? Your accent. You don't have that nasal Michigan thing, and you say suppose. What's wrong with suppose? Nothing's wrong with it. Just usually people who say suppose are either, like, being formal or they're from the South. So I just wondered. Texas, huh? So, are you into that whole cowboy thing? I'm babbling again. But there is just something about Rex on a horse, or a bull, or whatever the hell they have in Texas that's incredibly hot. Rex with a whip. For a professor, you're kind of into stereotypes, aren't you? Rex says. But he doesn't seem offended. Serial killers are from the Midwest. Everyone in Texas is a cowboy. I groan. You remember that, huh? I was desperately hoping that. What, with the orgasms and all? Maybe you wouldn't have registered that part of our exchange. It only happened a few minutes ago, Daniel, he says, and he chucks me under the chin. Yeah, I don't actually think those things. He pulls me into his chest, tips my chin up. He kisses me lightly and smiles, then strokes my stomach. I look down and see his cum is dried in white streaks on my black t-shirt. That's pretty grim, he says. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm doing laundry tomorrow. Rex's eyes darken, and that predatory expression is back. I'm not sorry about that, he says. I mean your shirt. You sure know how to put a guy in his place. Oh, I say, looking down again. I forgot that my shirt says, No one will ever love you. It's a Magnetic Field song, I say, and I turn around to show him the back. 69 love songs. He pats my ass. That's a band, I suppose, he says, with a playfully exaggerated drawl. I once again slide my copy of The Secret History into my back pocket and feel for my iPod on the left. I'd almost forgotten she was here, but Marilyn lets out one bark and stands up. Yeah, girl, time to go, Rex says, and pats her head. I stick my fists in my pockets, trying to figure out how I can make sure I see him again. Hey, where am I? I ask Rex. I walked from that way, I think. You living in town? Yeah, above the hardware store. Carl's place? Whoa, small town, I say. I'm joking, but he doesn't smile. If you follow the road for about a mile, you'll hit town, he says. On your left. I walked for a lot more than a mile, I'm pretty sure, I say. Yeah, you likely looped around. This road has a horseshoe curve that you can avoid. Just stay left. I can drive you if you want. I mean, I need to go back home and get my truck, but... Nah, I'm cool, I say. It's a nice night. I need to clear my head. Sure, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, I guess I'll see you, Daniel. Wait, that's it? He still doesn't want my number, or... Yeah, I'll see you, I say. Maybe in town? Very likely, he says. Okay, well, I guess I'll just... I gesture down the road. Bye, Marilyn. I'm really glad you're all right. I pet between her ears, and she puts out a paw. She wants you to shake, Rex says. Oh, right. I take her large paw in my hand and shake it. Good night. I turn away slowly, my face burning. He doesn't have any interest in making plans, clearly. Daniel. Rex's hand on my shoulder spins me around. He leans down and kisses me, short and hard. I'm glad you're here. I'll see you. This time it sounds reassuring. He doesn't just think I'm a quick fuck against a tree. Better. Then he walks away, Marilyn trotting at his side. Chapter 4. September. Because restating the prompt isn't a thesis, Malcolm. A thesis needs to make a claim. It tells the reader what you'll spend the rest of the paper demonstrating. Remember? Stab, throttle, smash, annihilate, disembowel. I try to calm myself down by listing the words that describe what I'd like to do to Malcolm. Preppy, entitled, slickly handsome Malcolm. Raise, liquefy, obliterate, eviscerate, pulverize, gut. Malcolm is the 6th student to come to my Friday afternoon office hours to argue about his grade on the first short paper for my Intro to American Literature class. All 6 complaining students missed the day I assigned the papers and explained very clearly what a thesis was. All 6 complaining students turned in papers with no thesis statements. But you never said we needed to make a claim, Malcolm says, scanning his paper. I mean, like, if I'd known that was a requirement, then I totally could have done it. Well, I say, this assignment is called Advancing a Claim. I'd suggest in the future that you draft your papers with the assignment sheet in front of you. And I'd suggest making sure you find out what you miss on days you aren't in class. Anything else I can do for you? I mean, I basically made a claim. It's right here. As I mentioned, this is a restatement of the prompt I gave you in class, so it can't be your claim. But it's totally a claim. It's a question, Malcolm. My question. I wouldn't really assign a paper where you were supposed to make a claim I already made on the assignment sheet, would I? How am I supposed to know what you do? Malcolm says, sounding sincerely confused. But it's clear that his confusion masks aggression. He disliked me on sight. Look, I'll give you the same opportunity I gave your classmates who are unhappy with their paper grades. If you'd like to rewrite the paper and give it to me next week, I'll regrade it with a cap at B-. It's up to you. So I can't get higher than a B-? No way, man. Ooh, Malcolm's pissed now. I admit I get a little bit of a rush out of staying perfectly calm when I know that a student would be punching me in the face if we were at a bar instead of across a desk from one another. Well, as of now, this is a D paper. Whether you choose to keep that grade or try the assignment again is completely up to you. Malcolm gathers his things up angrily, sliding his chair back with a loud scrape on the hardwood floor. Yeah, fine, next week, thanks, he mumbles, and jerks his backpack over his shoulder. He pulls my office door shut behind him, hard. It's an old building, and as the new kid, I clearly got stuck in the office that was either A, recently cleared out when some faculty member who never used it died, or B, is a gateway to the fires of hell. As such, when Malcolm slams the door, a crack peels open in the ceiling drywall from the corner of the door to the rickety light fixture hanging precariously from the ceiling 3 feet away. The light fixture droops from drywall and hangs cockeyed from a cluster of wires. Have a nice weekend, I mutter. Then, as I watch, the light fixture falls to the floor and a gunshot of dented tin, frosted glass, and plastered dust. Great. Thank God it's the end of the week. After I call maintenance at the college and leave them a message about the disaster that my office has become, I order pizza and call Ginger. She's always in the shop on Friday nights, but only works by appointment because she doesn't want to be implicated in people's stupid drunken mistakes. After some sorority girl's mom came into the shop dragging her daughter by the wrist to ask why Ginger gave her a tattoo of a cupcake on her ass with the words, "Sweet to the last lick," curling in a banner underneath, and didn't respond well to Ginger's assurance that the girl was very much of a legal age to get a tattoo and quite insistent on this one in particular. Ginger stopped participating in Friday night walk-ins, leaving the easy cash to her employees. She answers on the first ring. "Have you seen him again?" she says. "Dude, come on," I say. She's asked me this every time we've spoken since I told her about running into him. Well, about Marilyn running into me. "Sorry, sweet cheeks. I'm just having a hell of a dry spell in this city of what is clearly exclusively brotherly love, and I need a little pick-me-up." "I'm not holding my breath, Ginge, like I told you. He didn't even want my phone number. I think maybe he just saw it as a one-time thing." "Come on. There are like 37 people in your town. It's totally inevitable. Besides, he knows where you work. I think he could find you if he were trying." Well, she's right about that. Sorry, she says. "I just mean that he's obviously into you, so I don't get why he's playing it so cool." Changing the subject for the millionth time, "What's new back home?" "Oh, the Yuts. You've missed a bunch of good shows. Everyone always asks where you are. Everyone else in the city sucks. And SEPTA workers are on strike. So I can't take the subway, and even though I totally support their cause, go Union, it's basically ruining my life. Oh, and your fucking brother came into our shop yesterday." "Brian?" "Brian is the only one of my brothers I could see getting a tattoo. No, Colin." "What? What did he want?" "Not what did he want. What did he want covered up?" "No. Pumpkin, are you aware that your idiotic gay-bashing misogynist brother had a tramp stamp?" "Impossible." "Of a butterfly?" "No, swear to God. His story was that his girlfriend made him get it last year, and now they broke up and he wanted me to cover it up with a vintage car." She says story and girlfriend like they have enormous air quotes around them. Oh my fucking God, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. He swore me to secrecy. Yeah, right. So did you do it? I told him that a tattoo of a car just above his ass would really give people the wrong idea about what kind of lady he was. He got all offended and left. I guess I forgot what a total misogynist he is for like 5 seconds. I laugh. "Oops," she says in a baby voice that is not at all sorry. I get up early the next morning, eager to get to my office and get my course prep for the next few weeks done so that I don't have to work tomorrow. I hate Sundays. They're depressing enough without having to work on them. Besides, structural issues aside, I've grown to really like my office. I've never had one before. In grad school, I'd work at the library or in a coffee shop, and I was always trying to get reading done behind the bar at work. Consequently, I'd have to air out the books before I returned them to the library. They always ended up dotted with booze. Even in my apartment in Philly, I just worked at the kitchen table. The place was really only a couch, a bed, a bathroom, and a kitchenette anyway. It's nice to have a place to work that's just mine, and isn't 2 feet from a toilet. And, interesting as it always was to read Emily Bronte or Schopenhauer against a backdrop of tipsy concert-goers, it was pretty hard to concentrate. As I walk to Sludge to get a coffee, the early morning air has a bit of a chill. It'll be hot again by noon, but for now, I can almost pretend I'm home, walking out to the middle of Ben Franklin Bridge and watching the sunlight crest the crisp wavelets of the Delaware. Everything's still in bloom, so the early morning sun filters through the trees lining the streets. I like Sludge's brown and white striped awning and its photographs of used coffee grounds on the brick walls. It's early enough that Marjorie, the owner of Sludge, as I learned the first time I stumbled in, fiending for coffee, and was treated to a 20-minute introduction in addition, is behind the counter. She smiles broadly at me, but her smile fades when she looks down to my arms. Daniel, honey, I don't understand why you kids do that to yourselves." She's looking at my tattoos. I guess I've only seen her when I was dressed to teach, wearing long sleeves. I don't get some people's assumption that you want to hear their opinion of your personal choices. And they say it like it's not rude. I would never say, "Hey, Marjorie, I hate the way you dress," or, "Oh, Marjorie, you should really have plastic surgery because your nose would be so much better another way. You're such a handsome boy. Why would you want to look like a hoodlum?" "Well, I actually am a hoodlum, Marjorie, so I was required to get them," I say, with what I hope isn't too annoyed of a smile. Can I have an egg sandwich and a triple shot and a large coffee to go? I add, before she can comment. How on earth can you drink that much caffeine? Marjorie asks. It's what all the hoodlums drink, I say, shrugging, and she turns away to make my drink, shaking her head. The walk to campus only takes about 15 minutes. Sleeping Bear College is a hodgepodge of old and new buildings. It was built on land that originally had a large estate and a smaller farmhouse. When they opened the college, they built a number of new brick buildings to house the math and science departments. One that looks kind of like a greenhouse for the art department, and at the very back of campus, farthest away from my apartment, a blocky brick monstrosity to house the library. The sidewalks connecting the buildings are clean, and they must pay someone a hell of a lot of money to landscape, because there are flowers everywhere. During the week, students congregate on wooden benches around campus and eat lunch under trees that dot the grass, which must have been original to the property, because they look too old to have been planted when the college opened. The estate was turned into the student center and the farmhouse into Snyder Hall, where the humanities classrooms are on the first and second floors, and our offices are on the third. It's a cool building from the outside, weathered wood and a huge front porch where students hang out between classes. In fact, it reminds me more of a Cracker Barrel restaurant than any academic building I've ever seen. Still, it's got a relaxed vibe that I like. Inside, though, it's rickety and worn, especially the offices. It's locked on the weekends, so I don't have to worry about running into my students, another perk of my office. The building is quiet and dark, and my heels echo on the hardwood floors. The downstairs walls are white and dotted with flyers for film screenings, clubs, fundraisers, and tutors. My office is on the third floor, in the back of the building, which overlooks the parking lot. I barely manage to avoid scattering glass everywhere as I juggle open the door with my egg sandwich in one hand and my coffee in the other. I drop my stuff on my desk, making a mental note to clean the mess up before I leave for the evening, and settle in with my course planning for the upcoming week, playing Mark Lanigan on my iPod, which, thank God, I did not squash when Marilyn knocked me over. I'm so caught up in what I'm doing that I don't even notice anyone's in the building until the door swings open and scares the shit out of me. Fuck, I say, dragging my earbuds out. I'm lucky not to find myself clutching my heart. I don't like to be startled. And double fuck me, the huge form in my doorway carrying a heavy toolbox is Rex. For a few days after our encounter in the woods, Rex was on my mind constantly. I couldn't stop thinking about the way he smelled, about how it felt to be held like that, how he touched me. I mean, sex is great and all, but it felt different with him. He was so sure of everything he did, and it was like he knew me already, what I'd like, how I'd respond. He seemed to know things I didn't even know myself. And while he was touching me, it felt like he actually cared. I know it's stupid to read anything into someone getting off, but it felt, I don't know, personal. Then, after, it was clear I was wrong, since he didn't even ask for my phone number, but then that kiss, no idea what to make of it. As soon as the semester started, all thoughts of Rex and his strange hot-cold switcheroo were replaced by teaching, office hours, putting books on hold, finding the best printers on campus, course planning, grading, finding the best coffee in town, getting a school ID, making nice with/avoiding my colleagues, and so on. Well, maybe not all thoughts. At night, in the uncomfortable bed that Carl left in the apartment for me, thoughts of Rex still trickled in, like I still hadn't seen him completely naked, that I wondered what his cum tasted like, that although I usually topped, I was fairly desperate for him to fuck me. Then there were the other thoughts, idiotic, sappy, confusing thoughts, that must have meant I was half asleep, like I wondered how his mouth tasted in the middle of the night, just woken up from sleep. I wondered if he let Marilyn sleep in bed with him. Did he shower in the morning to get ready for the day or at night, falling into bed clean, with the day washed away? What would it feel like to kiss his stubbled cheek? And somehow it's those thoughts, the sappy, confusing ones, that flood through me when he appears in my office doorway. I realize that I've never seen him in the daylight before, and there's a lot of red in his brown hair and in his stubble, and a little gray in his sideburns. I wonder if there's a chance at all that giving him a hug so that I could smell him and feel his heavy arms enfold me could be seen as in any way normal, and immediately answer no. Hey, he says, sounding confused, this is your office? Yep, every last crumbling inch of it. He's still hovering in the doorway, looking around. Do you want to come in? Watch the glass. He closes the door behind him, and I can hear the glass crunch under his heavy footfalls. So, do you work for the school? I can't believe I never asked him what he did when we met in February. I guess I was too busy freaking out. No, he says, setting his toolbox down on the corner of my desk. Well, yeah, I do work for them, but they don't employ me. Well, that clears things up. I say, what? I mean, I'm not a janitor. I fix things. for lots of folks around town, and the school sometimes calls me to fix things for them, and I make furniture. Does he think I'd think there was something wrong with being a janitor? Well, maybe so. A lot of professors are weird about class shit, crusading for the working classes in their lectures about Dickens, but thinking anyone who does a blue-collar job is too stupid to do what they do. That's cool, I say. That you can fix things, I mean. My dad has an auto shop in Philly, and all my brothers work there. I'm not very good at it, though. I mean, I can do basic maintenance and fix easy stuff, but I never really got into it the way they did. Rex visibly relaxes. Cars are one thing I never really learned to fix. So your light fixture fell, he says, shifting into professional mode. His whole posture changes. His shoulders loosen, and he shifts weight from foot to foot in a wide stance as he looks up at the ceiling. More like it committed suicide, I say. This student slammed the door, and that's what made the crack. I think the light fixture just decided it couldn't stay in this office one day longer. Rex turns to me, his eyes intense. What happened? He looks weirdly protective. Like if I told him that students complain about bad grades, he'd offer to beat them up for me or something. Just an entitled brat pissed off because I wouldn't change his grade. First semester freshman. Some of them are so nervous to be in college, they work really hard, but some of them have never been told no before. They're convinced they'll never have to sacrifice anything. Like they can skip class and party and still get A's, you know? It wears off. Jesus, Daniel, stop rambling. Rex nods. How come you don't have a bunch of books in here? He asks, looking around at my tiny cluster of books on the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that gape around the perimeter of my office. Most of the professor's shelves are full. Did you not unpack yet? All my grad school friends had tons of books, old favorites from when they were kids, all their books from college, a ton of books for research. They thought it was weird that I didn't because almost all of them came from smarty-pants families, but I never got books as a kid. I got a library card when I was in 6th or 7th grade, but I never wanted to check out books because I shared a room with Brian, and he could be counted on to destroy anything I owned at any moment. Then later, I never had cash to spare on buying books when I could get them from the library, especially not the pricey books of literary criticism or theory that my classmates spent 30 or 50 bucks a pop for. I don't really have any, I say. Could never afford it. I just get the library to order things I need. Of course, that's hard here because this library is tiny. What's that one about? Rex says, pointing. Oh, the House of Mirth. I'm teaching it to my Intro to American Lit class. It's about this woman, Lily Bart, who wants to be a member of the upper class, so she goes to all the right parties and tries to make the right friends. But then she meets this guy who she really likes. He's different than the stuffy people she usually socializes with and kind of falls for him. Only he's not rich, so she can't let herself be with him. She tries to marry this awkward rich guy she doesn't like, but it doesn't work out. Eventually, she ends up in debt to the husband of one of her friends by mistake and has to get a job making hats. I don't want to ruin the ending, but let's just say it's not happy. Edith Wharton hates happy endings. Why was she so desperate to marry a rich guy? Rex asks. Because she's terrified of being poor. Terrified of living in an ugly place and not being admired. It's really sad. A lot of people read it as Wharton's commentary on how vapid and materialistic the upper class is, but she definitely writes it as a tragedy. So she's not totally unsympathetic to Lily. I break off, aware suddenly that I sound like I'm lecturing him about the book. She wrote that one about the guy and the sled, right? Rex asks. Ethan Frome, yeah, I say. Huh, maybe he wasn't just asking about the book to be polite. Rex smiles shyly. I liked that one. It reminded me of here, all that snow, and how isolated it can feel. So, do you read a lot? I ask. Rex studies the mess on the floor. Well, I like some of the stories, he says, looking self-conscious. So, let me grab a broom to clean this up, and then I'll replaster the crack. I think we'll have to get you a floor lamp because the wiring in these offices is garbage, and I don't want to try to hang a new light just to have these old wires crap out on you. I'll put in the order for it on Monday. He heads for the door. I can clean it up, I say, getting up. Daniel, sit. Rex says, it's fine. This is my job. He turns around without another word. So, Rex says when he gets back, running a hand over the back of his neck. What with the chatting and all, I didn't really think. You probably don't want me in here doing this when you're trying to do your work. They had me come by on a Saturday afternoon because they figured that's when I wouldn't be disturbing anybody. No, I don't mind. Stay. Well, I don't want to disturb you, banging around and all. No, seriously. I worked as a bartender all through college and grad school. It was at this music venue in North Philly, and I do all my reading for classes while the show is going on. Because that's when fewer people were at the bar, right? So one night I'm trying to finish the whole second half of Moby Dick for my seminar in the morning, and the band that night is some shitty speed metal group trying to be Slayer and failing miserably. So I'm pouring drinks and trying to finish one of the greatest literary works of all time while the band is screaming unintelligibly in the background. I still hear feedback whenever someone even says the word whale. Rex laughs and leans a hip against my desk. Really, stay. I like the company. Sure, he says. I can pretty much guarantee that I won't scream, at least. He pushes off the desk to reach for his toolbox, and the whole thing lurches. He's pretty heavy. Jesus, Daniel, he says, squatting down to look at the desk, which I've shimmed with some old copies of the school literary magazine that I found in my filing cabinet. This thing is falling apart. Did you put these here? Yeah, I say. I stood on the desk the first day I was here to try to change the light bulb and the ceiling fixture, and the desk kind of slumped. And they never gave you a new one? Oh, well, I never asked. I just stuck those there, and they were actually the perfect height, so it's fine now. Yeah, as long as no one touches it, he says. Well, not everyone's as big as you. The words are out of my mouth before I even think about it. Heat sparks in Rex's eyes as he looks me up and down. As heavy as you, No, as muscular is what I meant. Jesus, Daniel. Rex laughs, his smile wide. I know what you mean, he says, his voice a little lower than it was a minute ago. Here, I'll put in a work order for a new one for you. No, don't bother, I say. Why not? Oh, I don't know. I don't really need a new one. It's fine as it is. Rex is looking at me strangely. Your call, he says, shrugging. Then he starts to sweep up the glass. It's nice to have some company while I work. Just to be in the same space with someone. Rex has moved on to whatever he's doing to the crack in the ceiling, but now I'm definitely finding myself distracted because he's standing on a stepladder, and his every move causes the muscles on his back and shoulders to flex beneath the white t-shirt he's wearing. His body is gorgeous. He's not perfectly sculpted like those guys who work out at the gyms all the time. He's big, heavy frame, wide hips, wider shoulders, big feet and hands, and I can see now, and ask for days. I'm zoning out, staring at his ass and his worn jeans when he turns around and looks at me. There's not even any point to trying to look back at my notes and pretend I wasn't just seriously scoping him out. But he has a little smile on his lips. I can see your reflection in the window, he says. Oh, jeez. I drop my head into my arms on the desk. Sorry, I say miserably. That's okay. I kind of feel like Marilyn Monroe in the 7-Year Itch. You really love Marilyn Monroe, huh? I say. She was my mom's favorite. Oh, hey, I say, remembering. I watched Gaslight when I got back to Philly. I really liked it. Rex grins and it almost takes my breath away. It's a smile that reaches all the way to his whiskey-colored eyes, wrinkling the skin at the corners. Whereas his face is classically handsome, with those high cheekbones, straight nose, and strong brows. His dimples make him look boyish when he smiles, that crooked incisor just catching on his lower lip, and the one front tooth the slightest bit behind the other. But the library only had the one that was on at your house, the American one. You were talking about the British one, but they didn't have it. I have it, Rex says. You could borrow it. He pauses and looks down. Or, if you wanted to come over sometime, we could watch it. He seems almost shy about asking. Yeah, that'd be great, I say. So how's your first month been? Rex asks, turning his attention back to the plaster. Yeah, I've been okay, I say. I found coffee, there's a library, and I have internet in my apartment, so there's that. You know what's killing me, though, is that nowhere has takeout or delivery after, 9 o'clock, except the pizza place. And, I love pizza, but there's only so much of it I can eat in a week. You don't like to cook, I guess, Rex says. Never really learned, I tell him. When I was a kid, my dad would always make a huge pot of something, chili or spaghetti or something, and leave it on the stove for me and my brothers to grab. Then, when I was in school, I just didn't have the time to learn, and my stove in Philly was, well, I don't know for sure it would have exploded if I'd used it, but there was a distinct possibility. Rex smiles. I guess I'll need to learn now, though, or I'm going to get scurvy. I think the waiters at the diner already know my name, which is embarrassing because I don't think anyone else even knows I exist. Oh, they know, Rex says, sounding amused. Huh? Oh yeah, you're the, he speaks like he's quoting, angry gay professor from New York City who uses all the $10 words. I try to remember what words I've used when I've talked to people, but I can't. So people here already think I'm both pretentious and aggressive. Great. I'm from Philadelphia, I say. Yeah, but they think you look like you're from New York because of how you dress. How I dress? You look, edgy, your hair and all. My hair just happens to look messy no matter what, possibly because I pull on it when I'm irritated, so I go with it. And I'm not angry. Well, thinking back, I may have expressed disappointment that certain establishments closed at 5 p.m. a couple of times in public. Rex laughs. Daniel, this is a small town. They'll get to know you soon and stop making assumptions about you. But they go from what they hear, and every kid who works at the coffee shop whispers about the professor who swears and drinks more espresso than anyone they've ever seen. Carl tells anyone who will listen how he's got a gay man living in his apartment because he thinks it makes him seem, I don't know, hip or something. They're interested in you, that's all. I don't know what to make of that. I suppose I should have guessed. It's like high school or something. Everyone knowing everyone else's business. I suppose. Rex climbs down the stepladder and wipes his hands on his jeans. He gives me a little smile. All set, he says. I'll put in the order for a lamp for you on Monday. They have extras in storage, so it shouldn't be long. Oh, great, thanks. I rack my brain for something to say to delay him leaving. Should I ask him to get a coffee or something? All right, then. I have to get home to walk Marilyn, or she's like to be stir-crazy. Rex puts everything back in his toolbox and rests it on my desk again. I stand up, unsure of whether I'm supposed to shake his hand or just say goodbye or what. Thanks, I say again, and my voice sounds disappointed, even to me. I hear Ginger's voice in my head. Just ask him for his phone number. The worst he can say is no, and at least you'll know and you can stop obsessing over him because you are, obsessing over him. Rex, can I... He looks right at me, and I feel all out of sorts. I swallow and try again. Can I have your phone number? So I can call you? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where I trail off. Could I be any stupider? Yeah, Rex, can I have your phone number in case you ever want to talk to a socially awkward idiot? Something crosses Rex's face that I can't quite read. Oh, shit. He's actually going to say no. He searches his pockets without looking at me, and doesn't seem to find whatever he's looking for. He says, why don't you give me yours? Oh, God, that is a classic blow-off. My face heats and my ears are ringing like they do whenever I'm fucking mortified. But I rip a corner off of the syllabus on my desk and lean over to write my cell number on it. Then I write Daniel, in case it's one of a dozen slips of paper with phone numbers Rex never intends to call. Christ, should I put my last name in case there's another Daniel? I hand Rex the paper and he folds it carefully and puts it in his pocket. Have a good night, Daniel, he says, and leaves, taking all the air in the room with him. I'm passing by Sludge a few days later, debating whether an evening cappuccino would hit the spot or just make it impossible to sleep, when a sound like a gunshot drops me to the ground out of habit, my heart pounding. I peek around the tree I ducked behind, but see nothing except the lush, trimmed grass and well-maintained garbage cans. Then Marjorie pushes open the door to Sludge, wrestling with the glasses she keeps on a chain around her neck. Polly? Her voice is shrill, and I'm struck with the sense that I'm somehow in trouble. Polly, was that my car? Across the street, the door of a white Honda Accord opens slowly, and a thin man slinks out of the car. I can't decide whether to stay down out of the fray or make a break for it. I'm doing something ill-advisedly in the middle, a kind of pretend I dropped something / tying my shoe maneuver, when Marjorie notices me. Daniel, what's wrong? Why are you on the ground? Oh, well, I say, just in my shoe, or that went well. Ah, yes, dear, she says, then turns her attention to the man walking toward us. Sorry, Mother, the man says. I don't know what happened. I just tried to start the car, and it exploded. I said you could borrow my car, not break it, Paul, Marjorie says tartly, and the man winces. Wow, I guess even adults can still get told off by their mothers. I wouldn't know. The man, Paul, sighs in irritation. Well, Mark's closed for the evening, so I guess I'll have to take the car in tomorrow. Well, I should hope so, since you're the one who broke it. I didn't break it, Mother. Cars just do things, no one knows why, except Mark, he says resentfully. And God knows whether he's even telling the truth about cars. I swear, every time I take mine in, it costs me $300. I take in his khaki pants and polo shirt and figure that he's not particularly comfortable in a garage. Hi, I say, stepping toward them. I can take a look at it if you want. From the sound of it, though, it's probably your spark plugs, or maybe the catalytic converter. They're both staring at me. I'm Daniel, I say, offering my hand to Paul. That's what you're supposed to do in a small town, right? Be friendly and, tell people things about yourself? You're the new professor over at the college, Paul says, trying for casual, but peering at me intently. I told you about him, Paul, Marjorie says, elbowing Paul, and my stomach clenches. And I wish you would get over this tiff with Mark, dear. You're not in high school anymore. And you know about cars, do you? Paul says, clearly desperate for a change of subject, even though he looks skeptical. A bit. You want to pop the hood? While Paul fumbles to pop the hood, I take off my button-down shirt so I don't get it dirty, and untuck my t-shirt so I don't look like an idiot. Staring down into the guts of the Accord makes me feel like I'm 10 years old again, when my dad would open up a car and line up me, Brian, Colin, and Sam in front of it to see which of us could guess the problem first. Colin, who's extremely competitive, almost always won. You wouldn't guess it since he tends to act like a yahoo much of the time, but Colin's actually really smart. He could spot the problem before the rest of us had even started to narrow it down. Of course, later, after I'd stopped pretending that I cared about the cars, I wondered if Brian and Sam didn't sometimes let Colin win because he got so angry when he didn't. Marjorie appears at my elbow, holding out a bundle of paper towel, when I start to unconsciously wipe my hands on my pants. Thanks. She just shakes her head at me, and I can practically hear the word hoodlum rattling around in her head as she takes in my tattoos and my now dirty hands. It's not the cat, so that's good. The catalytic converter, I correct myself. When Marjorie and Paul exchange a look that clearly says I've confirmed their suspicion that I don't know anything about cars. I think it's probably a spark plug wire. If it sparks too early or too late and messes up your ignition timing. I can't test the wires here, but if that's what it is, it shouldn't be that expensive to fix. Marjorie's smiling and Paul's looking at me blankly. Two sludge customers holding iced coffee concoctions have found their way over and are standing next to Marjorie staring at me. Hey, I say to them. So yeah, it's not hard to replace them, I say to Paul. Mark, is it? We'll just need to run a diagnostic to see which wire's the problem and then replace that one. I mean, if that's what's wrong, I say, not wanting to sound like a know-it-all. I could offer to try and fix it for them, but in a town with only one mechanic, it doesn't seem wise to step on his toes. Thank you, says Paul, holding out a hand. Aren't you the new professor, one of the coffee drinkers, a 30-something woman with badly bleached hair asks confusedly. Yeah, hi, I say, holding out my hand to her. I'm Daniel. She seems confused by the gesture, but then gives a limp, lingering shake. Wow, she says. I'm Ellen, so you fix cars too? Huh. I wonder what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. Oh, no, not really, I say. My dad owns a shop in Philly, so I've just picked up some stuff. They're all looking at me like they expect me to give them more information, but I don't have anything else to say. I can't tell if they're thinking that knowing about cars disrupts the gay stereotype or the academic stereotype more. I gather up my stuff and try to extricate myself before they can ask any more questions. You, Marjorie says, pointing at me. Free coffee tomorrow? Oh, that's okay. I didn't really do anything. Don't argue, just accept it, Marjorie says, and I smile. See you tomorrow, Marjorie calls after me. Chapter 5. October. For the last 20 minutes, Guy Beckenham, a skinny, mousy man with a gray mustache who specializes in medieval literature, has been flipping through what appears to be some kind of illustrated manuscript. It's either in Middle English or my upside-down reading skills have really deteriorated. Every so often, he'll lean back in his chair, hands over his stomach, and grin as if whatever is going on in this medieval tome is just tickling the hell out of him. It's Friday afternoon, and I am in the last place that any academic ever wants to be, most especially on a Friday afternoon, a faculty meeting. As a graduate student, I heard faculty complain about them all the time, but I was so curious about who these people really were that I imagined there could be nothing more interesting than getting to see the inner workings of the English department. Who is friends with who is actually a pompous asshole, and who has people's best interests at heart. What's the real reason so-and-so took a semester off, etc.? Wrong. Faculty meetings feel like some form of psychological water torture, each inconsequential point of order boring more deeply into my skull than the last.
For people who are so smart about books and history and philosophy, my colleagues do not seem to understand the whole listen and then speak thing. Certain I'm missing absolutely nothing, I let my tired mind wander to the two high points of an otherwise draining week. Number one, I was pretty sure that Rex was blowing me off on Saturday when he took my phone number instead of giving me his, but the next evening, when I was at the grocery store, he called me. It was awkward, but I was so glad he hadn't thrown my number out the window of his truck while laughing at how pathetic I am that I was willing to overlook that. Our conversation went something like this. Me. Hello? Rex. Daniel? Me. Yeah. Rex. Oh, hello. Good. Hi. This is Rex from me. I know who you are, Rex. Hi. Rex. Right, of course. Well, I was wondering if you're free on Saturday night. Me. Trying not to yell yes into the phone instantaneously. Yeah, I think so. Why? Rex. His suave somewhat back in place. Great. I thought if you weren't doing anything, that maybe you'd like to come over and we could watch Gaslight, the 1940 version that your library didn't have. Me. Trying not to yell yes into the phone instantaneously again. That sounds great, sure. Rex. Great, great. How about 8 on Saturday? Me, determined to use any word but great. Great, that works. Rex. Oh, I just wanted to let you know that I put that work order in for a new lamp. I ran into Phil, the guy in charge of that, at the hardware store, so I just went ahead and let him know. Me. Wow, that's some service, thanks. Rex. My pleasure. Okay then, have a good night, Daniel. Me. Good night. Oh, wait, I don't know how to get to your house. Rex. Of course. Do you have a pen? Me. Can you just email me directions if I give you my address? Rex. Oh, I don't have email. Me. Impressed. Wow. Okay, Rex. Why don't I call you on Saturday before you come, and I'll give them to you then, okay? Me. Yeah, sure, great. Rex, in a ridiculously low and growly voice. Good night. That's it. If you edit out the okays, greats, ums, and ohs, it's really only a few sentences, but I hung up the phone and wandered through the produce section with a humiliating grin on my face. I even bought apples because it seemed like something someone who got asked on a date might do. Then, of course, I told myself that it wasn't necessarily a date. That Rex might just be doing me a favor, since the Free Library of Philadelphia had failed me and the library here wasn't likely to be of more help. Or that he just wanted to hang out, as friends, and share his love of classic cinema with someone. Still, I allowed myself, if nothing else. It made Sunday not so depressing. On Monday, as promised, there was a floor lamp in my office. It seemed to only take 25-watt bulbs, one of which flickered with an eerie irregularity that made me constantly jerk my head around to see if someone was behind me, but at least it lent the place an atmosphere. Tuesday and Wednesday were nightmares. Like a total idiot, I'd prepped the wrong readings for my classes. I blame Rex's delectable ass and those worn blue jeans for distracting me during course planning. So I was scrambling around all day Tuesday, didn't sleep Tuesday night, and cocked up class on Wednesday as a result. Proof that I was getting old, since staying up all night never used to faze me. To add insult to injury, Peggy Lasher, a very well-meaning but extremely irritating colleague of mine, decided to be buddies with me. Peggy is the kind of person I avoided all throughout grad school. She's nice enough if she likes you, but she's incapable of letting anyone be right or achieve anything, unless she's more right or has achieved something better. She's snobby and passive-aggressive, a quality I cannot abide. And just when you think she's leaving, she sees something in your office that reminds her of a story she simply must tell you. She stuck her head in my door twice on Tuesday and 3 times on Wednesday, and when I finally told her that I really needed to concentrate, she looked so offended that I found myself admitting to her that I'd done the wrong preps for class. Rather than leaving me alone, she told me a very long story about her own first year teaching here. It seemed for a while like it would be about a similar incident, but it quickly became clear that this wasn't an I've done stupid things too story. This was an it seems like I'm commiserating, but I'm actually bragging story that ended with Peggy having almost made a mistake similar to mine, but catching herself in time because she pays attention to detail. I wanted to take her by her unfortunate bowl cut and use her head to open another crack in the ceiling. Needless to say, by Thursday, all I wanted was for the week to be over. especially after I spilled coffee on my stomach walking to campus and had to go around all day with a shirt that made me look like I worked in a prison cafeteria. I got to my office already out of sorts, threw my stuff on my desk, and checked my email, only to find that the afternoon's faculty meeting, which I was going to have been able to miss because I had to supervise a lecture across campus, had been moved to Friday afternoon, so everyone was delighted that I'd be able to make it after all. Which brings me to high point number 2. Hands on my desk, I pushed myself back onto the 2 back legs of my chair in frustration, without thinking about it, then immediately froze, remembering that the last time I'd done so, the desk had scudded off its literary magazine stack and almost taken my computer to the floor with it. That time, though, all 4 of the desk's legs stayed firmly on the floor. Confused, I looked at it more closely and realized that the literary magazines I'd shimmed the legs with were gone, and it was resting solidly on new legs. And I knew it could have only come from one place. I called Rex. "This is Rex Vale." "Rex, this is Daniel." "Daniel, hi." His voice warmed when he said my name. Did you fix my desk?" "Yeah, well, couldn't have your whole office collapsing." He paused. "And you said you didn't want me to put in that work order, so—" No, I said quickly. "It's great. You didn't have to do that. I wasn't expecting— I didn't know what to say. No one had ever done anything like that for me before." "Thank you," I said, pleased to hear that I sounded genuine and not pathetically emotional. "Really, thank you. I'm sorry. I guess I should have started with that." "Okay, now, don't worry. You're welcome." There was a pause, but it didn't feel nearly as awkward as the ones during our last conversation, which was heartening. "Listen," Rex said, "they say it's going to get real cold on Saturday, maybe storm. So I just want to make sure you still want to come. To my place, I mean." "Yeah, of course I do," I say. "I mean, this is Michigan, right? I knew it had to get cold at some point." "All right, then," Rex said. "Goodbye." Then he hung up before I could ask for directions. "And you're all right with that, Daniel?" Bernard Ness is saying. I'm sorry, Bernard. What was that?" I say. Clearly, I've been nodding along with the meeting as I thought about Rex. "You're all right with heading the committee?" Crap. Way to not repeat yourself at all, Bernard. Yep, sounds good," I hear myself saying, since I can't think of any way to admit that I've been zoning out. "Wonderful," Bernard says, and ends the meeting as I sit there, dazed. I gather my things and make a beeline for my office to get my jacket. All I want is to go home, take a shower, and listen to music with a bottle of wine. I'm slipping on my jacket when Jay Santiago pushes my door open. Jay is maybe 10 years older than me, in his early 40s, and seems like a nice guy, though I don't know him well. "The first-year personal essay committee," he says. "Huh?" "The committee Bernard stuck you on while you were staring out the window. It's for first-year students' personal essays. You pick a first, second, and third place and 2 runner-up essays, and then they read them at the end of the year open house while their parents drink wine out of plastic cups, eat pepper jack cheese cubes, and brag about their kids to anyone who will listen." Whoa, grim, I say. But it could be worse. I actually like reading students' creative writing. It's kind of cool to see who they are outside the classroom, what they think is important on their own time. "Yeah, I did it last year, so if you need any pointers, just let me know." "Will do," I say. "Thanks, Jay." He nods goodbye. I walk the long way home. Well, it's 2 blocks longer, so I can pick up some wine and get a pizza since I have nothing edible in my house. As I walk out of the store with my box of wine, though, there's shouting coming from behind the store. It's kind of a park, I guess, a patch of grass and a bench and a few trees. 2 guys are messing with a kid sitting on the bench. He's maybe 16 or 17 with longish light brown hair and checkerboard Vans. You could ID him as a skater kid from 30 paces, even if his feet weren't currently resting on a skateboard. I can't really see his face, but he's skinny and definitely smaller than the guys messing with him. They might be the same age, but they're of the polo shirt and boat shoes variety with lingering summer tans and muscles honed by football and fathers who expect certain things from them. I know the type. Would I be intervening if it weren't fag that the polo shirts were calling the kid? I'm not sure. But I was that skinny kid, and I'm sure as hell not going to watch him get the shit beat out of him the way I did, even if these guys don't look quite as hardcore as the ones who used to throw me up against crumbling brick walls and threaten me with busted bottles if I ever looked at them in the hallways. The kid isn't reacting to the polo shirts at all. Not sure if he's scared of a fight, or just knows they won't actually throw a punch, but I walk over anyway. When I get a little closer, I can see that he's smiling, It's a mischievous, self-possessed smile. It's a smile that's going to get this kid a lot of ass in a few years, or in a lot of trouble, depending on who he's smiling at. Right now, I'm banking on the latter because the polo shirts do not seem amused. When I'm 10 feet away, the one in the salmon-colored polo shirt, seriously, kid, salmon, throws a punch. Whatever Skater said to him was too low for me to hear, but now they're both on him, pushing him down on the bench. Hey, I yell, get the fuck off him. I pull salmon polo shirt off, bobbing to the side so the punch he throws goes wide. Both polo shirts step away and stare at me oddly, but I can't tell if they're scared of getting in trouble or about to start in on me too. I'm still dressed for teaching in gray pants, a gray and black striped shirt, and the vintage black wingtips Ginger gave me as a going-away present. But my sleeves are rolled up to the elbows, showing some of my tattoos. I'm carrying a box of wine, and, as it's the end of the day, my black hair is probably a mess. I must look like some kind of drunken hipster poet or something. Get the fuck out of here, I yell, pointing toward the street before they can decide. Screw you, asshole, and fuck off, the polo shirts say, but it's half-hearted and they're already leaving, shooting the kid poisonous looks from under the stiff brims of their baseball caps. I smirk and set my wine and my messenger bag down on the bench. It felt really fucking good to yell at those assholes, especially since I've wanted to do it to students all week. You okay? I asked the kid. I leaned down to look at his face. There's a red mark on one high cheekbone that will definitely be a bruise tomorrow, but he mostly just looks a little dazed. He has big brown eyes, and his olive skin is spattered with freckles. He has a small, straight nose that will probably make him handsome in a few years, but now it just looks cute. In fact, the only thing that keeps him from being pretty is that in contrast to his expressive eyes, his brows are straight, dark slashes that turn his otherwise sweet face serious. Oh my God, you're the guy. Sorry? You're the professor, the gay one from New York. Holy shit, I'm from fucking Philadelphia, for the love of God. And how does everyone know I'm gay? Not like I care, just seriously, you all gossip like a sewing circle. Philly, right on, he says. I dig Kurt Vile, and don't laugh, but I totally love Christina Perry. And like cheesesteaks, right? Right, as in, you're listing things from Philadelphia, yes. Cool, cool. So are you okay? I gesture to his cheek. Psh, those closet cases are just jealous because they know I'll never make out with them. I'm fine. But his lower lip is trembling a little. I sit down next to him and try not to look like a pedophile as I rest one elbow on my box of wine. I remember, after I'd get in a fight, all I really wanted was for someone to sit with me. So, Kurt Vile, huh? I say, keeping my voice casual and tilting my head back to look up at the darkening sky. What do you like about him? Well, he's kind of hot, the kid says, testing the waters with me. He's not as hot in person, I tell him. He's kind of vapid. No way, you've met him? The kid's eyes go wide, and his genuine enthusiasm takes 5 years from his age. Yeah, I used to work at the bar in a club. He played there all the time. Nice guy, just kind of a space cadet. Whoa, the kid says. I hope I didn't just sound like a music snob. I like Christina Perry, too, I offer. Her voice is awesome, and her songs are kind of addictive, even though they're a little bubblegum. She uses interesting progressions. My best friend Ginger tattooed her once. Said she's really cool. Hey, he says, turning on the bench to sit cross-legged facing me. His face is serious again. Thanks for getting rid of them. I mean, I could have handled it. Probably. Thanks. No worries, I say, and hold out my hand. I'm Daniel. Leo, he says, shaking it. Short for Leonardo? I ask. No, short for leotard, he says, rolling his eyes. Smart ass. You love my ass, he says, winking, and there's that mischievous smile again. You must be okay if you're trying to pick up a guy twice your age. I'll leave you to your bench. Well, what do you say? He inches closer to me, clumsy and enthusiastic. Want to make out? I think he's kidding, but... Leo, I say, breathing through my nose and trying not to sound 876 years old. You've got to be careful. You don't want to go around flirting with older guys with strangers, okay? You'll get into trouble. I'm such an incredible hypocrite right now. Maybe I want a little trouble, he says with an eyebrow waggle. I take him by the shoulders firmly, the bones delicate under my hands. You don't, I say, as seriously as I mean it. Not that kind of trouble. Something changes in his eyes and he drops the smirk. Got it, he mutters, looking down at his dirty Vans. I feel like I kicked a puppy. I pat him on the shoulder and grab my bag and my wine. I'll see you around, okay? I say. He brightens. Yeah, cool, man, he says. I work at the record store. You should totally come by. Wait, there's a record store in this town? Well, they don't only have records, but still, on Willow, near the alley behind the library. Come on, please come visit me sometime. I get so bored. He's giving me a look that's equally dangerous to the smile, only this one is puppy dog, through and through. Sure, I say, I'll definitely check it out. Night. I wave at him and turn to go. Leo jumps up, nearly tripping over his skateboard, skinny arms snake-tied around my shoulders, and I catch a whiff of sweat and clove cigarettes before he lets go. God, it's such a familiar smell. Thanks, he whispers again. Then he grabs his board and runs away. See, baby cakes, he wasn't blowing you off by asking for your number, Ginger says. I'm slightly buzzed on cheap red wine, the kind of buzz that happens after 1.5 glasses of wine on an empty stomach after not enough sleep, and lying on my back, staring at my ceiling as Pink Floyd pulls me so deep into my bed that I don't ever want to come out. Yeah, I know that now, but I still convince myself of it, which made me think how dumb I would be to get involved with him. Clarify, please? Well, if it made me feel that shitty to think he didn't want me when I'd only seen him like 3 times, then it'll be that much worse when he loses interest a few weeks from now. Oh, that's logical, she says. So the more you like someone, the stupider it is to actually date them because the more it might hypothetically hurt if the relationship ever ends? She snorts. Wow, you're smart. That's like Nobel Prize material. Daniel Mulligan's theory of dating relativity. Shut up, I mutter. Oh, come on, what's really going on? She asks. Tomorrow, I say. I think I might have an actual date. Aw, baby's first date, she pauses. Does he know you have no idea how to go on a date? I can go on a date, I insist. You've never been on one, she says. What about getting picked up at the bar where you work and blown in an alley does not a date make, Pumpkin, she says sweetly. Fine, I mutter. Tell. So I start to tell her about what's happened this week. Wait, she interrupts me. Is that Shine On, You Crazy Diamond? Yeah. I put it on speaker so I can listen too. She says, I was just thinking I haven't played this album in way too long. I put my crappy phone on speaker and turn up the stereo. Then I tell her about everything that's happened with Rex as Wish You Were Here soars in the background. That's awesome, baby cakes, she says. So are you going to finally, she moans, this song is so fucking good, it's making me cry right now. Haha, I say, you totally wish I was there. I do, she wails. Ginger's very sensitive, but it makes her uncomfortable. And thinking of you, maybe actually, possibly going on a date with a nice guy? I can't do that and listen to Pink Floyd at the same time without getting emotional. I'm only human. She sings this last to the tune of the Human League song, and I groan. Music social foul. No singing a song when another song is playing. Double music social foul. Don't ever fucking sing anything while Pink Floyd is playing. What's wrong with you? I should be shot, she says. I should be dressed in a Dark Side of the Moon t-shirt and shot into space so I can never disrespect Pink Floyd again. And not even a concert t-shirt, but one of those ones they sell in head shops that the white boys with dreads buy. But enough about me. What are you going to wear on your date? I don't know, he's already seen me in a suit and jeans and a t-shirt. Oh, and half naked. Oh, and carrying a half-dead dog, so I don't really think it matters. It matters because if you look like you made an effort to look nice, then he'll think you care about the date, and if you don't, then he'll think you think it's no big deal. Is that true? Yeah, totally true. So what do I wear then? I don't want to dress up. I'm going to his house to watch a movie. I can hear Ginger mentally flipping through my very limited wardrobe. Wear the black jeans you got last year, your boots, and any shirt that doesn't have writing on it. Okay, if you say so. Ooh, no, specification. Wear the maroon button-down I gave you, that guy left at the shop after puking like a tiny wuss and running outside without it. The sleeves are too short. Cuff and roll, baby, cuff and roll. It's hot. It draws attention to your forearms. You like my forearms? No, not yours in particular. They're fine. Just, it's a sexy body part. Oh, I totally agree. I just didn't know girls like them too. Oh yes, Daniel. All girls like forearms. Every single one. No, really, I've asked all of us, and we all agree. We don't even agree about whether or not the long arm of the law should be able to reach into our vaginas, but we agree about forearms. Jesus fucking Christ, Ginger. Have you been fighting with the pro-lifers again? They're gonna bomb your shop. They make me want to get pregnant just so I can get an abortion and make a YouTube video of it to send to them. Alright, the maroon button-down and black jeans, thanks. I'm going to ignore the thing about forearms, since I think you know what I meant. Yeah, fine. Hey, I think I accidentally kind of made a friend. Oh yeah, someone you work with? No, I stopped him from getting beat up, little smart-ass skater kid. Baby queer. He tried to make out with me. Um, you didn't, did you? I didn't make out with a kid, Ginger, what the fuck? Just checking. Jesus, you think I'm a pervert? Well, yeah, but not in that way. I start to giggle. He was skinny and smelled like cloves, and he said he liked Kurt Vile. Oh my God, Ginger says, laughing. It's like you have your own little you. I remember when you smoked cloves, and geez, you were scrawny. Then she says something about the universe sending us pieces of our past selves to embrace so we can heal them, and I must be drunker than I thought because I don't follow her at all. Ah, I mutter. The wine's all the way over there. And then it's morning. I must have rolled over onto the phone and flipped it shut at some point because it's lodged under my left hip bone. The light's still on and my wine-stained coffee mug is perched on the windowsill, right about where my hand reaches if I stretch. My teeth feel grainy, and I'm starving since I fell asleep without ever ordering pizza, but despite feeling a little muzzy, I'm not hungover. And I'm going to see Rex tonight, so things are looking just fine. My phone buzzes with a text. Ginger, you alive, kid? I text her back. Alive. Wish you, were, here, and jump in the shower. An hour later, I'm showered. I've driven to Traverse City and bought a bottle of nice bourbon to bring with me to Rex's tonight, and I'm parking in the lot at the library, congratulating myself on remembering to drive, since I have a bunch of books to pick up and won't be able to walk home with them. I have my laptop, and I'm planning to get a ton of writing done today. Then I'll get my books and run home with enough time to shower and change, and to get to Rex's at 9. It's a plan. The Sleeping Bear College Library isn't particularly expansive, and it isn't particularly nice. It kind of looks like a book prison. It also doesn't have windows above the first floor. Still, I have a faculty carrel with an actual door, so I can tear my hair out in privacy. I collect a teetering stack of books and haul them to my carrel, ready to start a new section that I'm adding to Chapter 2. A major part of what I need to do to get tenure is turn my dissertation into a publishable book. That means not just polishing what I've already written, but tearing it apart and rethinking central questions from a different perspective. Now, instead of having to prove to my committee that I know what I'm talking about and can make an interesting argument, I have to prove to an academic publisher that I have something to say about literature that hundreds of other academics will want to read. After about 3 hours of deleting every sentence the second I write it, I begin to get into a rhythm, and I'm actually drafting some not terrible stuff when I finally look at my watch and see that it's already 7:30. I had meant to be home by now. I scribble a quick half-page of notes to myself, so I'll know where I left off, gather my things, and go to check out the books I have on hold at the front desk. All my life I've had this fear. No, not really a fear. A niggling thought that my annoying brain lands on again and again. I have it when I come out of a movie theater or a concert, or when I've slept all weekend without hearing from anyone. It's this thought that just maybe, when I step outside, the world as I know it will be gone, and that will have been replaced by another. It's half horror movie, half wishful thinking, but I've had it ever since I was a kid. I remember I had it the first morning I woke up after my mom died. I woke up, and she was there, for a second, but then I remembered that she wasn't there anymore, that I'd woken up to a world where she didn't exist. Now that's exactly what has happened. When I got into my car this morning, it was a pleasantly chilly day, one that made me glad I grabbed a hoodie. I vaguely remember that when I walked into the library, the wind had kicked up a bit, but it was only a few yards into the building. Now, 9 hours later, it is a world of swirling, whirling winter. There has to be at least a foot of snow on the ground, and more is falling heavily, gusting against the side of the library and the few cars in the parking lot. It's wet snow, creeping down my collar and into my nose. I heave my bags of books onto my shoulders and trudge to my car. The snow is up to my shins, and it soaks through my beat-up Vans and jeans immediately. I throw my bags into the backseat of my car and jump in, freezing. I'll have to kick the snow away from the back of the car so I can get out of the lot, but I figure I'll warm it up first. I turn the key in the ignition, and of course, nothing. Crap. Thanks, car. I figure I'll walk home and call a cab to take me to Rex's. It's only a mile and a half or so to my house from here, and it's cold, but it's not too cold. So I dig out my phone to check the time and remember that it's still on silent from being in the library all day. When I flip it open to turn the volume back on, I see a missed call from X about 2 hours ago. He must have been calling to give me directions. I figure I'll call to get his address when I get home. But as I'm slipping the phone back in my pocket, it rings. It's Rex. "Hi, Daniel," he says. "Sorry to call again. I just wanted to give you directions to my place." I say. Do you not want to come anymore?" he asks, sounding wary. "I mean, I understand the snow and all." No, it's not that. It's just crap. Well, I'm just leaving the library to go home, and my car won't start. So I'm just going to walk home and then get a cab to your place, but I might be a little late. There are cabs here, right? Like, do I call a number or something?" "I'll be there in 10 minutes, Rex says, and the line goes dead. Well, shit. I pull up my hood and pop the cars to take a gander while I wait for Rex. It's probably just a dead battery since this one's old, but I might need a new starter. It's hard to see anything with the snow swirling around. "Daniel," Rex calls from the window of a dark-colored Chevy Silverado that's pulling up next to me. "Hey," I say. "Sorry, man, I would have been fine walking, really." "Don't be an idiot," he says, eyes flashing. "You don't even have a jacket. You should have waited inside." "I wanted to see what was up with my car." "I told you it was going to get cold, remember? Because I didn't want you to be unprepared. I know you're not used to this weather." I'm annoyed at him for telling me what to do, but also a little weirded out because he actually seems concerned. "Yeah, but it's October. I thought you were just making conversation like, oh, the seasons are changing. I didn't know you meant that there was going to be a freaking snowstorm. Anyway, it's no big deal. It probably just needs a jump," I say, patting the hood of my car. Rex is looking at me with a mixture of annoyance and concern. Probably coming out in a snowstorm to pick up a guy he barely even knows wasn't high on his list of pre-date activities. "I'll just get my stuff," I say, and duck back into the car. When I turn around with my bags of books and my backpack, Rex is right behind me. Even in the swirling snow, I can feel his heat. He closes his eyes like he's trying to get himself under control. "Hey," he says, looking into my eyes. "Sorry if it sounded like I was lecturing you, but every year a tourist freezes to death or gets caught in a snowstorm up here because they don't know the weather." "Okay," I nod. He shoulders one of my bags and I follow him back to the truck. I'm soaked to the knees, so we head to my apartment so I can change and drop off all my books. As we walk through the door of my apartment, I'm suddenly struck with a familiar feeling. This apartment, like everyone I've ever had, is run down and musty, with garbage furniture, milk crate shelves, and floors that stay dirty looking no matter how many times I wash them. I wish Rex would wait outside and never see my unmade bed, its mismatched sheets and a nest where I left them, my stove gummed with oil and dust and God knows what. Not that I use it for much anyway. And my dresser with the drawers that sag out of their tracks from what must have been years of someone, Carl, jamming them in and yanking them out. Though dissatisfied with what they contained or the life that surrounded them, I don't know. It's a dump. Depressing, even with every light on. I've gotten used to it the last few weeks, since it's become my haven from work, and from a town that seems to know what I do before I do it, but now, looking at it through a stranger's eyes, I once again see it for what it is. So I'm just going to grab a shower, I tell Rex. "Do you want some?" I glance around the kitchen. "Do I have anything to offer him?" "I'm fine," Rex says. "Wine?" I say, "or water?" He shakes his head. "Okay, well, make yourself comfortable. I'll just be a few minutes." I grab the ginger-approved outfit and duck into the bathroom. I catch a glimpse of myself as I run the water and make a mental note to buy a heavy winter coat, like now. My lips are almost blue and my cheeks are dead white against the black of my hair, which my hood has squashed into an unattractive helmet around my head. I look tired. "Great," I say to the Daniel in the mirror. As I step under the mercifully hot water, I think I hear the opening notes of "Wish You Were Here" from the living room, but then the hiss of water is all I can hear. It's not entirely true that I've never been out on a date, though. I never told Ginger about it. Richard and I went on one date before falling into the pattern that I thought was dating, and he apparently thought was just getting his rocks off. It was soon after we met at a lecture on campus. Richard was a grad student in the chemistry department, done with his coursework and writing his dissertation like I was. The lecture was dull, and the question and answer portion that followed was downright painful. And I caught him smiling at me when I accidentally rolled my eyes at some pompous non-question that the chair of the history department asked like he was a king bestowing a knighthood. We chatted. He was handsome and funny and incredibly smart, and so not my usual type. He was very clean and well-dressed, like a perfect ivory tower Ken doll. But there was something about him that made me feel grateful that he thought I was interesting enough to talk to. He asked me to dinner the next night. and I looked up the menu online in a panic to see what I could order that wouldn't wipe out my cash for the whole month. Not much. It was, I suppose, a good date. If a good date is interesting conversation, common tastes, and an appreciation of each other's senses of humor. But the entire time we sat there, I could tell he was half listening to me and half planning what I was useful for. There was a cold, calculating air to him that made it feel more like an interview than a date. I was dressed all wrong for the restaurant Richard had chosen. I picked a wine that was, he informed me, a terrible choice given what I had ordered. And when it came time to pay, and I pulled out cash for my half, he slid the check from under my hand with a subtle shake of his head, as if I were embarrassing him. He paid the check. I realized later, the way I'd seen fathers of fellow students pay checks when they took their kids out to dinner, with absolute knowledge that the person across the table wouldn't be there if it weren't for them, and with the gratification of being able to lift that person out of their sad world of cafeteria food and ramen noodles for one special night. A treat. That's what Richard thought he was giving me. At the time, though, I was so distracted by trying to shove cash back in my wallet and thank him that I didn't think about it. As we left the restaurant, and I told him he needn't have paid for me, he smiled indulgently and told me I could buy him a drink next time. That he wanted to see me again was a balm to my wounded ego. That he expected to see me again wasn't something I thought about until later. I pull on my black jeans and the maroon shirt that Ginger gave me, cuffing back the two short sleeves and thinking about my best friend doing battle with the pro-lifers on South Street. Every few months they mass at the Planned Parenthood near her shop and make everybody miserable. Ginger insists that she doesn't just fight with them because she finds them ethically and politically abhorrent, but also because she thinks signs of aborted fetuses are a deterrent to getting tattooed. I towel dry my hair and put a little wax in it so it won't turn into a knot the second the wind blows. I look okay. A lot better now than I did when I got in the shower. There's some color in my cheeks and my eyes don't look so tired anymore. I brush my teeth, take a deep breath, and go find Rex. He's in a crouch, peeking at the painted-over windows in the living room. When he sees me, he gets to his feet. "You look great," he says, looking me up and down. "Thanks. Should we go?" "It's not safe to have these windows painted shut," he says. "If there was a fire or carbon monoxide." I laugh a little at the shitty luck of living my whole life the way I have and then dying of carbon monoxide poisoning. "Don't worry about it," I say. "Seriously," he says. "Carl should fix them for you." "I'll mention it if I see him," I say, mildly irritated. I grab my backpack with the bourbon I bought for Rex and shrug into my jacket. "Do you have a warmer coat?" Rex asks, running a finger over the shoulder of my leather jacket. With him standing in my apartment, I'm more aware than ever of how low the ceilings are. It's on the to-buy list," I say, tucking the cuffs of my jeans into my boots. I doubt they're going to be much help keeping me dry, though. The leather is worn and cracked from years of puddles and rowdy concerts, and the soles are worn smooth. I wonder if there's a cobbler in this town. Despite it killing my car, the snow really is beautiful. In Rex's truck, it doesn't seem so formidable, and the drive to his house passes in appreciative silence. The last mile or so is just the woods, dark and quiet, the laden pine boughs dipping to kiss the ground. "I can see why Ethan Frome would remind you of here," I say. "Yeah." When we pull into Rex's driveway, his little cabin is lit up inside like some kind of real-life Thomas Kincaid painting. The snow in drifts against the rough wood exterior, and the windows glowing yellow. It's beautiful, guiding us home like a lighthouse, except this isn't my home. I can't even imagine living someplace like this, someplace nice and clean and private, someplace in the middle of nowhere. Inside, it looks just like I remember. The wood makes it feel cozy and natural, and the scent of cedar seems to come from the walls themselves. The front door opens onto the living room, with the couch and armchair ranged near the fire, and the kitchen is off to the left, the bedroom and bathroom to the right. Everything is greens and blues and browns, but the cabin looks very clean. My eye catches on the blue flannel blanket neatly folded on the back of Rex's forest green and black plaid couch. I'm flooded with memories of Rex wrapping me in that blanket back in February, of pulling it up over my nose after Rex went to bed, thinking it was the closest I would ever get to him. I know how that blanket smells, how it feels against my skin. "So," Rex says, once we've shed our snowy boots, "if you were at the library so late, you probably haven't eaten, right?" I had some soup earlier," I say, distracted by Marilyn, who has come running to the front door to greet us. "Hi, Marilyn," I say, squatting down to pet her. Do you think do you think she remembers that I was the one that hurt her?" I ask. "Like, when she sees me, does she remember that I broke her leg?" "I think she remembers that you saved her," Rex says. He steps close and takes my jacket, and then he runs his knuckles over my cheekbone. "Here, I'll make us something." He walks into the kitchen before I can say anything. I follow Rex into the kitchen. He's wearing another dark blue and gray plaid flannel shirt that doesn't have a centimeter of space to spare. You have to be born with the capacity for a body like Rex's. No amount of protein or time at the gym would ever make it happen for me. I wonder what it would be like to be that big. I'm not small or anything, but it doesn't feel like that long ago that I was a skinny kid getting kicked around at school. Rex's size makes him seem, I don't know, impervious? Like I could throw myself against him with everything I am, and he wouldn't budge an inch. "Can I help?" I ask, as Rex pulls things out of the refrigerator and lays them on the counter. Rex gives me a singularly sweet smile, and it transforms his whole face. There are faint lines around his whiskey-colored eyes, and he smiles. The straight line of his brow softens, and he has dimples. "I thought you didn't cook." "Well, not really, no, but I could help cut stuff or whatever." "You only have macaroni and cheese," Rex says. "Were you looking through my kitchen?" I say. "I was looking for a glass for water," he says. "All you have to eat is macaroni and cheese and frozen burritos." "Looking for a glass in my freezer, were you?" I mumble. "Looking for ice," he says levelly, but I don't quite believe him. "I have soup." "Soup is flavored water, not food." "No, just hang out," he says. I slide onto a stool on the other side of the counter. He chops, slices, salts, and does a whole bunch of other things that I couldn't do if my life depended on it. "You don't use recipes?" I ask. "Nah, more fun just to figure it out as I go along." "How'd you learn to cook?" "My mom worked nights," Rex says, as he slices carrots into tiny uniform matchsticks. "She was an actress. Well, she wanted to be. She wanted to be Marilyn Monroe." I smile at him. "She was in a bunch of plays when we lived in Houston and Tulsa. That's when I was little, so I just fended for myself. Didn't really care if I ate peanut butter and jelly every night. Then later, when we went to L.A., she was working as a cocktail waitress, so she was never home in the evenings. We didn't have the money for getting takeout every night, and I was sick of peanut butter, so I decided I'd learn. Mostly I just experimented until I got it right. Since I had to eat anything I messed up, it was pretty good incentive to learn quick. I didn't really like it, though. Then later, when I was living alone, I started watching the Food Network. That's when I fell in love with cooking, I think. I could just watch someone do something, and then I could do the same thing. It was like going to cooking school for free. Note to self, Rex talks more when he's doing something with his hands. I never really watched it, I say. My brothers would have thrown a fit. Sam watches nothing but sports. Brian watches sports in those shows where frat boys dare each other to eat bugs and crawl through sewers. And Colin watches horror movies or war movies where people get blown to pieces. He would take one look at the Food Network and start ranting about pretentious faggots and how only girls watch cooking shows. "I like it," Rex says quietly, and there's something about the moments when he pulls into himself that make me want to protect him. "Well," I say, "maybe we could watch some." Rex smiles that sweet smile again. God, that one crooked tooth catches on his lip just a little. It kills me. "So your mom wanted to be Marilyn Monroe, huh? How'd that work out for her?" Rex looks back to his vegetables, chopping for a minute in silence. "She was in some movies, small-time stuff, Screaming Girl #3, Secretary, that kind of thing. In L.A., she was always dating someone who could get her a part because she was pretty, just never a big part. She was actually really good, though. We would watch all the old movies. Those were the ones she really liked, old Hollywood glamour. And she'd do the parts. She wanted to be Marilyn, but she was actually better at the dramatic parts, the really high-drama death scenes and all. Helen Hayes at the end of A Farewell to Arms, I don't, though I read the book. Anyway, she loved being in front of the camera, but she was never going to have the kind of career she wanted. Old Hollywood had been dead for more than 20 years. No one was looking for that kind of thing anymore." "That's sad," I say. "So what did she do?" "Oh, along the way she realized it was never going to happen, and then she dated some guys who didn't want her acting anymore," he quiets. "Anyway, she still loved the movies even after. Sometimes I wouldn't even be sure if she was talking or doing dialogue from a movie." "Sounds like you were close." Rex nods, but his expression darkens. "Are you still?" "She died when I was 16. I feel a rush of sympathy, and I wonder if I should tell Rex that my mom died too, that I know what it's like. Only I have no idea what his situation was, so maybe I really don't know what it's like. I hate when people presume that they know how you feel. Rex slides 2 plates of food on the table while I'm still deciding if I should say anything. Here, let's eat, he says, obviously not wanting to talk about it. He slices some bread and puts out butter. Do you want something besides water? Wine? Tea? I shake my head. He gestures for me to sit down, but I push up on my toes and kiss him on the cheek, my hand braced on his firm chest. His cheek is smooth, and I realize I haven't ever seen him clean-shaven before. I wonder if what Ginger said about putting effort into your looks for a date is true. Thanks, I say, for dinner and for picking me up earlier. You didn't have to, but Thanks. Rex covers my hand with his own, where it still rests on his chest, and squeezes, smiling that shy smile. On my plate is pasta with strips of grilled chicken and vegetables and what I assume is a white wine sauce. Since I saw him add wine to the pan, it smells heavenly. Holy shit, I say with a mouthful of pasta. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Rex smiles and shakes his head, but I'm telling the truth. I guess I was hungrier than I thought, too, because I barely stopped to breathe for a few minutes, distracted by the food in front of me, which somehow manages to be hearty and delicate at the same time. Kind of like the man who prepared it. I glance up to find Rex looking at me, his expression unreadable. Immediately, I realize I've probably been shoving food into my mouth like a starving orphan, and I put my fork down, embarrassed. It's so good, I say, hoping to distract from my table manners. I usually eat while I'm reading or walking somewhere. Maybe Ginger should have listed "don't eat like a hammerhead shark" among her dating tips. I'm glad you like it, Rex says. And though he's staring at my mouth, he doesn't seem disgusted at all. I like watching you eat. Then he blushes and looks down. That should seem creepy, I tell myself, but for some reason, it's just really hot. Rex turns back to his own plate. No, seriously, you could be a chef or something. I worked as a short-order cook at a diner for a bit, Rex says, but you have to go so fast that it kind of took the fun out of it. Rex has finished the food on his plate and is absently eyeing mine. I'm full and warm and happy and can't eat another bite. I'm done, I say, pushing my plate toward him. You sure? I'm stuffed, man. I haven't eaten that well in... ever. Please. He pulls my plate up and starts to take a bite with my fork. I don't mean to be a pig, he says, pausing. It has the ring of someone else's words being repeated. You're not a pig. I was the one cramming food in my face, I say awkwardly, trying to put him at ease. Besides, you need fuel for all that. I indicate his brawn, giving him an appreciative look. He smiles and cleans my plate. When we were in high school, my brothers would practically fistfight over who got the last of the food, I say. They ate constantly. Don't know how my dad kept enough food to feed them. You're the youngest, right? Yeah. Sometimes my dad would put a plate aside for me before he called out that it was ready, probably afraid I'd starve to death otherwise. God, I was such a runt. Were you? Yeah, I was skinny and I didn't really have a growth spurt until my senior year of high school. Don't worry, though, I joke. I made enough trouble for 2 kids. Oh, yeah? Yep. I was a little runty kid from South Philly. I did what I had to do. Pissed everyone off doing it, too. Rex regards me curiously. I can see it, he says, considering me. Not the runty part, I mean. So you got in trouble at school? Not on purpose, but yeah. When I was in high school, my teachers thought I was a loser. I was always mouthing off because the teachers would say stupid things or I'd get bored. There were so many people in every class that the teachers could never keep people focused on the lesson, so it was hard to concentrate. I would cut class a lot to avoid people. Got in a lot of fights. As a direct result of my big mouth, no doubt. I smile at him wryly. It's true. As a teenager, I just couldn't stop myself from saying smart-ass shit to the wrong people. A lot of the time, they just assigned busy work to keep the class under control, so I never did it because it was pointless. Then, when I actually did my homework, teachers acted shocked, which would piss me off. One year, I wrote an essay for my English class after I hadn't turned in much homework and the teacher accused me of plagiarizing it. The only thing that saved me was that I'd written it out on longhand because I had to type it at the library, so I had the draft and everything. Anyway, got in trouble at school, at home, you name it. I got suspended for fighting, suspended for smoking, suspended for skipping. Then, when the school'd call my dad, I'd get in trouble with him. You get picked on, Rex says, and I swear, a vein pulses in his temple, like he wants to punish the kids who beat the crap out of me in high school. I smile at him. A bit. I wasn't a bad fighter, I was just small. Had to play my other strengths. Rex raises an eyebrow in question. You know, freak them out a little so they leave me alone? At first, that was all I'd wanted, just to be left alone so that I could pay attention when Mrs. Caballeros would talk about Shakespeare and Emily Dickinson, and Mr. C.O. about the Civil War. Then, later, when I was alone, I wished for a friend. A real friend. Not the kids I hung out with when we cut class, smoking while we leaned against the chain-link fence in the abandoned lot a few blocks from school, talking about nothing, fronting like we didn't want anything else. Your brothers didn't look out for you? Rex asks. I let out a bark of laughter. No. The dark look in Rex's eyes is back. He's a rather strange conversationalist. It's almost like he's interviewing me. Not that he doesn't seem interested. He does. His eyes never leave me when I talk. It's more like he's out of practice or something. Then, junior year, we did a mandatory standardized testing, and they found out that I wasn't stupid. They gave me all this shit about applying myself and rising above my circumstances. Just total savior bullshit, you know? Like, we treated you like crap for years because you weren't a good kid, and now that you have high test scores, we suddenly believe you have responsibility to yourself. It really turned me off school even more. So how'd you end up going to college if you didn't like school?
I really liked learning, even though I hated school.
I'd read in the library for hours, just wander through stacks and pull out books on whatever seemed interesting. Sometimes when I was there, there'd be free lectures downstairs, and I'd go listen and just never wanted it to end. It was mostly adults in the audience, and they were quiet and respectful, and they seemed to care. I saw this guy speak once, and he'd written a book about the Essex, this 19th century ship that got rammed by a whale and sunk. The crew had to abandon ship and try to survive in these small boats, and eventually they had to resort to cannibalism to survive. He was a really good speaker, and made it so interesting. I got his book from the library and read it, and I was just amazed because this had happened like almost 200 years before, and was kind of a mystery in some ways, and this guy had done all the research and was able to reconstruct something after the fact and then write the whole thing like an adventure story. I think it was the first time I thought, oh, learning doesn't have to be like it is in my shitty high school. And I love to read, you know? Ever since I was a kid, just not the same book for 2 months the way it was in school, reading it out loud torturously. I read all the time, and when I was in school, I would daydream, pretend I was a character in a book. Sometimes that's how I got in trouble too, because I'd be thinking, hey, this is the scene where the scrappy hero tells off the bully. So I would. But things don't usually go the way you write the scene in your head. Rex smiles. I used to do that with the movies sometimes, he says. I grin, picturing him as a noir detective, the collar of his overcoat turned up against the rain, brushing his strong jaw. But he doesn't elaborate, just keeps looking at me, like he wants me to say more. Anyway, that's how I met Ginger, I say, smiling at the thought of her. My best friend. I skipped school one day when I was 17. Don't remember why. I walked over to South Street, just for something to do, and I ended up looking through the window of this tattoo shop around the corner. Really old place, not fancy or anything. There was this girl in the shop, tattooing an older guy, 50s maybe, and the guy was just crying. Not from the pain or anything, but like sitting there totally still with tears running down his face. I couldn't see what the tattoo was of, just their faces. I must have stood there for half an hour just watching them. I remember thinking that anything that could have that kind of effect on someone, I wanted to know more about. Finally, the guy left and the girl looked right at me. She gestured for me to come in. Of course, I tried to play it off like I hadn't been spying on them, but she just rolled her eyes and came outside. She sat on the steps of the shop and just stared at me. I had no idea what to do. I wanted to ask her about the man's tattoo, but it seemed so personal. I wanted to ask a bunch of things. Eventually, after we sat in silence for 2 cigarettes, the girl said, I'm Ginger, who are you? I told her my name, and she said, okay, I'll give you a freebie, because I can tell you'll be back. What do you want? And she did. She gave me a tattoo, and we talked, and she was right. The second I had money, I was back. I smile absently, thinking of Ginger, of how she, though only 4 years older than me, seemed to know everything. How she gave me stern talking tos that helped me graduate, convinced me to follow my gut and take classes at the community college. How she let me crash with her when I had nowhere to go, or when my brothers were making life unbearable. What was it of? Rex asks, yanking me back to the present. Huh? That first tattoo. The one Ginger gave you that day. Oh, I say, embarrassed. It's silly. Tell me. Rex says gently. I unbutton my shirt, pull my left arm out of the sleeve, and roll up the sleeve of my t-shirt to expose the flowers among the other tattoos on my left biceps. They're Irish primroses. They were my mom's favorite flower. It was all I could really think to get when Ginger put me on the spot. She said pick something small since she was doing it for free. Rex's head jerked up when I said they were my mom's favorite. He rubs his thumb over the little flowers and smiles at me. Of course, my brother Colin saw it when he walked in on me in the shower about a month later and gave me hell for being a fairy with a flower tattoo. I shrug. Anyway, we've been friends ever since. Rex's hand is still on my shoulder. I should... Here, let me do the dishes since you cooked. Thanks again for dinner, it was amazing. Leave it, he says softly, still looking at my skin. Rex traces the exposed tattoos with curious fingers, his hands warm and rough. Birds and a memento mori skull and some designs Ginger was obsessed with for a while. Rex reaches for the other sleeve of my button-down. Can I? May I mean, he asks. And when I nod, he pulls my shirt off. He rolls the other sleeve of my t-shirt up, exposing the Philadelphia skyline, a wolf, and running down my arm, the Ben Franklin Bridge. Rex traces the line of the bridge down my arm, and his touch makes me shiver. You cold? He says. Here, let's make a fire. I follow him into the living room, where Marilyn is lying in front of the fireplace, just like she was all those months ago when we first brought her here. Rex kindles the fire quickly, and the flickering light illuminates the strong planes of his face, only this time, instead of staring at the television, all his attention is on me. Can I look at you? He asks again. I start to pull my t-shirt off, but his hands are right there, sliding underneath the hem and lifting the shirt over my head. Rex is looking at me so intently that I can't quite meet his gaze, and I stare into the fire instead as he looks over my tattoos. He doesn't touch me, just looks at me in the firelight. I feel like he's reading me, reading the story of my skin. Of course, the downside to having a best friend who will give you tattoos for free is that you end up with a few you wish you could erase. Rex moves behind me to look at the ones on my back, and I can feel his breath touch the nape of my neck. His big hands curve around my hips, and he presses a kiss to my neck. I gasp at the sudden touch. You're so beautiful, he says, low. I guess I'm lucky you're not turned off by tattoos, I say. I turn to face him. I don't know why, but suddenly I feel very exposed. I reach for his shirt, and he lets me pull it off him. God, he's gorgeous. I feel like that skinny kid I was in high school next to you, I say, immediately cursing myself for speaking out loud. Ginger always says confidence is the most attractive quality. Guess I blew it with that one. Rex grabs me by the wrists and pulls me into the warmth of his body. His eyes are blazing, but he looks at me tenderly. No, he says. You're so... He shakes his head and leans in to kiss me slow and sweet, like his kiss can reassure. It's a good kiss. A great kiss. I wrap my arms around his waist to tug him closer, and then somehow his mouth is gone, and I'm just hugging him. Am I supposed to be hugging him? I don't think so, but I can't make myself stop. His heart is pounding under my ear like I've startled him. Then he wraps his arms around me, and his heartbeat slows. The fire is crackling, and the smell of wood smoke combined with Rex's scent is heady. He runs his hands up and down my back, and then cups my ass and pulls my hips forward to meet the firm bulge in his jeans. I mumble. Rex tips my head back and kisses me again, smiling now. I bet you were cute when you were a skinny kid, he says. I can picture you looking pissed off at the world, glaring at people. Only they thought it was cute because your eyes are so damn pretty. My rage at the world was not cute, I insist, winking. He squeezes my ass, and my knees go a little weak. Right there, he says. Your eyelids flutter, and your eyes go all sleepy. He runs a rough thumb over my mouth. You go from mad to liquid so easy. His voice must be hypnotizing me or something, because my eyes do not go all sleepy, do they? I bet you ran your hands through your hair until it stuck straight up, just like you do now, he says, smoothing my hair back. Right? You probably leaned back against the school with a cigarette in your mouth like James Dean and closed your eyes. I bet there was some guy you drove crazy. Like you? I ask. Nah, he says, shaking his head. You wouldn't have even looked at me twice in high school. I bet I would have, I say. He looks at my face, runs fingertips over my eyebrows, my cheekbones, the bridge of my nose, mapping my features like a blind man. I was so shy, I wouldn't have known even if you had, he murmurs. Never talked to anyone. His accent comes out a little when he's not paying attention. No one? I ask, my breath coming a little quicker as his hand drifts down to my chest and finds my nipples, his rough finger pads tracing them lightly. No one, he says. Never talked in class, never talked period. Stuttered if I tried. Didn't look at anyone. Not at any of the schools. His fingertip slides into my navel and down to trace the edge of my jeans where they've slipped below my hip bones. Schools? We moved a lot. He presses kisses to my collarbone and my chest as he unbuttons my jeans and pushes them down. Made it easier because no one really notices the new kid anyway. His hands cup my ass, squeezing gently, and I shiver against him. I run my hands up and down his sides, feel the huge expanse of his ribs as he inhales. Compared to his hands, the skin here and on his back is smooth and untouched. His stomach's another story. At first, I didn't notice because of his dark hair, but the flickering firelight casts a scar into relief on the right side of his stomach. What's this from? I ask, running my finger over the raised scar. Had my appendix out, he says, then kisses me again, dragging me tight against him. I grab at his waist to keep my balance. Daniel, he grinds out, his voice like crushed rock. I want you so bad. I feel an answering pulse in my groin. I nod, try to answer, but it just comes out as mm-hmm. Apparently Rex understands, because he takes my hand and leads me to the bedroom. It's spare but comfortable. There's an iPod and a Discman on the bedside table. I didn't know anyone still listened to Discman. Rex's sheets are, I see just before I end up on my back, on top of them, green flannel. Rex drops his pants on the floor next to the bed and crawls on top of me. His legs are powerfully muscled, his thighs twice the size of mine, and his plain white briefs fail to contain his erection. He is, all in all, overwhelming. His size, his heat, the fucking delicious smell of him that's now mixed with a scent that must be his arousal. I cup his balls through the damp fabric and he growls, shimmying out of his underwear and dragging mine down too. He flips me onto my stomach effortlessly and kisses the back of my neck and down my spine. When he gets to the small of my back, he licks his way back up. I shiver as the wet stripe catches the air. He nuzzles my neck and kisses my ear, and I turn my head to try and catch his mouth. You don't know what you fucking do to me, he murmurs. I can feel his erection pulse against my ass with the beat of his heart. My skin feels too tight, but my hips and spine are loose with desire. He flexes his hips, and his hardness slides between my cheeks. Rex moans and kisses the center of my back. I feel shivery and a little uncertain, realizing that I'm about to fuck Rex. Or, what seems more likely is that he's about to fuck me. I want to just lose myself in his body, his strength, but my heart starts to race, and a little voice in the back of my head is whispering things I don't want to hear. It's not safe to be this vulnerable, it whispers. You can't trust someone like that. He'll think you're weak. I shake my head to clear it and grab the sheets, the green flannel, and anchor. Rex's heat recedes a little, and I'm rolled gently onto my back. I open my eyes to see Rex leaning over me. His gaze is steady, hot with desire, but still calm, like he's totally in control of what he's doing. You okay? He asks. I nod and reach for him again. What's up? I shake my head. Daniel, we don't have to do anything you don't want to do, Rex says, sinking down next to me. His weight makes the bed dip, and I roll into him. No, I want to. I totally want to, I say, but my voice sounds a little shaky.
It's been a long time since I look away.
Bottomed? I nod. Just tell me what you want. One big hand is stroking my back gently, but the look in his eyes is intense. I want to, I say. I want you. I bite my lip. I can't stand the sound of my own voice. I sound needy and weird. Rex pulls me on top of him and tangles our fingers together. Then we're kissing, our mouths and cocks straining together. But he won't let us touch each other. I pull at his hands, and he draws mine to his mouth and kisses each before he lets them go. I reach for his balls, hold him warm and tight in my hand, and then I kiss him slow, watching his eyes drift shut. I tug gently, and he gasps into my mouth. I reach underneath him and stroke his ass. It's thick and strong, and his whole body tightens when I squeeze, etching his muscles like stone. Rex pulls me forward and kisses me deeply, our tongues sliding together, and I feel his finger at my entrance just tapping there. But every tap zings a jolt through me, and I shiver against him. Then the finger is gone, and he cups my head, runs his hand through my messy hair, and I moan into his kiss. He spreads me open with both hands, and then his finger is back, slick with lube. He must have reached for it, but I didn't even notice. He rubs the slickness into my hole while he kisses me, then slides slowly inside. I tense up, but he runs his hand down my neck, stroking my back. Okay, he says, and I nod, thrusting my hips as I adjust to his finger. Our erections slide together, his hips meeting mine. Fuck, baby, you feel amazing, Rex groans, and he slides a second finger inside me. I kiss his neck and throat. I can feel a spot he missed when he was shaving, and I'm flooded with tenderness for him. I kiss the spot and shake my head at myself because apparently I'm turning into a total sap. Rex looks at me curiously, and I smile at him. Hi. Hi there, he chuckles. I lean down slowly and kiss him on the cheek. You're fucking gorgeous, I tell him, and kiss his other cheek. Thanks, he says softly, looking at me like he's surprised to hear it. He strokes my cheek. He rolls us over, his fingers still inside me, and puts a pillow under my hips. He kisses the inside of my knee, then the sensitive crease of my thigh. He kisses my hip bones, avoiding contact with my cock, which is now straining upward, desperate for his touch. I can feel how flushed my face is, and my lips are swollen and tingly from our kisses. Rex, I say, and it comes out as a whisper. Yeah, sweetheart, he says. There's a strange ringing in my ears. I want you. Yeah, he murmurs, and he strokes my prostate with his fingertips. My hips shoot off the pillow, and he holds me down easily. He slides a third finger inside me, and I cry out, heat fizzing in my spine. Please, I say roughly. He slides his fingers in deeper as he reaches for a condom. My hole clenches around his thick fingers, and I can see him shudder. I reach for him, but he bats my hand away, breathing heavily. He slides his fingers out of me, kissing me slow and sweet, and massages more slickness inside me. All I can see is the tiny line of concentration between his eyebrows and the dark sweep of his lashes against his cheek as he kisses my opening with the tip of his cock. He tilts my hips up further and brushes a piece of hair off my forehead, taking a deep breath. Tell me, Rex growls. I can feel him hot against me. I nod frantically, searching for words. I need, please, I groan, and he breaches my entrance. My eyelids flutter, and my breathing gets shallow, but he doesn't go any farther. Tell me, he murmurs, licking behind my ear. Please fuck me, I beg, and my voice is strained, my body trembling around him. As he slides all the way inside me, I feel heat and fullness and a heartbeat of fear caught in my throat. He's so close. I'm in his house and in his bed, and he's inside me, and there's nowhere to go, and just for a second I panic. My body tightens, and Rex groans. I'm breathing a little too fast, and his weight is immovable. But then he opens his eyes and looks at me, and he's here. Right here. This isn't a fucking a bathroom stall. It's not a blowjob in the alley outside the club, or jerking off one of my brother's straight friends at work, knowing they'll come on my stomach and never look at me in the eye again. I squeeze my eyes shut and open them again, and he's still right there, frozen, trembling above me. Breathe, Daniel. I loop an arm around Rex's neck and pull his mouth to mine. I kiss him, just a touch of our lips, and rock my hips into his, sliding him the rest of the way inside me. He hisses, and I groan as his thickness spears me, opens, and fills me. And then, in the space of a heartbeat, we're one body, melted together as my channel adjusts to his size, and he relaxes into me. Oh, fuck, baby, he says, pulling back, and I can feel his thighs shaking with the effort not to hurt me. Go, I say, and pull his hips flush with mine again. We both cry out, and then I cease to exist except where we're joined. He's surging into me, and I'm pushing back at him, and everything is slickness and heat. Every time he feels me, he brushes over the spot that makes my whole channel pulse with pleasure. I reach down to stroke myself, but Rex pushes my wrists to the mattress, his huge hands stroking me in time with his thrusts. I'm whimpering and moaning as he works me, his other hand holding my wrists easily. My spine is liquid heat, and my thighs are trembling. I can hear Rex groaning, but my entire concentration is focused on the exquisite pulse of pleasure that's begun deep in my ass, radiating through me like pebbles dropped in a pond. It's joined by a boiling heat at the base of my spine and my groin. Rex is stroking me, and with every stroke, I am closer to exploding. I pull my wrists from his grasp and grab him around the neck, needing to hold on to something. Don't stop, I gasp, and he bears down on me, his added weight pressing his erection even deeper. I cry out, and his stomach brushes the tip of my cock, and white-hot pleasure explodes inside me, tightening every muscle and blowing every nerve ending. The sounds coming out of me are tiny whimpers because every muscle has clenched down in orgasm. My eyes are shut so tight I see stars, and I shudder as my erection keeps pulsing. Rex is wild above me, his hands squeezing my hips as he thrusts deeply into me. I cry out, my prostate singing a last pulse of pleasure through me, and Rex roars, his heat flooding the condom, searing me even through the barrier between us. He collapses on top of me, careful to take his weight with his elbows, and kisses my throat, moaning. I feel languid, like I couldn't possibly move. Rex gently eases himself from my body and leans to drop the condom into the trash. As his back is turned to me, I feel the prickling in my ears that means I'm in danger of tearing up. I don't know what's wrong with me. I reach out a shaky hand to touch his back, then hesitate. Maybe he doesn't like being touched when we're not fucking. He rolls back over to face me, and any hesitation I felt is gone as he drapes a heavy arm over my stomach and kisses the side of my neck. His breath is hot on my neck as his fingers draw absent designs in the puddle of my cum. I'm a little gross and sticky. Rex must feel my stomach tense because he takes his hand away. I ease over the side of the bed, biting my lip when my sore ass scrapes over the sheets. I pull my underwear on. I gesture toward the door. Can I use your bathroom? Of course, he says. His eyes are warm, but he looks a little wary. In the bathroom, I clean up, pee, and wash my hands. When I look in the mirror to see how ridiculous my hair looks, my eyes surprise me. I look scared and uncertain and vulnerable. I look like I let my guard down. And even though Ginger has told me often enough that that's not a bad thing, I don't believe her. You let your guard down and people fuck with you. You let your guard down and you get hurt. That's what I know. So what the hell am I supposed to do now? Rex is facing the door when I walk back in, and I can see him relax at the sight of me. I hesitate a foot from the bed. Do you want me to take off? I ask, trying to sound neutral and failing. You don't have a car, Rex says evenly. Oh, right. I can take you home if you want, Rex says. But I wish you'd stay. Yeah? He smiles. Yeah. He reaches for my hand and I let him take it. He pulls me on top of him, sliding my underwear back off, and I let him settle me next to him too, where he cradles my neck in his hand and strokes my hip with the other. Do we need to take Marilyn out? I ask. She's fine. Should we do something to the fire? It'll die out. Do you want me to? I want you here, in this fucking bed, Rex says, and he pulls me closer against him, palming my ass with one big hand and turning off the bedside lamp with the other. I slide my hand under his shoulder for balance and lean my cheek on his chest. He rests his chin on my head. Just stay, he murmurs. He traces the cleft of my ass with his finger, slipping in the lube that's still there. He slides his finger back inside me, just as he did that night in the woods. I huff out a breath. I just want to be inside you, he says softly. He's already falling asleep. I sigh, not letting myself think about the fact that I've never slept beside a lover before, not unless I'd passed out drunk anyway. I try to match my breathing to Rex's, feel his rib cage rise and fall, carrying me off to sleep like a ship held safe in port. Chapter 6. October. I wake up wrapped in a cocoon of delicious warmth, with a bone-deep feeling of satisfaction and comfort, so I know I can't be at home. I'm not sure what's causing it until I open my eyes and see that I'm basically lying on top of Rex, holding on to him like I'm a squid and he's the whale I'm trying to snuggle the life out of. My face is nuzzled into his neck, my arms are wrapped around him, and my leg is slung over his hip in a way that would be borderline obscene if we weren't sleeping. It's the way I used to wake up wrapped around this stuffed lion that I slept with as a kid. Sam won it at a school carnival for some girl, but when he found the girl to give it to her, she was making out with a guy on the basketball team behind the water ice stand. So he called her a slut and threw the lion on the couch when he got home. That was right before my mom died, and I slept with it for years. One of Rex's arms is holding me, and the other's stretched under his pillow, his biceps round and strong, even in slumber. I allow myself a few moments to look at him, the pulse beating in the vulnerable hollow of his throat, the scar under his right eyebrow that's only visible when his eyes are closed, the perfect teardrop indentation above his upper lip, before I convince myself that I need to extricate myself from the death grip I have on him before he wakes up and thinks I'm some kind of desperate limpet. I start to inch off him slowly, but he makes a small sound and pulls me closer. He's not even really awake. I kiss the underside of his chin, the only place my mouth can reach now, and he makes a soft meow of what might be satisfaction or just sleep, and puts his other arm around me. I feel the first tinglings of panic, the kind of claustrophobia that comes when you know you need to sit very still, and I pull away a little. Daniel? Rex murmurs softly. You okay? Yeah, I say, pushing myself off him and rolling away. I'll be right back. I retreat to the bathroom and splash some water on my face. I wonder if I should get out of Rex's hair before he wakes up, but that doesn't feel quite right. Besides, I hated it when I woke up alone the morning after we met, and it's cold in the bathroom. I walk back to Rex's room and look at the man spread out before me on the bed. He looks so young when he's asleep. His face slack, his body relaxed, all that powerful muscle rendered merely decorative. I slide back into bed beside Rex's warmth, thinking I'll just sleep for a few more minutes. The next thing I know, I wake up to Rex's warm hand on my waist, his thumb stroking my hip bone. This is new, he says, right? He's looking at Let Sleeping Bears Lie, inked above my hip, and I groan in embarrassment. Yeah. It wasn't there when I clipped your pants, he says. I can't believe he remembers a glimpse of my hip from 8 months ago. I can't believe he even noticed it in the first place. He presses warm lips to the words and licks my hip bone, then drags his teeth lightly over it. My breath catches. There's something about Rex's laser focus that makes me incredibly hot. It's like the air between us is thinner than usual, and I'm more aware of him. He runs his hand over my stomach and ribs, just stroking, then slides up and kisses my neck and my jaw. My skin feels hot and tingly everywhere he touches. When he kisses the inside of my biceps, I shudder. It's so weird. I barely know Rex, but he may be the only person who's ever touched me in that spot. Definitely the only person who's ever kissed me there. You're so sensitive, Rex growls. No, I say. I mean, I never was. But my breathing's gone all funny, my heart is pounding. I pull Rex down and kiss him as hard as I can. He kisses me back, but when I clutch at his back and try to pull him on top of me, he eases back to those gentle touches again. He strokes along the veins on the inside of my forearm and sucks gently at the skin under my ear. He traces my ribs and places soft kisses along my collarbone. I feel strange, shaky, and out of control. No one's ever touched me like this, paid this much attention. Am I supposed to reciprocate? I've never touched anyone the way he's touching me either. Never traced patterns on someone's skin or run my fingertips over the swell of muscle and the dip of bone. Never felt where hair changed from soft to rough, or skin from thin to calloused. It's like Rex is mapping my body, each stroke of his hand and touch of his lips, learning me better. There are unfamiliar sounds clawing their way out of my throat, vulnerable sounds. What if he gets up and leaves? What if he doesn't? And now I realize, in the moments it's taken me to ponder this, Rex has stopped touching me and started staring at me. Do you want me to stop? Rex asks abruptly. I stare up at him, and it's as if I'm watching this play out like reading a scene in a book. I just keep wondering what's going to happen next. And by the time my brain can process that I have to make something happen next, Rex has swung his legs over the side of the bed and is giving me a sweet but hesitant smile. No worries, he says. I didn't mean to be so touchy-feely. I'm just gonna shower. I hear the water turn on and pull the pillow over my head. What the fuck is wrong with me? Unlike my inability to answer Rex, I can think of about 100 answers to that question. Like, I barely know this guy, so why am I so goddamned worried about what he thinks of me? Like, I should have left last night after we fucked, and I don't get why I didn't. Like, I've never had a real relationship, so why would I start now? Especially when I finally have a job that's going to make it possible to pay off all of my debt and not live paycheck to paycheck, checking my bank balance every time I have to buy groceries. Especially when, in order to keep that job, I need to spend all my time proving to the people who hired me that they didn't bet on a losing horse. And the biggest thing wrong with me? Why, even now, does my whole body feel pulled towards Rex when I was just touching him a minute ago? Before I can let myself think about it, I walk to the bathroom and knock on the door. Yeah, Rex says over the shower. I open the door slowly, and there he is, the sharp lines of shoulder and legs softened by steam and glass. Can I ask, gesturing to the shower. Of course, he says. You don't have to ask. But of course I have to ask. You don't just get in the shower with someone. The water's a little hotter than I like, and I can feel my skin turning pink almost immediately. Rex puts a hand on my hip and draws me toward him. I go to kiss him, but he stops me with a hand on my palm. He pulls us tight together, his body hot and slick from the water. He wraps his arms around my shoulders and runs a hand up and down my spine, making me squirm closer to him. Look, he says, it's been a while since I've done all this. I know I can be a little... I just like touching you, but I didn't mean to overstep, okay? He's looking right into my eyes, and he's so big and solid that I find myself telling him the truth. I've never done this before. He pulls back like I scolded him. Wait, you mean last night was your first... No. I mean this. The kiss and the shower together and sleepover thing, I've never done that. He looks puzzled. You've never dated someone before? I sigh, relieved he's supplied the word. Well, no. Well, I went out on a date once, but it didn't go so well. So, I don't know how it goes, really, or if I'm any good at it. I look down and watch the water swirling around Rex's drain. It's easier to talk in here, like the sound of the water takes the edge of fear off my voice.
Rex regards me, frowning slightly. Well, here's how it goes, he says. I'm going to take you to breakfast. Then we're going to jump your car. Then I'm going to ask you out on a date. Are you free Thursday night? But I thought asking me out on a date was going to come after jumping my car. Just getting my ducks in a row, he says, and squeezes my shoulder. What do you say? Dinner on Thursday night? I nod and take a deep breath. I can do this, right? It's just dinner. I can't do this, I tell Ginger. It's late and I should be in bed, but I've missed a dozen calls from her since Sunday, no doubt wanting to know how my night with Rex went. So I picked up when she called. Dandelion, she says, tell me everything, don't leave anything out. Can't do what? I'm supposed to meet Rex for dinner tomorrow, I tell her, and it's definitely a date. No, 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 she says, irritated. You don't get to skip right to the telling me your problems part. You have to start with something like, oh, Ginger, let me tell you all about my date instead of ignoring your calls for 4 days. Or, Ginger, let me tell you how good the lumberjack is in bed. Got it? Mm-hmm. Excellent. So how was your date on Saturday night? It was good. Seriously, that's what I get from you? Do you think I'm a pessimist? I ask her, staring at the pile of papers I'm only halfway through grading. Yes, she says. Well, I think you're a pessimist where you're concerned. You tend to be pretty realistic about other people's shit. Why? Did he tell you you're a pessimist? Because you know how I feel about dudes who tell you who you are on a first date, control freak abusers. No, he didn't say anything about it. I keep doing this thing where I think a nice thought about Rex, and then my brain thinks, like, it's never going to work. Well, sweetie, that voice in your head is the same one that said you could never go to college. It's the same one that told you not to bother applying to grad school because they'd never want you. It's the same one that told you all the other students thought you were stupid when you first started. They did think I was stupid when I started. Well, they were asshole snobs, and anyway, you proved to them it wasn't true. So you just have to prove it to this voice, too. I don't know how to do this. What do I talk about? What if we actually hate each other? Daniel, you don't hate each other. You had a date the other night, and even though you apparently refused to tell me about it, it went well enough that you're having another one tomorrow. And I know you didn't ask him. So he must have liked you enough that he at least wants to see you again. I could have been the one to ask him, I grumble. Sure, Pumpkin, whatever you say. She pauses. Then her voice changes. Come on, please tell me about the date. He rescued me from a snowstorm and cooked me dinner, and I spent the night. And then he took me out to breakfast. And he said he used to be really shy, but I totally didn't get that from him until breakfast when we went to the diner, and he was really tongue-tied ordering. It was kind of sweet. It's October. Yeah? How was there a snowstorm in October? Right? Michigan, man. Fucking Michigan. Oh, right. So, wow, you spent the night? Were you drunk? No, bitch. She says, like that explains something. Okay, so how was it? The sex, I mean, obviously. Dude, it was really good. He's, I don't know, magnetic or something. She's quiet for a while, and my mind drifts to Rex's big hands on me. The way he pulled me close to him in the shower, after I told him I'd have dinner with him. His strong hips flexing into mine, our erections sliding together in the steamy heat. The way he grabbed my ass, grinding us together. His chest hair scraping my nipples. The way he bit down on my throat like I was a kitten trying to wander away, and pulled me up into him, hard. The way he kissed me, tongue everywhere, hands everywhere, our cocks straining together until we both grabbed them at the same time, jerking white heat on our stomachs and chests, and leaning against each other as the water washed it all away. Earth to Daniel! Ginger is nearly shouting into the phone. What? Oh my God, you're thinking about having sex with him right now. Guilty, I laugh. Fuck, that's so hot, she says. What? Sweet cheeks, you fucked the lead singers of bands on international tours and never said anything more than, he looked taller on stage, or, yeah, nice guy. If you're sitting there right now fantasizing about sex you had with a lumberjack to the point where you don't hear me yelling your name, then I know it was hot. God, I'm so jealous. I want a lumberjack. He's not a lumberjack, and you should be. Ugh, she groans. Hey, any highlights from the shop lately? Oh my God, yes.
You remember that really tall, skinny guy who had me do the vertebrae tattoo down his spine? Yeah, the one you kept calling Skeletor, thinking you were funny until Megan told you Skeletor is actually big and blue and muscular? Yeah, she mumbles. Anyway, he came back in, and he wants me to do his whole skeleton, like every bone, little by little. That's awesome, I tell her. Ginger likes large-scale projects, and she loves doing realistic black and gray. Did you start? Yeah, I did his left arm. It's gonna be sick. Not sure when he'll have the cash for more, but I'm totally into it. Sweet. Hey, my brother hasn't come back in, has he? No, she scoffs. Definitely scared him away, asshole. Have you talked to them recently? It may shock you to know that none of them has sent so much as a text message since I left. Sorry, baby cakes. No surprise, I say, and it's not really. It's not like I've been thinking about my dad and my brothers much or anything. I mean, most of my contact with them the last few years has been cursory, and everything before that was them messing with me, since they found out I was gay. No, before they found out. Still, I hadn't even realized. I was hoping maybe now that we had some space between us, they'd, what, miss me? Nah, but wonder if I was okay? Maybe. Listen, Ginger says, it's their fucking loss, you hear me? You just don't worry about them. You just do your teaching and write your book and forget about them. Go on your date, talk about whatever you want. Oh, and ask lots of questions, and don't swear. What? Just, don't swear too much. It's not polite on a date. What are you, a fucking matchmaker? Just don't say fuck every 5 seconds, okay, asshole? It's crude. And it shows you don't have respect for your date. Girl, you're crazy. But I like when she tells me shit like that. It feels like the kind of scolding that someone who cares about you gives. Where are you going for dinner? Some Italian place near campus. I mean, this town only has like 4 restaurants. Don't wear a white shirt, in case you get sauce on it. Dude, I don't even own a white shirt. Not since the one I bought for my interview got covered in Marilyn's blood, anyway. Oh, right. Well, you know what I mean? Then I went to La Dolce with that Andrew guy last year. I wore my white jacket, the cloth biker style one, and I sprayed tomato sauce all over it. Looked like I'd been in a shootout. Not a good look, just saying. God, I forgot about Andrew. He was such a tool. True that. Anyway, learn from my mistakes, young Jedi. No white, check. Hey, D? I can tell you like the lumberjack. Just be yourself, huh? Like your actual self. The way you are with me. Not the way you are with your brothers or with Richard. And how am I with them? It comes out snippier than I meant. You're just really guarded. Quick to throw down, Whatever, I mutter. I'm serious. It may not work out with him, sure, and that's fine. Just give him a chance. Message received, I tell her with a sigh. I adore you, she says in the voice I can never resist. Yeah, go draw on someone. Bye, baby cakes. My conversation with Ginger has been on my mind all day, so when I run home to change before meeting Rex, I call the auto shop. It's about 5 p.m., so they'll probably all be there. I'll just say a quick hello, check in, no big deal. Pats, a gruff voice says on the 8th ring. Luther? I say, it's Daniel. Oh, hey, kid. How's tricks? Pretty good, I say. Weird to be out of the city and all. How's Maria and the kids? Oh, good, Great. Hey, listen, are any of them around? Yep, here's Sam. Bye, kid. Daniel? Sam sounds a little surprised to hear from me, but not unfriendly. We don't really have anything in common, but he always gave me the least shit. Most likely just because he's the oldest and didn't want to waste his time. How's it going, bro? I ask. Not bad, he says, and starts talking about some new car he's working on. It's like I never left. My brothers all do this. They know I don't care about cars, but they don't have anything else to say. So I let him talk while I pull on jeans and change my shirt. Liza good? She's still working at the florist? Yep, she's fine. Bugging me about kids. Do you want kids? We'll see. Anyway, kid, gotta run. Here's Pop. Daniel? My dad says it in the same voice as Sam, like he's surprised to hear from me, even though it's been over a month since I left. How's the car running? I roll my eyes, forcing myself to remember what Ginger said, that this is my dad's way of making sure I'm okay. Battery died when we had a snowstorm, I say. In October? Pretty far north here, Pop, I say patiently. Well, it could be. I cut him off, forestalling what would otherwise be a 20-minute disquisition on what the other problems with the car might be. It's okay, Dad. It was just the battery. I jumped in. It's fine now.
All right, then. How's business? This is the only thing I ever ask my dad about because it's the only question he'll ever really answer. Busy right now, he says. Folks trying to get everything shipshape before winter, and God bless the streets department for never paving a damned pothole until it screwed the alignment on half the cars in the city. It'll slow down, though, always does. He pauses, and I can hear the familiar soundscape of the garage, the grind of hydraulics, the hiss of the power washer, the clank of metal dropped on concrete, as if in sympathy. The ghost smells of oil, lube, and hot metal tickle my sinuses. So, my dad continues, you need something? What? No, just wanted to check in, see how you guys are. Oh, my dad says. Well, that's fine. Here's your brother, then. Bye, son. Ryan? I ask. No, it's me. What's going on? Hey, Colin, I say, how's it going? Fine. What did you need? Damn, Colin, I don't need anything. I just wanted to say, hey, Christ. And just like that, my temper's fried. Something about Colin triggers it every time. Sam treats me like a dumb kid sometimes, and Brian's almost always an idiot, teasing me about everything from my sexuality to the way I talk, but Colin's nasty. He's not teasing when he gives me shit. I don't remember him being like that when we were kids, but I guess I don't remember a whole lot from them anyway. I just know that he looks at me like I disgust him, and he speaks to me as little as possible. Well, hey then, I'm gonna get back to work. And shit, that pisses me off. Oh yeah, gotta go get some hearts and flowers tattooed to match your manly butterfly, I say, unable to stop myself. Oh, Ginger is going to kill me. Fuck you, you little bitch, he says, his voice ice cold, and the line goes dead. Damn. I splash some water on my face and force myself not to think about what Colin said. I should have known better than to tease him and expect anything else. Colin teases, Colin does not get teased. I finish getting ready and grab my jacket. After the snowstorm, which was apparently a fluke, the weather settled back into something more familiar for October. Good thing, too, since I'm at least a paycheck away from buying a coat. As I'm walking to the restaurant, my phone buzzes with a text. It's Colin. As the only other time I can remember him texting me was last Thanksgiving to tell me to get more beer, I know it's not going to be good. Keep your fucking mouth shut. I shake my head. I'm just about to text Ginger to apologize in advance, in case Colin gives her shit for telling me, when another text from him comes through. I'm fucking serious, you little shit. Apparently, Colin didn't get Ginger's memo about cursing, and I don't text back. Figure I'll let him sweat a little, asshole. Rex already has a table when I get to the restaurant. He starts to stand up from the circular booth, and I put my hand out to shake at the same time, resulting in an awkward collision where Rex grabs my shoulder to keep me from knocking into the table, and I kind of slither into the booth. Hey, I say. He smiles at me, that slow, warm smile that wrinkles his eyes and shows that twisted tooth. Hey. Daniel? Standing next to our booth is an unfamiliar man of about 40 or 45. He's on the short side, with pumped-up arms to compensate, a blonde crew cut, and nearly invisible blonde eyebrows over light blue eyes. Yeah? He sticks out a beefy hand, and I can see the grease ground deep into his nail beds. Hey, Tiger, it was the spark plugs. His voice is deafening, and his clap on the back almost slams me into the edge of the table. Mark, I guess. Can't lie, bud. Would have never thought a gay teacher would know about cars. He chuckles, the kind of well-meaning, jovial chuckle that lets me know there's no threat behind his words. Oh, hey, Rex, he says, his grin fading. Rex looks stormy, his brow furrowed, and his chin out. Didn't mean nothing. I'll leave you gents to it, then. What the? I say, shaking my head. Spark plugs? Rex asks, relaxing again. Oh, outside Sludge the other day, I helped Marjorie with her car. Her son tried to start it, and it backfired. The car, I mean. The waiter comes over, and I'm pretty sure I've seen her around campus. Small goddamn town. Rex asks me to choose the wine, and I try really hard not to have flashbacks to Richard telling me I ordered the wrong one. Apparently I'm still distracted by that, and the whole Colin thing, because when Rex orders the special pasta, I realize I didn't hear her tell us the specials at all, and I just order the first thing my eye lands on, chicken marsala, which I don't much care for. Rex has just asked me how my day was when my goddamn phone buzzes again. Shit, I say sorry. I go to turn it to silent, but catch the text from Colin before I do. Not a fucking word, Daniel. Jesus Christ, Colin. What's wrong? Rex asks. I shake my head. Just my fucking brother, I say. Then I remember Ginger's admonition, realizing I've said like 4 words and half of them have been swear words. I guess I really do swear a lot. I tell Rex about what happened with Colin and what Ginger told me. Then I find myself telling him about talking to him today. Colin's just mean, man. He's an asshole. What do you need? Like I'm inconveniencing him by calling to say hi for the first time since I left. Not like he does anything other than fucking work anyway. Oh shit. I'm not supposed to be swearing on a date. Rex looks amused. Says who? Ginger, I mutter. Can't believe I said that out loud. Rex's eyes go dark, and he puts his hand on my thigh. So, he says in that growl that raises the hair on my arms, you told Ginger you were going on a date with me, huh? Yeah? Do you tell Ginger everything? No, I say, completely lost in his eyes. He focuses on me like nothing I've ever experienced, like he's reading every blink and breath. He leans back, as if satisfied, and I fiddle with my phone. Colin might actually hate me. It's a thought I've had before, but I always figured it was regular brotherly friction. The fact that it can still happen when we're 3 states apart means he may actually hate me. Fuck him, I mutter, and I swear, not for the first time, that I won't care what he thinks about me ever again. I won't care the next time he calls me Danielle. I won't care the next time he looks at me like I'm trash or laughs when I hurt myself. I won't care the next time I see him around town and he pretends he doesn't notice me. I just won't care. Here you go, gentlemen, the waiter says. Artichoke ravioli and the chicken marsala. She puts our plates down and pours the wine. That was the pasta special, I say. I didn't even hear her say them, or I totally would have gotten that too. Do you want some? Rex offers. Sure. Want a bite of mine? He nods. That's really good, Rex says. I duck my head. I don't actually like marsala that much. I don't know why I ordered it, I say. I don't like artichokes, Rex says, and I burst out laughing. I guess we are both a little distracted. Want to switch? I say. And Rex has the plate out of my hand before he even nods. Damn, he can eat. He's wearing a plain black button-down, and the dark color sets off the red in his brown hair. His table manners are perfect. Colin's the one who first found out I was gay, I find myself saying while Rex is distracted by the food. Did you tell him? Oh, fuck no, I say. I mean, no. He walked in on me, sucking off this guy behind the auto shop. It was one of the worst moments of my life. I was 16. Actually, it wasn't long before I met Ginger. Buddy, the guy, picked up the occasional shift at the shop and was a friend of Colin's from high school. I'd caught him looking at me a few times when I'd come through with a message from my dad or to borrow a car. I'm not even sure if he was gay, but apparently he could tell I was. He was kind of handsome, I suppose, and a blonde football player gone to Seedway, but I didn't care about that. I just wanted to know if the pull I felt toward guys was real, or if there was just something wrong with me, and that's why I didn't care about girls at all. There was someone at the auto shop that I'd had a stupid crush on for what felt like forever. His name was Truman, and he was about as straight as they come. He was far too old for me, married, and would probably have detached my head from my shoulders if he so much as suspected any heat in the way I looked at him in his coveralls. He was a big, muscular black guy in his late 30s, who always wore a red bandana over his hair and had the cleanest fingernails I'd ever seen on a mechanic. He wore a signet ring on his right hand and a wedding ring on his left, and he had a deep chuckle when he was amused and an incongruously high laugh when he was delighted, which I only ever heard in reaction to a victory by the Cleveland Browns, his hometown team, and his twin daughters. Anyway, I'd taken Buddy out behind the shop expressly because I was concerned that Truman would be getting to work soon. He was the only one who came from the south and used the alley behind the shop. I never found out why Colin came through there that day. Suddenly, Colin was there. He was screaming at Buddy, "Get the fuck off my little brother, you fucking pervert!" I was afraid Colin was going to kill him, smash his head into the cement wall. At the same moment, though, I registered that Colin, coming to my defense, calling me his little brother,
was the most intimate thing he'd done in years. I stood up and grabbed at Colin, yelling that it wasn't Buddy's fault. Buddy ran off down the alley and never came back to the shop. I'm not sure whatever happened to him. The second he was gone, Colin rounded on me. He looked like he was going to puke. You... Colin could even find words bad enough for what he wanted to say to me. I was terrified of him. But with Colin, you never let him know you were scared or he'd eat you alive. So I'm gay, I said. I was going for levity, but my voice was scratchy and thin.
Don't you ever fucking say that, Colin said, his voice low and intense, his nostrils flared. He came toward me like a bull, head lowered. It's not a big deal, I started to say. But that was all I got out before Colin hit me in the stomach, then the mouth. I slid down the pocked concrete wall and retched on the ground, the vomit stinging my bloodied mouth. Colin turned and stalked back through the alley the way he'd come. So much for brotherly intimacy. He hit the guy so hard he knocked 2 of his teeth out, I say to Rex, and got in a couple hits on me. I told my dad and my other brothers I was gay later that night, so they didn't hear it from Colin. My dad's not religious, but I think he was praying the ground would open up and swallow him so he didn't have to say anything. Rex makes a strangled sound in the back of his throat, and I look over to see that he's squeezed his wine glass so hard the stem broke in his hand. Shit, I say, are you okay? I'm sorry, Rex says, shaking his head. I apologize, he says to the waiter when she comes over to clean up the spilled wine and take away his broken glass. He turns to me. Listen, he says, can we get out of here? Sure, I say. Did you want... But he's already standing up and throwing money onto the table. I fumble for my wallet as I stand, but he's put down more than enough and I jog after him. His back is to me when I get out of the restaurant, shrugging my jacket on. His hand is on the back of his neck. Hey, I say, did you cut yourself? He shakes his head. I step in front of him, trying to look at his face, but his chin is on his chest. I reach out and squeeze his arm. Are you okay? I ask again. He nods, but still doesn't look up. Come here, I tell him, and I tug on his shirt and start walking toward my apartment. When I unlock the door, I sit him down at the kitchen table, since the only other place to sit is on my unmade bed. Got to add new sheets to my ever-expanding list of things I need to live in Michigan and interact with other human beings. I look at his hand and see that he really didn't cut himself. I've never seen someone break a glass like that, except in cartoons. I pull up a chair in front of his and sit, leaning close to him. Rex, what's going on? I say. He finally looks at me, and his eyes look more uncertain than I've ever seen them. His jaw is clenched. Whatever he sees in my face makes his expression soften. He puts his hands on my knees. Sorry, he says, shaking his head. You didn't even get to finish your food. I don't care about that, I tell him. No, really, he says, I apologize. He falls into this stilted, overly formal way of speaking sometimes. When he's nervous or uncomfortable, I'm not sure. I hate that your brother did that. I can't stand violence. I almost laugh. The idea that Rex, who's 6'4", built like a bodybuilder, held me up against a tree as he finger-fucked me, and could probably take apart any guy I've ever seen, hates violence seems, well, laughable. But then I remember how he fixed Marilyn's leg the night we met, how he looked at my bruises and binder-clipped my pants, how he warned me about the weather and got upset with me because sometimes people die in the snow, how he made sure I was wearing my seatbelt and cooked for me and stretched me so carefully in bed when I said it had been a while, how he held me in sleep, his arms heavy, but never crushed me, how he washed my hair in the shower and put a hand over my brow so shampoo didn't get in my eyes, how, at the diner the next morning, he winced when I burned the roof of my mouth on my coffee and silently pushed my water toward me, even though I barely noticed because I do it all the time. Rex stands abruptly and opens my refrigerator. He shakes his head, and I know he's seeing my collection of takeout condiments and stain from last week's leftovers that leaked. You don't have any food, he says resignedly, and waves me off before I can make any excuses. He opens the freezer and takes out something. He rummages through my cabinets and pulls out a can of beans and a box of instant rice and starts fiddling with my stove. You have to light it, I say. He picks up the fireplace matches that I've jammed into the oven door handle and gives me the same look Ginger gives me when she thinks I've said something particularly childish. Daniel, he says, bending down to look at the stove, you really need to talk to Carl. This stove doesn't have a sensor on the pilot light. I walk over,
but it just looks like any other old stove to me. Is that bad?
It's not safe. If the pilot light goes out and the gas is still on, it's not safe.
Okay, I say, trying not to snap at him for patronizing me, since it's obvious he's freaked out about something else. He puts a hand on my shoulder.
I'm serious. Are you going to call Carl?
I don't really think he'll get me a new stove, Rex. Besides, I hardly ever use it. His hand tightens on my shoulder, like he wants to fight me on it, but he just turns back to the counter. I don't know where he found it, but he's chopping a small onion and stirring it into the beans before I even see him find a knife that must have been here when I moved in. As happened before, after he's been cooking for a bit, his shoulders relax and he starts to talk. I don't want to get all heavy on you, Rex says. Hey, come on. I started it by talking about my brother. Just tell me why it flipped you out so much. Here, I'll put on some music, I say, when he doesn't answer right away. I flip through my CD books for a few minutes trying to find the right thing. But what's good background music for an unexpected confessional from the guy you just started dating and whom you barely know? I figure you can't get more confessional than Tori Amos, and put on Little Earthquakes. You like Tori Amos? Rex says, his back to me. Tori Amos is fucking amazing, I say. Ready to go to the mat for Tori. I know, he says. I guess I just thought you liked, I don't know, harder rock stuff. He says this like he wouldn't know this harder rock stuff if he tripped over it. Just, you're all edgy and stuff. I'm about to prickle at this assessment when he sets a plate in front of me that looks like I'm in a Mexican restaurant. There's fluffy yellow rice and beans with onion that smell like spices I know I've never bought, and a mini burrito, which must have been what he found in my freezer. What the hell? I laugh. Wow, thanks. Have some, I say, but he waves it away. He wanders around my apartment like he's hoping to distract himself, but he's shit out of luck because there isn't much to look at except one bookshelf and a bunch of CDs. I didn't have any friends, Rex says, looking out my window toward the woods. In school, we moved so often, I never had time to make any. And anyway, I was so shy I couldn't talk to anyone, even if I'd wanted to. He wanders over to my bed, and then to the stereo. He flips through the CD book I left out, and then turns the stereo off, Tori cutting out mid-winter. But people didn't really mess with me either. I was just invisible. I can't imagine it, Rex invisible. Even now, it's like the whole room has arranged itself in relation to him. When I was 15, we moved back to Texas because one of my mom's boyfriends had some business there. Shitty little town called Anderson. The school was smaller, though, and after about a year, I made this friend. Well, he made me, really. Kept talking to me all the time at school, even though I didn't say anything back. Real chatterbox. Rex smiles. Funny-looking kid. This wiry red hair and a big old grin, kind of scrawny. Anyway, he'd show up at my house and just take me with him wherever he went. He'd talk and I'd listen. And then one day he kissed me. I was so surprised I about fell over. He socked me on the shoulder and said, "Just wondering," and smiled at me. When I picked up my jaw off the floor, I kissed him back. Rex wanders over to my bookshelf, and he scans the titles. He goes right for The Secret History, running a finger over the mud-spattered spine. When he speaks again, his voice is strained. We'd have sex in the woods, near this little park. No one really went there. One day, these 3 guys found us. I didn't hear them. They started, wailing on us. And Jamie, he was a little guy. Rex walks back to the window and looks out, hands in his pockets. From the way he's talking, it's clear that Jamie wasn't just some fuck in the woods. I want to ask about what he was to Rex, but I don't want to interrupt. I can barely hear him when he starts talking again, his deep voice gone, low and tight. One of the guys picked up a stick, started hitting us with it. I kept trying to get up, to stop them from hurting Jamie, but I wasn't strong enough. When he says this, his muscles flex, arms tightening and shoulders bunching. They ran away when some trucker wandered over to take a piss in the woods. He's the one who radioed for an ambulance, they told me later. My stomach is in a knot. I stopped eating about 2 bites into Rex's story, but I wish I hadn't eaten those. I walk over to him, but his posture radiates stay away. I sit down on my bed facing him. What happened? I choke out. I was out for days, he says, squinting at something out the window. Busted eye socket and chin, broken ribs, took my appendix out.
He rests his forehead against the window. Jamie never woke up. Head trauma. My swallow sounds loud in the quiet of the room. Fuck, I breathe. I don't know what else to say. Rex taps the windowsill with the heel of his hand, and I can see him getting it together. So, you can see why I don't take real kindly to your brother. He sits down on the edge of the bed next to me and bumps my thigh lightly with his closed fist. Listen, he says, I think maybe that's not the kind of thing you talk about on a date, but I'm not real good with polite get-to-know-yous, so... I like this about Rex. He goes for things and explains them if he thinks they need to be explained, but he doesn't seem to second-guess himself, and he doesn't seem to regret anything he says. I turn my nose into his shoulder and breathe him in. I'm so sorry, I say. I know that's not thanks, he says back quickly, and I can tell he's done talking about this. I scoot backward and lie down on my bed, holding my arm out to him. He hesitates, but then sinks down beside me, turning into my body and throwing his arm over my stomach. I hold him as close as I can. After that, he says softly, leaning into my touch, I knew I had to make it, so I'd never be in that position again. His voice is muffled in my neck, and I feel the words before I hear them. I had to be strong enough for whatever happened. Rex, I say, it wasn't your fault. It sounds like a useless cliché before it's even out of my mouth. He slides his hand under my shirt to stroke my back. Hey, Daniel? Could I maybe stay here tonight? He tenses, waiting for my answer. I'm embarrassed because my sheets are dirty, my bed's a saggy piece of shit, and I don't even have coffee to offer him in the morning. But his weight feels right. Yeah, please stay, I say. I mentally run through all my clothes to see if I can offer him anything to sleep in and come up with nothing that would possibly fit him. I wonder if it's ungrateful to leave the food he made me congealing on the table. I should definitely brush my teeth. Rex just strips and climbs under my covers. I jump up to make sure the door's locked and turn off the lights, and I duck into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I set my phone alarm and toss it onto the windowsill. Then I drop my clothes on the floor at the foot of the bed and crawl in next to Rex, shivering. His skin is giving off enough heat that I can feel it without even touching him. I press a small kiss to his shoulder and lie on my back beside him, barely touching. I'm not sure if he wants me to hold him or to be left alone. After a while, he grabs my hand and squeezes it. It's like we're a part of a string of paper dolls joined at the wrist. We stay that way for a minute, and then he reaches over to my other hand and pulls me toward him. It's kind of awkward, the way he hauls me onto him, and I'm not sure what he wants. Then I realize that he's positioned me the way I woke up on Sunday morning, half on top of him, with my leg thrown over his hip and my cheek on his chest. He's asleep before I can decide if I like it or not. Chapter 7. October. It's been a week and a half since my date with Rex, and I've only seen him once, when we met for a quick coffee at the library on Saturday. I don't know why I thought I'd be less busy than I was in grad school once I got a job, but I was obviously wrong. Peggy Lasher is officially my arch nemesis. When I got to my office on Friday, I found an email from her, with Bernard Ness, the chair of the department, CC'd, thanking me in advance for being willing to cover her classes in the coming week because her husband's mother had died and she would be leaving for New York immediately. I'm not proud of the fact that my first thought wasn't to feel sorry for her loss, or even pissed that she'd assumed I'd help her out. It was a gut-deep jealousy that she would be within 2 hours of Philly, unless by New York she actually meant Buffalo or something. Of course, being pissed followed swiftly. When I mentioned it to Jay Santiago, who has become my go-to for reality checks about the department, he said that since it was such a small school, the newest hire was often asked to cover classes. This was apparently school-specific, because as far as I know, nothing of the sort was the culture at Penn. Peggy's a romanticist, not a specialty of mine, so I had to do some major cramming to feel comfortable teaching her class. One was an intro to 18th and 19th century lit, which was okay because it was mostly stuff I'd read in grad school. But her second class was a 300-level class on romantic poetry for English majors, which took every spare moment of my time to prepare for. In a school the size of Sleeping Bear, reputation is everything.
The students all talk to each other, and if you have a reputation for being a bad or boring teacher, your classes won't fill, which is the first sign that a department won't keep you around. So it was very much in my best interest to make Peggy's students think I was awesome so they'd take a chance on my classes next semester. Friday morning, after Rex spent the night, we'd made plans to spend the weekend together at his house. So when I found the email from Peggy, I was doubly pissed because I knew it meant the end to our relaxing weekend. I explained about subbing for Peggy, and he said he understood, but I've been a little worried that Rex feels like I abandoned him after the story he told me on Thursday night. I can't stop thinking about it. Now that I know his mom and his first lover both died, his protectiveness makes a lot of sense. I still can't exactly picture Rex as the shy kid he described, but the idea of him going through something like that makes me feel sick. And somehow, more even than the beating and Jamie dying, it's Rex's decision to change his body that hits me the hardest. His need to believe that if he were only physically strong enough, then he would be able to protect everyone he cared about. He didn't mention it, but he must feel like his size protects him too.
When I get to Rex's, he's sitting at a small table in the living room, grumbling while sketching something that looks like the plans for a dresser, Marilyn lying at his feet. There's a fire crackling, and the whole house smells like cedar and pine and maple, like maybe Rex ate pancakes for breakfast. He's wearing dark gray sweatpants and a white t-shirt worn thin, its sleeves pulling tight over his biceps every time he tenses his arm to erase. "Hi," I say, and dump my stuff next to the table, slinging my jacket over the chair opposite his. Because of all the time I spent covering Peggy's classes this week, I'm behind on my own grading. Rex told me to come on over and do it at his house, and we could have dinner whenever I was done. "Hey," he says, reaches an arm out to me. He slides his chair back enough to pull me onto his lap, something I thought only happened to children and like cheerleaders or girls who are about to get proposed to. But he's warm, even in a t-shirt, and he smells so good. "What are you grumbling about?" Just work." "What's up?" "Oh, I want to do more woodworking and less odd jobs. Don't get me wrong," he says quickly. "I'm really glad the work's there. Well, I've been trying to figure out if I could, I don't know. People around here know that I make furniture, but it's not a big town. Obviously," he adds at my snort. "So I was just thinking about how to make it more of a business. Transition more into custom jobs like that. Just a thought." "That's awesome," I tell him. "Your work's beautiful. Of course you should get the word out. You need a website for sure. And do you have pictures of the pieces you've sold? If not, I'm sure the people you sold them to would let you photograph them. Then people can reach you through the website to place orders, you know?" I trail off with a blank expression on Rex's face. He says, "I'm not so good with computers." "I can help you. It's so easy now. There are free sites you can use and tons of tutorials online." He makes a non-committal sound and kisses me, and I immediately lose track of everything except that I'm sitting on his lap and he's kissing me. He tastes like Rex and coffee. Coffee. Apparently I said that out loud because he chuckles and asks me if I want some. I nod eagerly and follow him into the kitchen, where he pushes me against the counter and kisses me, a long, deep kiss that bumps grading at least 30 slots farther down the things I want to do list than it already was. "I missed you this week," he says, and pulls me into his shoulder. "Me too," I say. "Sorry, it was a killer week. Freaking Peggy," I spit out. Rex squeezes my shoulder with one big hand, and I kind of melt against him involuntarily. "Jesus," he says, "you're all in knots. It doesn't seem fair that this Peggy woman can just make you do her work. Well, she didn't make me, but you know, I'm the low man on the totem pole or whatever, so I've got to put the time in." He takes my other shoulder in his hand and massages them for a minute. At first I tense up, but then every muscle relaxes, including the ones keeping my eyes open. I groan. "Well, I don't think that's right," Rex says. "Are they at least paying you for it?" "It doesn't really work that way in academia," I say. Rex makes an irritated sound and his thumbs dig in harder. You gotta stop. You're gonna put me to sleep," I tell Rex, but I'm kind of nuzzling him. "After dinner I'll finish, okay?" His voice is husky. He tilts my chin up and kisses me. "Finish your work," he says, and the promise in his voice thrills me. "Hey, which is your Wi-Fi network?" I ask Rex. "My piece of shit computer isn't picking anything up." Rex looks surprised. "Oh," he says, his shoulders going rigid. "I don't have one." "You don't have the internet?" "Don't need it much. When I do, I go to the library."
Oh, do you need it to get your work done? I should have told you, I guess. I just didn't think of it. No, it's okay. Man, I've just been in an academic world too long. I didn't think to ask. I use it to double check if I suspect a student's plagiarized, but no, it doesn't matter. I can do that later. I settle into the first paper, immediately irritated because the student doesn't seem to have a thesis. I let out a deep sigh. It's going to be a long afternoon. She also doesn't cite any of her quotes. The next paper's argument is so convoluted that I'm almost impressed with the fact that the student has managed to appear sane in my class so far. Paper 3 has no argument whatsoever and not a single grammatically correct sentence. I sigh again and rub my eyes. Grading always requires waging a mental battle against my temper. Rex looks up from his drawing and quirks a brow at me in question. Sorry, I tell him. Grading always infuriates me. It's like my students don't listen to what I say at all. I mean, we go over thesis statements in class, and I give them a handout about how to tell if a thesis is strong or not. Then they write these papers, and they're just nonsense. I mean, actual nonsense. They aren't making an argument. They don't connect any of their ideas. And half the time, I can't even tell if they've read the book they're writing about. It drives me fucking nuts. Listen to this. I will argue that the way Bartleby doesn't want to do anything proves that he's politically opposed to doing anything. What? Rex clears his throat. You make it sound like they do badly just to piss you off. I laugh, but he doesn't seem to be joking. You know, it's not really that easy for everyone, he continues. He's trying to sound casual, but I can tell he means it. Sometimes people aren't good at things. I know that, but it's like they're not even trying, I start to explain. You don't know that, he says. Maybe they're trying their best and they're just not as smart as you. Or they're good at math, but not your class.
Of course I know he's right. At every moment other than when I'm grading, I know that. You're right, I say. I guess it just makes me feel like I'm wasting my time trying to teach them shit sometimes, like they don't care about it anyway, so why do I spend all my time trying to make them? Well, he says after a pause, that sounds like a bigger question. Yeah, I guess it is. I don't really want to think about it right now. Sorry, I'm just so fucking glad it's the weekend. I'll just finish this. Rex doesn't say anything. His shoulders are tense, and his jaw clenched. He must think I'm such a pretentious ass right now. Really, it's never a good idea to grade while anyone else is watching. Hey, can we put on some music? I ask. It's so quiet in here, I can't think. Rex points to the cabinet next to the television. Put on whatever you want, he says. Yeah, sorry, I'm so used to working in coffee shops or at the bar that I guess I've, trained myself to associate noise with concentration. I can just put my headphones on if you want. No, it's fine, Rex says. Do you miss the city a lot then? He's looking at his drawing and fiddling with his pencil. Yeah, I say, standing before the cabinet and tracing the wood grain with my finger. Did you make this? He nods. You're so talented. Rex smiles. Wow, he has a lot of stuff I've never heard of. He has almost all records, but he definitely doesn't strike me as the sort of neo-vinyl fan who buys new records but never touched a turntable until college. Some of these are moldy. Who's Blossom Dearie? She was a jazz singer, mostly in the 50s and 60s, recorded a lot of standards. I put the record on. There's a scritch of static, and then a light voice fills the room. Were these your mother's records? Rex's head jerks up. Yeah. I like it, I say, and go back to grading. By the time I'm finished, I've gone through 3 more records, my comment writing hand is cramping, my shoulders are tight, and I've decided that Rex is an incredibly distracting work buddy. Every time I look up from a paper, there he is, his sensual mouth tightened in concentration, and the tiny line between his eyebrows reminding me of how he looked when he was inside me. Oh, thank God, I say finally, my forehead resting on the stack of graded papers. I need a drink. After we take Marilyn for a walk, Rex makes omelets for dinner. Do you want to watch a movie or something? I ask, putting my plate in the sink. Rex shakes his head. Do you want me to go so you can do whatever? Rex shakes his head again, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. He stands up and holds out a hand to me. In his bedroom, Rex pulls me close, running his hands up and down my back. I put my arms around him, thrilling at his firm muscles and his warmth. Every time I touch him, it's like my whole body reacts. He slides my t-shirt up and pulls it over my head, never losing contact. then he strips off his own. "Lie down," Rex says, a warm hand splaying across my back. He pulls my jeans and underwear off. "Just relax." Rex massages my neck, strong thumbs digging into the muscles on either side, then runs his fingers into my hair, massaging my scalp. I guess he wasn't kidding about finishing that massage. He kisses the back of my neck, then moves on to my shoulders. At first, I tense every time he moves to a new part of my body, but he just keeps whispering, "It's okay, relax." And little by little I do. He spreads my arms, massaging my biceps, and then down my ribs. My breath catches when his thumbs go to my spine. I can hear little pops and cracks as his weight bears down on me. With every breath and every touch, I feel like I'm melting into the mattress. When Rex straddles me on the bed, I can feel his heat everywhere. He kisses the back of my neck and the top of my spine as his strong hands massage my lower back, pressing me into the sheets. His palms skim my thighs, and I tense up again. "You're okay," Rex murmurs, and uses more pressure, massaging the muscles of my thighs firmly. I bury my face in the pillow, hugging it to me, tensing up again. No one has ever touched me like this, cared for me like this. It's like Rex thinks of my body as something he's responsible for, something precious. I shake my head in the pillow. "Hey," he says, "look at me." He rolls me to my side so he can see my face. "What's wrong? Do you want me to stop?" I shake my head violently, but I can't muster a single word. "Do you want me to keep going?" I nod. Rex is looking at me carefully. I don't know how to explain it to him. I keep opening my mouth and nothing comes out. Rex gives me a sad smile. "Do you want me to take care of you? Make sure you're relaxed?" Is that a trick question? Do I want him to take care of me? What does that mean? I don't want Rex to think I'm weak, but I don't want him to stop. I want this to be like a dream where things just happen and no one talks about them and everything is liquid and sleepy. I wish I were drunk, so I could let him do whatever he wants to me, and it wouldn't have to be my choice. I don't think I'm supposed to wish for that. Rex presses a soft kiss to my cheekbone. "Just try and relax, all right? You don't have to think about anything. You don't have to do anything. Your only job is to relax, okay?" I nod. "Just relax. No big deal, right? Just relax." Years of experience have taught me that it is a big deal, though. If you relax, you're unprepared for what might happen next. If you relax, someone can sneak up on you. If you relax, you can't react quickly enough. Years of brotherly sneak attacks on the couch, being pulled into hallways and alleys and slammed against lockers and walls have taught me so. "Daniel, do you trust me?" Rex asks. I think I do. Intellectually, I know Rex isn't going to hurt me, but it's not as easy as I thought. Not as much of a choice as I thought. I take a deep breath and decide that it's just mind over matter. If I want to trust Rex, I just have to do it. I close my eyes and nod. I'm rewarded with a kiss on the mouth and a smile. Rex looks genuinely pleased. I let out a deep breath, glad to have done the right thing, and spread my arms out again, letting go of my death grip on the pillow. If I open my eyes just a sliver, the green flannel of Rex's sheets is a nubbly landscape that I can pretend is moss. I've always wanted to take a nap on a bed of moss. Rex's hands are back. I imagine that he's some kind of sinewy mountain cat padding across my back, pressing me deeper into the springy moss with his huge paws. I used to do this as a kid. I'd lie in bed with the covers over my face and pretend that my stuffed animals were bigger than me. I would pretend that my stuffed lion would gather me up in its paws like a cub and pull me on top of its stomach to sleep. Even Rex's pine and cedar smell fits. Now he's a tree that has been standing for 200 years, limber enough to bend with the wind, but sturdy enough to shelter me. His hands are on my thighs again, and this time, it's like he's soothing muscles I didn't even know I had, stroking purely functional things to a sensual tingle. "Okay?" Rex asks. And I want to ask him how a tree can talk. I just nod, though, my eyes closing a bit, casting the green hillside into the first shadows of evening. It's working. I really am relaxing. Then Rex's hands touch my ass, and I don't want to pretend anymore. He takes the globes of my ass in his hands and massages them, and it feels like I'm drowning, sinking deep into something warm and viscous like honey. I moan as his palms rest on the hills of my ass, and his thumb caresses my lower back. Then he slides his hands to my hips and massages them, rotating them one at a time. He kneels between my legs, spreading them to make room for him, and kneads my inner thighs and up to the crease of my bottom. He takes me by the hips and digs strong thumbs into my spine, pushing my knees up and apart. His hands slide back to my ass, fingers dipping into my crack, and I moan. Every touch is electric. I never knew relaxing could feel so amazing. Every strong squeeze of his hands on my ass sends jolts of heat to the base of my spine and my cock, the only part of me that is not relaxed. I squirm a little, trying to maneuver myself into a position that isn't crushing my burgeoning erection. Rex lifts my hips easily and settles me back on the bed tenderly, then urges me down again, his attention returning to my ass. I gasp when I feel his hand on my erection, and I let my breath out slowly as he gentles me again, caressing my ass softly to relax me. I never thought about having tension in my hips or thighs, but as Rex spreads my legs farther apart, relaxing them, I feel loose and flexible, the tension draining from me, leaving me open to him. He scoots up, running a hand through my hair, and I arch into his touch. "Okay, baby?" he asks softly, like he doesn't want to break the spell. "Feels so good," I murmur. When Rex slides down over my back and starts kissing my neck, I vaguely register that he's taken off his pants too, but I didn't notice. He kisses down my spine, and when he reaches the plump of my ass, he doesn't stop, kissing a line down my crack. I gasp and tense up again, but his hands stroke my hips. "I want to taste you, Daniel," Rex says, his voice the tumble of a blood-warm wave breaking near my ear. "Can I taste you?" He follows this up with a lick to my ear, and I groan, nodding maniacally. I can feel his hardness between my legs, a pulsing brand on my thigh. "Tell me. Do it, please." "Do what, Daniel?" Rex asks, his voice teasing and filthy. I want you to taste me." I bite out, a rush of shame competing with arousal. "Spread your legs for me," he commands. He drops down again, grabbing the hills of my ass and squeezing them, pulling them apart. His tongue touches my opening, and a dark, hot pleasure opens me up as he licks into me. "Oh, God," I groan, burying my face in the pillow. Rex goes back to his massage, hands sliding down my thighs to my calves, relaxing every muscle he touches. Then his mouth is back, kissing, and then licking my hole, his tongue relaxing this muscle too. He pushes me up farther, so he can bury his face between my cheeks, and then everything is liquid heat, and a pleasure so much gentler than penetration. I feel the shift as my muscles relax, and Rex's tongue breaches me. It's something caught so exactly between relaxing me and driving me to a fever pitch of arousal that my brain doesn't know how to process it, and I slide back and forth between unclenching to his mouth and tensing with pleasure. I'm crying out now, desperate for Rex to push a little harder, slide a little deeper so this feeling can coalesce into something I know, but he keeps working me, sliding softly inside me and gentling my trembling muscles with his own. "Rex, Rex, Rex," I call out, unable to control myself. I don't know what I'm begging for, whether more or less, everything or nothing, I don't know. Then Rex groans, the sound ripped from deep inside him. As he shifts, I feel his erection impossibly hard, and he's trembling above me. "Oh, Daniel," he says. His voice is a tender animal that could consume me. "Fuck, Daniel, I need to be here right now." He slides 3 fingers into me as he says it, and my whole body clenches, shuddering when he breaches me. I say, pressing my lips into the bed and grabbing the sheets. Rex grabs my hips to keep me still. He reaches up to grab a condom from the dresser and puts his mouth to my ear. Was that a yes? He growls, and I moan again. Was that, yes, Rex, you can have my ass. I nod frantically, trying to turn and look back at him, but his weight makes it impossible. I'm out of my head with lust. The only thing I can feel is the empty throbbing in my channel where his tongue has left me wanting. I can almost feel him inside me, filling me up, and I clench at the thought. Fuck, baby, Rex says. Then he dives back down, his mouth sucking at my hole, tongue jabbing inside me. Rex, please. Please what? He says, low and rumbling. Please fuck me. I'm finally able to string together. I don't know how I can be this relaxed and this on edge at the same time. But when I feel Rex's heat against me, I don't even tense up. He slides just past my muscle, and my body welcomes him. He spreads my ass and slides the rest of the way in, filling me so perfectly that it takes me a moment to catch up with the sensation. By the time it does, he's all the way inside me, and my whole channel clenches with pleasure. We both cry out, and Rex's hands tighten on my hips, pulling me up and onto his shaft. He doesn't move, and it's like we're locked together in a perfect moment that we know will only get better. I swallow hard, and Rex drops his forehead to my back. Then he begins to move, tiny pulses of his hips that stir friction between us. Gradually, his movements get bigger, until I can feel the drag of his cock against my inner walls. My own erection feels almost secondary, a sensation I never thought I would have. It's as if only where he's touching me matters. He slides slowly out of me, and I make a desperate sound, thinking he's leaving, but he strokes up my spine. He rests the head of his cock against my hole, teasing me with it, pulsing himself shallowly in and out of my muscle, confusing the sensitive skin there with each penetration. Then he slides all the way back in, with one firm stroke, and it's like a fire stroking through my channel. He pulls my hips up farther and begins fucking me deeply, letting his weight bear him down. He's supporting himself on his arms as he fucks down into me, and I grab the corded muscle of his forearms, trying to gain some purchase. I can't stop the broken sounds that are coming out of my mouth, and Rex is making a noise like a groan and a whimper. Then I arch into him, and he slides against my prostate, flooding me with a wave of pleasure from my ass to my dick. I cry out, and Rex pulls me up, locking his arms around my shoulders to maintain his angle. Every thrust bumps my prostate, and I have no control over my body. I feel lightheaded, like every nerve is being strummed with Rex's strokes. He rotates his hips and drives into me, then freezes there for a long moment, letting me feel the pulse of his erection, letting me feel how completely he fills me. Please, I gasp out, and Rex moans. I can feel him shaking above me. Daniel, he says shakily. Then he rears back and slams into me, grabbing my cock for the first time since he began his massage. The second he touches me, I'm done for. He pumps my shaft once, twice, 3 times, and then I'm coming in his hand, the pleasure washing through my whole body. My orgasm seems to go on even after he's wrung every jet of cum from me. Echoes of pleasure pulsing in my balls and through my ass. Then Rex is coming, his strokes growing short and hard. He thrusts himself deep inside me and moans brokenly, freezing an orgasm. Then his hips pulse a few more times as he presses the last of himself inside me. I'm trembling from pleasure and can't catch my breath, but as Rex lowers on top of me, still softening inside me, I realize that I'm more relaxed than I've ever been. Jesus, Rex mutters as he slides out of me and drops the condom into the garbage can. I can't even open my eyes. I'm still on my stomach where I collapsed, Rex's sticky hand trapped between my belly and the bed. I roll onto my side a little, and Rex wipes his hand on the flannel sheets. He snugs up behind me and kisses the back of my neck avidly, then slides his arm under my neck so he can wrap both arms around my chest. Fuck, he says, as his spent cock brushes up against my ass and gives the little twitch. I moan absently and tuck my knees up. Rex nestles his groin against my ass and squeezes me tight. I want to thank him for the massage, for relaxing me, and for what was definitely the best sex of my life, but I'm too relaxed to say a word. I feel like my head is going to explode out my eyeballs, and when it does, I'm not even going to move. I'm just going to lie here with no head and no eyeballs. I've been in the library since I finished teaching at 2 p.m. I'm starving, and there's no way I can do even one more hour of work on this conference paper. It's only Wednesday, and the week already feels endless. The relaxation of Rex's homey cabin and warm hands, nothing but a memory. I need to get some dinner, go home, and put myself the hell to bed if I want to finish this tomorrow. I gather my stuff and trudge downstairs. Daniel? I spin around and find myself face to face with Rex. Well, face to throat, damn, he's tall. Hi, I say, smiling up at him. What are you doing here? I'm just picking up some things, and I needed to look at some stuff. Well, that was specific. I nod, though, too tired to press him. What are you working on? He guides me over to the bench, next to the wall, and brings me down next to him. I lean into him a little. I have to give a paper at this conference in Detroit on Saturday. It's the biggest annual conference in my field, and my panel got accepted over the summer, which is great, but I kind of forgot about it. What with moving and teaching and everything. Then this morning, I looked at my calendar and realized it's, really soon. Even as I'm telling Rex this, my stomach is tightening. It's the first panel that I proposed that has been accepted at a really prestigious conference, and I was jazzed about working on a new project when I wrote the abstract. Of course, sitting down this morning to start writing it, realizing I only have a few days, is a different story. I've got to finish it tomorrow so I can practice it and time it. Then I'm driving down Friday afternoon and coming back Sunday. I can't believe I left it this long. I just started it this afternoon. It's going to be crap because I'm throwing it together. My stomach lets out an audible rumble, even though I've moved past hunger to sheer anxiety. I'm blocking out hours in my head as I talk. 3 hours for teaching tomorrow, then I can work on the paper. Then I need to do laundry so I have clean clothes for the conference. I should definitely check my car before I leave. And I miss something Rex says. Sorry? I say, what? Rex narrows his eyes at me. I said, when was the last time you ate? Breakfast, I say, which is technically true, even though breakfast was half a bagel I found in my bag from yesterday. Daniel, it's after 7. When Rex gets worried, that damned wrinkle in the middle of his forehead comes out, the one I can't help but associate with his face clenched in pleasure. I reach out absently and smooth it with my finger. His expression softens. Hi, I say, and I kiss him. I don't generally kiss in libraries, it's true, but no one can see us, and I can't resist touching him when he's this close. He smiles and squeezes my hand. Hi, so can I take you to get some food? Oh, that's okay, I say. I was just going to grab something on my way home. I think I'm going to crash out early. I think since I have to try and finish this tomorrow. Okay, he says neutrally. Do you want to have dinner tomorrow? Oh yeah, that sounds great. Oh, shit. I grabbed my calendar from my bag and flipped through it. Shit, I can't. I'm having dinner with Jay tomorrow. I forgot. Who's Jay? Rex lets go of my hand. He teaches in my department. He's helping me with this committee I'm accidentally chairing. Don't ask. Anyway, we're having dinner tomorrow, so he can explain everything. Sorry. Oh. So I guess I'll just see you when you get back? Rex's eyes are slightly narrowed, and I can't tell if I'm supposed to offer to cancel dinner with Jay so I can see Rex before I leave for the conference. Am I supposed to invite Rex to come? You could come to dinner with us, I say, and it doesn't sound at all sincere, but it would be really boring for you to come because we're just going to talk about work stuff. Do you want to come over to my house after dinner? I ask, hoping maybe this is a good compromise. You could keep me company while I pack. This is the lamest thing I've ever said. Only Ginger wants to hang out with me while I stuff things into a bag, but Rex smiles. I can do that, he says. He pushes my messy hair back and kisses my cheek, which stokes a small warmth in my stomach. I lean my head on his shoulder for a moment and breathe in his smell. Hey, are you falling asleep? Rex says. Mm-hmm. And you sure you don't want to come home with me? I'll cook you dinner, I groan. That sounds amazing, but all I really want is to go to bed. Thanks, I say. But it's okay. I'll see you tomorrow night. He nods. Probably around 9? I can text you when we're done? Oh, I don't text, Rex says, straightening his spine and squaring his shoulders. Huh. Okay then, Mr. Technophobe. Well, we're just going to the pizza place around the corner from my apartment, so if I'm not at my place at 9, just come there. Okay, he says. Can I at least drive you home? Sure. He goes back to the computer he was using and puts what look like a few CDs and some printouts in his bag. When Rex stops his truck in front of my apartment, he turns off the engine and turns to me. Listen, he says, it's not going to be crap. What? Your paper. You said it's going to be crap because you're writing it at the last minute. I know that isn't true. You're too hard on yourself. I'm sure it'll be great. You can't be sure, I tell him. I hate it when people say things like this, almost as much as I hate it when they assume my writing is going to be bad. You've never even read anything I've written. Rex pulls his hand from mine, and his jaw clenches. He looks out the window. Sorry, I say. I thought my tone was pretty matter-of-fact, but I've clearly hurt his feelings. Rex shakes his head. No, you're right. I've never read anything you've written. I'm sure it's all real over my head. He sounds disgusted, and I feel like I should apologize, but all I did was state a fact. Good night, Daniel, he says. He sounds far away. I lean over and give him a kiss, and his hand comes up to cradle the back of my neck. Night. I wasn't looking forward to dinner with Jay, since I thought I'd need every last second to finish my paper. About an hour before we were set to meet up, though, it all just kind of came together. A rogue example turned out to be the perfect introduction, and it let me pull out a thread that had been lurking, but that I hadn't known what to do with. I finished in a flurry, and I'll have time to check it over tomorrow night when I get to Detroit. Dinner turned out to be good, though. Once I wasn't panicking about my paper anymore. It was nice to just chat with Jay about Sleeping Bear and what a weird place it was. He was in grad school in Phoenix, so the weather hit him even harder than it has me. He gave me the scoop on the other folks in the department, affirming that Peggy was kind of the Antichrist, and went over how he'd approached the students last year. He was a really nice guy, and very easy to talk to. So I have to admit, Jay says, after we've talked about the committee, I was really excited when you took this job. Oh, I say. Yes, honestly. I was enthusiastic to get someone who came from a different background, not the typical 4-year college to grad school route. I imagine going to community college gave you a different perspective on teaching, too. He doesn't sound judgmental about it at all, which is pretty uncommon among professors. Most think going to community college is embarrassing. My advisor told me I shouldn't list it on my CV. It did, yeah, I say. At CCP, the community college, people were there because they wanted to be. They were mostly older, or they were going part-time while working to pay for it. And some of the professors were really great, but a lot of the classes were easy. I mean, the English classes were good because the teachers would always talk about other books than were on the syllabus, so I could go find those and read them. But yeah, they weren't very challenging. I could only afford to take a few classes a semester, but I went during the summers too. So when I transferred to Temple to finish out my degree, I only had a year's worth of credits left. That was all I could afford there. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even have done it, except I knew I could never get into grad school straight from a community college, so my degree needed to be from Temple. It's shitty, but that's how it is. Jay nods, his attention intense. Anyway, I was really lucky because one of the professors I had for an English class was an adjunct at Temple. I would go to her office hours and we'd talk about books and stuff. She gave me a lot of good recommendations. She's the one who told me that if I was thinking of grad school, I'd need to transfer. I really didn't have a clue about how academia worked back then. I was on the hiring committee. I've seen your trajectory. It's very impressive, Daniel, really. I'm embarrassed, so I changed the subject. We talk about the trip to New York that Jay's just returned from. He's trying to get an international Latina literature and theory conference started, which sounds great. And he was schmoozing with some folks he knows. We slip into the topic of other conferences, and Jay realizes that he went to grad school with one of my professors, whom I'll see at the conference in Detroit.
I swear to God, the academic world is frighteningly small. I'm just describing my conference paper to Jay when Rex walks in and comes over to our table. Hi, I say. Sorry, am I late? I fumble for my phone to see the time, but it's only 8:40. No, Rex says. I was early and I saw you guys, so I thought I'd come over. That okay? Yeah, of course. Rex, this is Jay Santiago. Jay Rex Vale. Nice to meet you, Jay says, standing to offer his hand, and he seems to wince the slightest bit at Rex's handshake. Rex nods at him. You too. We're all standing when the check comes, so I shrug on my jacket and grab my wallet. I've got it, Jay says. No, I say. You were doing me a favor. I've got it, please. No, Jay says. You're the new hire. Consider it a welcome to the department. Oh, you don't have to. Nonsense, Jay says. I've got it. And he hands the waiter his credit card without looking at the check. Wow. Okay, well, thanks, Jay, I say, feeling a little awkward. I appreciate it. My pleasure, he says, pulling on a black wool overcoat and leather driving gloves. We start to walk out, Rex keeping pace with me. Enjoy the conference, Jay says. Give Wendy my regards. Will do, I say. And the paper sounds wonderful, Daniel, really. He claps me on the shoulder. Thanks, I say. Nice to meet you, he says to Rex, and Rex nods. Inside my apartment, Rex pushes me against the door and kisses me aggressively. My head bangs against the wood, and Rex pulls back, breathing heavily. Sorry, he mutters. What's wrong? I ask him. Is he still pissed from last night? If it were Ginger, I'd tease her. Say, what, are you jealous? But something tells me Rex wouldn't appreciate that. Nothing, he says. Did you finish your paper? I did, yeah. It all came together. You were right. It's going to be fine. He smiles and looks a little sheepish. Listen, he says. I didn't mean to be unfriendly. It was just harder than I thought to see you out with another guy. Well, you weren't so much unfriendly as you were totally menacing, and he's not another guy, he's a colleague. I pat his chest and walk to my closet, grabbing my duffel bag and starting to toss things into it. But he likes you, Rex says, as if it's a fact. I mean, as a friend, maybe, I say. Wow, I guess he really is jealous. It's not a great look on him. No, Rex says, more than a friend. I could tell by how he was looking at you. And how was he looking at me, I ask. Like he was appreciating you, Rex says slowly, looking at the floor. I stop. I don't even know if Jay's gay, I say. I hope he isn't. What, with the easy rhyme and the cruelty of children? He is, Rex says. How do you know? Oh my God, did you date him? I ask. It would make sense. It's not like there are that many gay guys around here. At the thought, my stomach goes all funny. What? No, Rex says. I just met him. But when you first moved here, I overheard. You overheard? I encourage. Just some idiots talking about the town being overrun by gay snobs. I shake my head. I'm not that surprised. Anyway, Rex continues, the set of his shoulders stiff. We haven't really talked about any of that. I mean, if you were to go out with him as more than friends, I guess that'd be your prerogative. Well, I better get to be Bobby Brown and not Britney Spears, I say, to cover the fact that my head is now spinning. He's talking about us dating other people. How it's okay if I date other people. Is that what he wants? Does that mean he's dating other people? My stomach feels sour. The idea of Rex with someone else, it makes me feel sick and sad. I walk into the bathroom, grabbing the jacket I hung on the shower door, in hopes of steaming the wrinkles out while I showered this morning. It looks passable. Then there's a crash from the kitchen. Rex is kneeling next to what was, until, say, about 10 seconds ago, my kitchen table. Are you okay? I ask. I'm fine, he says, standing. Shit, Daniel. I just leaned against the thing and it totally collapsed. Sorry, he says. But he doesn't sound sorry, he sounds embarrassed, and maybe a little pissed. Oh, it's not your fault, I assure him, walking over. It kind of bit it the other day, and I just, propped it back up. Haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. I should have warned you. Well, why didn't you ask me to fix it for you? Rex asks, sounding irritated. I didn't think about it, I say. But it's what I do for a living, Rex says, his hands out in confusion.
Well, okay, I'm sure you do a better job than me, Rex, but I'm not some pathetic idiot who can't fix the goddamn cable. I don't think you're pathetic, he says, sounding exasperated. I just don't understand why you won't ever accept my help. What are you talking about? You fixed my wall and my light. That was actually my job, he interrupts. You rescued me from a snowstorm. You cooked me whole meals. Because I wanted to. I like to cook for you. You just think I can't do simple adult things, I mutter. I'm not sure where that came from, but I'm pretty sure I believe it. Rex's mouth drops open, and at the first, he looks like he's going to shake it off. Then he looks around my apartment and kicks at a leg of my kitchen table, splayed like a broken dancer on the floor. You live on coffee and bagels unless I cook for you, he says. Your car is a death trap that you've held together with a wire hanger. You won't talk to your landlord about making your apartment safe to actually live in. You moved to Michigan, and you don't have a winter coat. It's like you don't even care about what happens to you. No, you just think you need to rescue me. Even the night we met, you rescued me and Marilyn. That's all you've done is rescue me. Like I'm some damsel in distress. Well, I don't need to be rescued. I can take care of myself. Can you? Rex growls, advancing on me. I'm not so sure. What the fuck? My hands are fisted at my sides. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Do you know how long I've taken care of myself? How many times I've been jumped or mugged or gotten my ass kicked? I've handled it. I've handled myself just fine. You know how many times I've gone to lectures for the cheese cubes and stale crackers at the reception because I can't afford to buy food, huh? I'm shouting now, so furious that Rex apparently thinks I'm just as weak and pathetic as my brothers do that my heart is pounding. I didn't mean. Anyway, if you think I'm such a pathetic fucking mess, then why are you even here? I shove Rex's shoulder, not hard, just in frustration, but it's like pushing up against a mountain. Rex freezes, his open mouth like he's about to say something, and then just shakes his head, hands on his hips. Have a safe trip, Daniel, he says evenly. Then he walks out, closing the door gently behind him. His truck starts outside. Fuck, I yell, punching the door. Shit, ouch. I always forget how much that hurts. I turn around and lean my back against the door where Rex was kissing me a few minutes ago. My kitchen looks like a crime scene. The table is slumped onto the peeling linoleum, and the light over what used to be the kitchen table is swinging a little, casting eerie shadows. My duffel bag gapes open on the bed, my jacket on the floor. The whole place looks dingy and sad. It smells like ramen noodles and Band-Aids, even though I haven't made ramen noodles lately, and I couldn't tell you the last time I actually owned a Band-Aid. God damn it, this is why I don't date. Chapter 8. October. I didn't sleep well at all last night. Rex's face kept drifting into my head, that expression he got when I yelled at him, as if he were holding out something to share with me and I knocked it into the dirt like a bully with an ice cream cone. I mean, is it like a requirement that just because he builds things professionally, I'm not allowed to fix my own table? God, I can only imagine my brothers or my dad if they saw me calling my boyfriend for help because I couldn't even fix a simple table. Wait, did I just think of Rex as my boyfriend? How do you know if someone's your boyfriend? Oh, Christ. This is why I don't date. I just need to have a quick meeting with a student, and then I can get the hell out of here. I can't wait to be gone. I definitely need a break. And a huge coffee. Hi, I say to Marjorie at the counter of sludge. Can I get... Don't you want to look at the board before you order? She cuts me off, smiling a little too wide. No, I know what I want. Come on, just a peek. She's twisting her hands together in a way that makes her look like a 12-year-old girl, not a grown-ass woman. I look at the board, so she'll leave me the hell alone. What am I supposed to be? Oh, shit. Language, dear, Marjorie giggles. On the specials board, in bright green chalk, it says, The Daniel. 3 shots of espresso and a large coffee. Wow, I say. That's... Wow, I'm honored. It's espresso, though, just so you know. No X. Oh, Jesus, this is so embarrassing. Ginger is going to laugh her face off when she hears this. Marjorie looks a little pissed that I pointed out the spelling mistake, but she fixes it with the chalk. Then she looks back at me. Well, I say, trying to move things along. Thanks again. So I guess you know what I want then. Marjorie still says nothing, just looks at me expectantly. I smile, like maybe that's the magic sign she's waiting for. Order it, she says. I did. No, order it by name. You want me to order my own drink, the one you already know I want because you named it after me? Well, no one else is ever going to order it, she says, clearly exasperated. Then why did you... Oh, Jesus. Okay, I would like one Daniel to go, please. Coming right up, Daniel, Marjorie says sweetly. Jay Santiago steps through my door just seconds after my student leaves. Hey, Daniel, Jay says with a smile. Morning, I say. You leaving soon? Yep, on my way out. Listen, Jay says, sliding easily into the seat my student just vacated. I really enjoyed our conversation last night. It was lovely getting to know you a bit better. Me too, Jay. I mean, you too. Jay smiles warmly, then leans across the desk toward me. Look, Daniel, I don't know what your situation is, but would you be interested in doing it again? Again, like dinner again? I say stupidly. Yes. I wonder if you'd like to have dinner with me again. If we enjoyed one another's company, that is, and it seems like we did. Oh, crap. I can't believe it. Rex was right. Like, as friends? I try in a last-ditch effort. No, as in on a date, Jay says. Oh, wow, I say. Well, thanks, Jay. I'm really flattered. I'm seeing someone, though. Sorry. The man I met last night? Jay asks, seeming unperturbed. Yeah, Rex. God, even saying Rex's name almost makes me smile, even though I'm still mad at him. Of course, he says. I understand. Well, he stands and reaches his hand across the desk. Enjoy the conference, then. The offer stands, if you'd ever like to take me up on it. He squeezes my hand once, lets it go, and smiling, walks out the door. Damn. That was the classiest ask-out I've ever seen. My first thought is to call Rex and tell him he was right about Jay, both the gay thing and the into me thing, but then what? I don't want to apologize. I doubt he thinks he did anything wrong. No, better to just take the weekend and cool off. Leo's behind the counter when I walk into the music store I never knew existed. I think the reason I never knew it existed is because the sign out front says Mr. Zoo's Rumble. I don't even want to know. He looks up when the bell tinkles my arrival and breaks into a big, excited grin, which he quickly twists into a wry smirk, but not before I see how genuinely glad he is to see me. Daniel, hey man, he says, you came. This place is something, I say, looking around. The whole front of the store is second-hand instruments of every sort that parents would kill to keep out of the hands of their kids. Recorders, clarinets, dented brass things that might be cornets, cheap bongo drums, and one very sad-looking ukulele. Around these, in boxes, are old music magazines, sheet music, and stacks of broken jewel cases. On the other side of the counter where Leo sits are crates of CDs, with signs written on the backs of cardboard flaps hung from the ceiling with fishing line, a few flapping in the breeze of the air duct above them. The crooked black Sharpie lettering spells out world music, rock and roll, and country, but also soundtracks, and Mrs. Perelman's house, and Busted/Take. Who's Mrs. Perelman? I ask Leo. Oh, she was this old lady who lived above the store, and last year she, died, and so Mr. Zoo got all her music. I guess her kids didn't want it. And he didn't want to file it because it's old and didn't fit in his categories, so he just left it together. Mr. Zoo is a real person? Oh, yeah, Mr. Zuniga. He owns the place. So what's up, Daniel? It's cool that you came by. Do you sell tapes? I ask. Tapes? Yeah, you know, cassette tapes, the plastic rectangles with two circles in the middle. Right. Yeah, we have some, but... He runs a hand through his messy hair. What? There's nothing good on tape, just crap people donate. That's okay, I just need a few. I'm driving to Detroit, and I don't have a CD player in my car, and I broke my tape adapter. When I say I don't have a CD player in my car, Leo's face fills with intense pity, as if I've just confessed to him that I live on the streets and would like a warm meal and some place to sleep. Yeah, man, of course, come on. He's right, the tapes are mostly crap. They're shoved every which way into a bunch of shoeboxes under the counter. I sit down on the floor and pull out a few. Leo plops down across from me. Hey, I say to him subtly, shouldn't you be at school? I already graduated, he says, looking down. Wait, how old are you? 18, he says, and a half. He adds like a little kid. But I did junior and senior year last year because I wanted to get out of there. Wow, I say, that's awesome. You must be really smart to have been able to do that. He smiles at me again. What I'm coming to think of as his real smile. He reminds me so much of myself in high school, I can't believe it. For the first time, I wonder if what Ginger said is true. If I seem totally different with her than I do when I'm with other people. So, how are you liking holiday? Leo asks. It's nice, I say, setting aside a John Hyatt tape. Really different from what I'm used to. I lived in Philly all my life, man. Never thought about living anywhere else. It's just an adjustment, that's all. He nods sagely. You're totally having a Buffy early season 4 moment, that's all, he says. Sorry? Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You know. Never saw it. Leo's eyes go wide. What? Insanity. Aren't you an English professor? Who would ever listen to you talk about literary analysis if you haven't consumed, like, the greatest text of popular culture? I'm not actually convinced that anyone does listen to me talk about literary analysis, I say. Okay, anyway, point is, Buffy, right? In high school, she was at the top of the food chain. Pretty, popular, friends who worshipped her, and had nothing better to do on a Friday night than follow her around on patrol. I mean, sure, she had her problems. What with the whole angel going dark thing? Oh shit. He stops, hand flying to his mouth. Spoiler alert. Major spoiler alert. I'm so sorry. When I don't say anything, he continues. So, yeah, she takes her hits and all, but basically she's Queen Bee. Then she starts college, and it's like, all of a sudden, she's not a big fish in a little pond anymore, you know? Like, Willow's super smart. So she meets people and is all into school and stuff. Let's all just pretend she would ever actually go to UC Sunnydale. Yeah, right. And Buffy kind of feels abandoned. Also, her roommate's a demon. No big deal. Plus, let's be honest, girlfriend is not really that smart, okay? Good under pressure? Totally. Wicked clever at outsmarting monsters? Sure, but college smart? Not so much. And she feels out of sorts, you know, which is very unslayer-like. And that's you. Just out of sorts, because you're in a new place and you don't quite know where you fit in. He pauses, nodding to himself. But don't worry. No spoilers, because obviously the Slayer has to go back to being a badass. But Buffy totally finds her footing at college, and she starts dating Riley, and... Okay, that actually doesn't work out that well. But the point is that you've just got to fall back on your own superpower, and you'll be fine. My only friend isn't even old enough to drink, and Michigan named a coffee after me, I moan to Ginger when I'm 5 miles out of town. Meatloaf's Bat Out of Hell 2 Back into Hell in my tape deck. I'm feeling particularly in tune with Life is a Lemon and I Want My Money Back at the moment. God, Jim Steinman, you are a genius. Ginger does, indeed, laugh her face off when I tell her about the Daniel. Oh my God, Pumpkin. I'm going to go into every coffee shop in Philly and order the Daniel. She starts laughing again. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm so glad to just get out of here for a little while. Won't you miss the lumberjack? How's it going? I need an update. I sigh. I heard a sigh, and I can hear Meatloaf in the background, which I am considering an official cry for help, she pauses. Is Paradise in the dashboard light on this album? Ha! You love the loaf. No, that's on the first Bat Out of Hell. Damn it. Okay, commence update. We got in a fight. Oh my God, you got in a fight? That would require actually talking with him about something that matters to you. That's a major, sweetie. Jeez, you sound like the imitation you do of your mother when you told her you got your period. Ginger giggles. You've entered the cult of womanhood. Congratulations, she says, in the weird mom voice she always does. So what happened? It's just, I had dinner with a colleague. It was nice, you know, just talking about the department, about our research. He's from Phoenix, so Michigan's been a culture shock for him too. Anyway, he was helping me with this committee I'm on because he was on it last year, so we met for pizza, and then Rex was telling me that he could see that Jay was interested in me, which pissed me off because, you know, it was for work. And then Rex got all mad at me because I didn't ask him to fix my table. I mean, I can fix a fucking table, you know? I don't need him to do it for me. Doesn't he fix things as his job, though? Ginger asks. Yeah, but so what? Doesn't make me any less capable of taking care of it myself, does it? What, like I'm required to ask him just because he'd do a better job? Whoa, baby cakes, whoa, slow down. Let me ask you a question. If you wanted a tattoo,
Who would you ask for one? Is this a trick question? Just hear me out, Daniel. Ooh, she's serious if she's using my name. I sigh. You... Right. Now, if I had to write some copy for the shop site and I wanted someone to proofread it, who would I ask? Me. Right. So it's not like I can't proofread things. I mean, I'm not as good at it as you, but I can write a sentence. And 10 other tattoo artists in the city. But you come to me because you're the best, obviously. And you're my best friend, idiot. Exactly. Look, sweetie, I know you're not actually a sociopath, but I'm also not the one trying to date you, okay? Sometimes you're totally dense about this shit. When you like someone and you respect their talent, you ask them to do things for you because you think of them first. Because the second you think of that thing, you think about them. Rex wants you to think of him first when something is broken. If he needed help writing something, wouldn't you want to be the first person he thought of? I guess, I mumble. And I've said it before, but it's obviously time you started listening. Sometimes people do want to help you, and you get closer by letting them. That's what happened with you and me, remember? I smile. I remember. Good. Now, what was the deal with Rex getting all caveman over this guy you had dinner with? That's so shitty. Though, good to know the lumberjack has at least one flaw. It was starting to disgust me, picturing him as some kind of buff Michigan Marlboro man. Well, I say. No. Yeah, I thought it was totally professional and Rex was being crazy, but then this morning Jay asked me out. It was weird. He was so calm about it, super suave. Wait, he and Rex met last night? Or you just told Rex about him? No, they met. Rex came to the restaurant after dinner to meet me. Did you introduce Rex as a friend or something? No. I don't think I said he was anything, come to think of it. What a player, Ginger says. What do you mean, Jay? He was really nice about it. He could totally tell you were with Rex, and he asked you out anyway. Well, you don't know that. And even if he did, it's not like he would know if we were monogamous or not. Come on, Pumpkin. That is classic slimy moving in on you because he thought your boyfriend wasn't good enough behavior. Don't say the B word. Behavior? Ginger laughs. God, you're a fucking mess, kid. I'm on the highway now, and Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire is playing. The nightmares are back, I say softly. Shit, bad? Nah, not as bad as before. I had one the other night, though, and it was weird. Weird how? Well, I was really happy. Rex gave me this amazing massage, and we, had sex, and I fell asleep with him, and it was just like kind of perfect. But then I woke up in the middle of the night with the nightmare, and I've had it every night since. Did you tell Rex? No, he didn't wake up, fortunately. You should tell him, Dandelion. Tell him about Richard and about the dreams. Yeah, maybe. Did you tell Rex about your colleague asking you out yet? No, it just happened. Besides, he probably doesn't want to talk to me. He's mad at me. What are you, 5? You hurt his feelings last night, and he was jealous. He might be upset, but you have to talk it through. Now hang up the phone, blast Meatloaf with the windows down, and relax. Call Rex when you get to Detroit, okay? Yes, Mother, I say. God, you're so lucky I even speak to you. I know I am, I tell her. I did try Rex when I got to Detroit, but he didn't answer, and I didn't leave a message. I called him this morning, too. No answer. I texted Ginger. Called twice, no answer. Told you he's mad. She wrote back, sometimes PPL have lives, and it's not all ABTU XOXO. I know she's right, but I can't concentrate. My paper this morning went pretty well anyway, though, and I got some good questions that'll be useful if I want to try and turn the piece into an article down the line. It's been the usual sideshow of macho academic posturing, panels claiming to name the next turn and analysis, and badly concealed anxiety. Everyone's trying to make a good impression and pretend they don't care what anyone thinks. Everyone's trying to look like the smartest one in the room while acting like what they're saying is totally obvious. I hate conferences. I've been looking forward to the last panel of the day, at least, because Maggie Schill, a 19th century Americanist, whose work I've always really admired, is going to be giving a paper about Gilded Age architecture and its influence on literary aesthetics of the time. Professor Schill teaches at Temple now, but she was hired after I left, so I've never worked with her. Her first book totally blew me away, though. I slide into a seat, Just as the moderator is introducing the panel, I make a habit of never arriving to panels early and never sitting directly next to anyone so I can avoid any awkward small talk with other people in the audience who only ever want to know what you're working on and whether you're more successful than they are. The room's crowded, though, so I have to sit right next to a woman in an ill-fitting skirt suit who looks like she'd rather be anywhere but here. Sorry, I say as I accidentally brush up against her shoulder while I get myself situated. No problem, she says, and smiles at me. When the first panelist gets up, she immediately begins to ramble on about how panels are designed to stifle thoughts and make ideas digestible and prepackaged. That's why they're called panels, like the containing squares in a comic book. Is that Maggie Schill? I ask the woman next to me. I've never seen her speak, but the other panelists are a man and a woman who looks Latina. Oh yeah, the woman says, sounding embarrassed. I'm shocked. This rambling mess is Maggie Schill? As I completed my paper, Professor Schill is saying, I realized it wouldn't do the world any good. No good at all. Oh, Jesus, the woman next to me mutters. What's the deal? I ask. Her work is so good. The woman scrunches down in her seat like she's trying to avoid being seen. She's totally losing it, she says. She glances at me out of the corner of her eye. She's my dissertation director, and she looks left and right to make sure no one's listening. She told me that she was too busy to write her paper, so she was just going to wing it. I don't have any idea what she's doing, but I'm supposed to have drinks with her after this. Maybe I'll be struck by lightning instead. Up at the podium, Professor Schill is still talking, her tone manic, her gestures wild. She's talking about interdisciplinarity and the role of the humanities, but says nothing about the topic her paper was supposed to be about. Finally, she starts talking about how being a mentor is all she ever wanted and how her graduate students make it all worth it. The woman next to me slides down farther. Oh my God, this is not good, she says. So, she has no paper, I confirm. Nope, the woman says. It's so fucked up. I was on the same flight as her coming here, and we got in last night. She went to the hotel bar to meet some friends and got wasted. I saw her staggering around the lobby at, like, midnight, flirting with some business-looking guy. Then before the panel, she grabbed me and told me to come to her talk and that we'd have drinks to celebrate after. What was I supposed to say? Professor Schill is now denouncing the conference itself, claiming that she had the idea for the conference theme years ago and no one listened to her. But now, no one will acknowledge her role. She sounds nuts. Dude, she's lost it, I say. Man, talk about disillusioned. I can't believe this is the same Maggie Schill whose work I've read all these years. Oh, she never had it, the woman says. All she does is work, and she, doesn't care if you have a life. She basically lives at school and does nothing but read and write. She's a machine, but she's off her goddamn rocker. Maggie Schill reaches over to the panelist at the end of the table and picks up his paper. She tears it in half down the middle and drops it on the floor. In the end, it's just words on the page, she says, staring out at us, eyes blank. Just words on the page that vanish into the air. She walks out of the conference room. Kill me, the woman next to me groans. I decide to get one drink at the hotel bar before I go back to my room and indulge in watching some shitty TV and zoning out. Daniel, hey. I look up to see Andre, a cute grad student I've known for a few years. He started at Penn a year or two after I did, and then transferred to the University of Michigan when his dissertation advisor took a job there. Hey, Andre, good to see you. He gives me a hug and sits on the stool next to mine. I should have known you'd be here. U of M's really close, right? Yeah, Ann Arbor's only about a half hour from here. You're in Michigan too now, right? Yeah, up north of Traverse City. Crazy. Ooh, already saying up north. Very Michigan of you. Sorry? Up north. At my vacant expression, Andre says. Up north is the northern lower peninsula, like where you live. Of course, everyone in Michigan will make a different argument about where exactly you can draw the line that indicates where up north begins. It can get very heated. I smile and shake my head. Fucking Michigan, I say. How's the conference treating you? Andre asks. Dude, I just saw someone totally go off the deep end, I say. I tell him about Professor Schill. Oh, wow, he says. Well, that's what being a workaholic with no personal life will get you. You invest that much in paper and ink that can't give anything back to you, and you end up losing your shit by 40. Shit, when he puts it like that, it sounds so depressing. Speaking of which, Andre says, his hand brushing my thigh, Are you here alone? I am. You wanna... Andre and I slept together at the last two conferences where we saw each other. He's sweet and really cute, with dark skin and long eyelashes, and an adorable way of squeezing his eyes really tightly closed when he comes. I shake my head. I can't, I'm sorry. Andre grins. Whoa, did Dr. Mulligan actually meet someone? Never mind that, I say. Thanks, though, it was good to see you. I kiss him on the cheek and leave Cash in the bar. He winks at me and finishes my drink. Back in my room, I sink into one of the beds without even taking my shoes off. I want to go to bed, but I had the nightmare again last night, so I turn the TV on and start flipping channels. It's always the same thing. I'm walking to the subway from the bar after I get off work. It's dark, and I can see the orange light of the subway entrance a block in front of me. Then, in that way dreams have of making fierce concrete, the space doubles, then doubles again, until with every step I'm getting farther away from the subway. Like I'm on one of those moving sidewalks at the airport, and it's pulling me backward. Then the street narrows into an alleyway, and every step I take is like walking through tar, every movement exaggerated. I see their shadows before I see them, even though there's no light. They're cast long on the walls of the alley, and the sound of their laughter echoes down to me. I turn around to go back the way I came, but it's a dead end, a crumbling brick wall that goes up and up until it disappears into the night sky. When I turn around, they're right there. Two of them in front of me, and one to my right. They're bigger than me, bigger than real people. I come up to their stomachs. They start saying things, silly dream things and scary dream things, and things they really said. The first punch splits my cheek to the bone, and then a shove knocks the wind out of me when my back hits the brick wall, snapping my head back with a wet clunk. My vision goes double, but dream double, so now there are 6 of them. A sick tessellation of swinging fists and kicking legs in pain. I fall into one of them with a punch to the gut, and he steps back in disgust, letting me fall to the alley floor. Only now, instead of the filthy concrete, used condoms, needles, and fast food wrappers, the floor is made of Pennsylvania schist. The rock sparkling with flecks of mica. All I can think is that it's beautiful, like a spill of dark glitter. Then they're gone. I breathe out, my ribs protesting sharply. My body, too weak with relief to move, slumps to the schist. A hot tear runs down my cheek, burning as salt slicks a bloody scrape, and I start to sob. Through tears, I see something move on the wall. At first I'm grossed out, thinking it's a roach or a rat. But it's too big and blocky. Then it falls. It's a brick. Then another slides out of the wall and crashes to the ground next to me. I try to push myself up to run, but the alley shifts, and what was the brick wall is now the ceiling, its bricks falling down on me as the wall crumbles apart. I get to my knees, and more bricks rain down. One hits my shoulder, and I hear bone crunch. I slump back down as more fall, the alley collapsing around me. The bricks hit every part of my body except my head, busting my bones to dust, pinning my limbs to the ground, like the frog I dissected in high school biology. Then brick hits brick, burying me, leaving only my head untouched. Then finally, they cover my head, my face, and I'm in darkness, feeling each excruciating shock as more fall. I'm alone in the dark as my air runs out. Then I hear a voice, far away and echoey. I try to call out, but can't. And the voice recedes. How long I'm stuck there depends. It's just darkness and pain as my breath runs out. Then I wake up gasping, my body tensed against the pain. I know. It's just a dream, and I'm a grown man. But it leaves me shaky every time because though the bricks collapsing didn't really happen, of course, Ginger jokes that I've listened to the wall too many times. The rest of it did. When I started grad school, I had no idea what to expect. I hadn't taken the college classes the rest of my cohort had, or read the books. I'd never heard of the literary theorists they mentioned, and when one friendly girl with a shiny blonde braid asked if I was a deconstructionist, I told her I worked demolition in the summers if she needed something deconstructed. She laughed with me, bumping me companionably on the shoulder, except that I wasn't laughing because I had no idea what the joke was. Then she blushed. I thought I'd said something offensive and opened my mouth to apologize, but she looked offended and walked away, muttering something about anti-intellectual posturing. I didn't speak in class because it quickly became clear that I had no idea what anyone was talking about. I read the books and the journal articles. Sometimes I read them twice. I knew I understood them because I noticed in class when someone misrepresented an idea or got a minor plot point wrong. The part I was missing, I realized little by little, wasn't the brains or the memory or even the creativity. It was the language of academia, with which my classmates seemed to come preloaded. They had gone to Ivy League schools and large research universities. They named the professors they'd taken classes with in college, and the others nodded, as if they were talking about rock stars. At first, I didn't admit that I'd gone to community college for my first 2 years worth of credits, working 2 jobs to pay for them over the course of 4 years. That it was only on the strength of one of my professor's recommendations that I was able to transfer to Temple for one final year. That I'm pretty sure the only reason I got into Penn for grad school to begin with is because I was a first-generation college student who'd made good. Not that admitting anything was much of an issue, because I didn't have any in-depth conversations with anyone. I could never go to their parties because I was always working. I often couldn't go to department lectures and guest panels for the same reason. Finally, in May, I had a meeting with Marisol Chet, the chair of the department, to discuss how the year had gone, one of the requirements of my first-year scholarship. I'd had a class with Marisol that semester, but I didn't know her well. She intimidated me. At first, I told her everything was wonderful. I appreciated the opportunity. I was thankful for the assistance, all the crap I'd learned to say to the people who bankrolled things I could never afford otherwise over the years. But she snorted and smiled and called bullshit. She was straight with me. Told me I had to start attending lectures and going to departmental functions, had to start speaking in class and getting involved. When I tried to explain how behind I felt, trying to find a way to express that it didn't make it seem like they shouldn't have taken a chance on me, she told me that she'd read my written work and that I had no reason not to be speaking in class, and she wouldn't hear any more about it. In fact, she seemed to have a pretty good idea what was going on with me in general. Without my needing to say anything, she told me that if a job was interfering with my attending functions, then I needed to reconsider my schedule or think about it alone. She told me that my fellow classmates would benefit from my perspectives, just as I had learned from theirs. And she told me something that shaped everything that happened after. She told that I might think of my background and my unfamiliarity with academic discourses as weaknesses, but that I should instead think of them as the greatest tools I had to do innovative, personal, and meaningful work. She told me to trust my perspective, and it was the greatest gift she could have given me. That summer I worked 60-hour weeks, when I could get them, doing demo at construction sites and working every night at the bar, saving up against the coming academic year, when my fellowship would mean that I had to teach classes at Penn to get tuition remission and a stipend, and wouldn't be able to work as much. My second year was better, much better. I started speaking more in class and made a few friends. I didn't see them much, since I was still working nights at the bar, but I felt more comfortable there. My third year, I finished coursework and began studying for my master's exams, which meant deciding what I would specialize in and what kind of project I wanted to undertake for my dissertation, which would get me my PhD. I was swamped all the time, trying to read everything that might help me with my work. Then that spring I met Richard. He wasn't the kind of person I'd ever been around before, and while I can see it for what it was now, at the time, it felt like a compliment that he was interested in me. He asked me questions about my research, and seemed interested in some of the theorists I was writing about. He always said, "Thank God you have the good sense to write about something real instead of all that fiction." It was a compliment to me, but a dig at studying English in the first place, and as Ginger later pointed out, it wasn't really a compliment to me. The thing about Richard was that he didn't take any effort. He was never uncertain or insecure. He never asked me where I wanted to go or what I wanted to do. He'd say something like, "Italian okay?" And when I said, "Sure," he'd say, "I know you're going to love this place," but never ask me later if he was right. He made it clear, after that first embarrassing date, that he'd pay when we went out. It made me really uncomfortable, but he also made it clear that if I didn't go where he wanted to go, he'd go without me. And he was never rude about it. On the contrary, he was always exceedingly gracious, explaining things logically and making it seem like it was strange that I cared since money was no big deal. Of course it isn't if you have it. And he'd make light of it when he paid, joke around about how he liked that he could be the first one to take me for sushi or to a Korean steakhouse, even as he laughed at the faces I made as I tried to raw eel for the first time. Then we'd go back to his apartment, and he'd tell me exactly how he wanted me to fuck him. He liked it hard and fast and clean, and he'd come with me behind him, catching his own release in his hand so it wouldn't get on the sheets. Something about the fact that he wanted me to fuck him made it feel less like I was a charity case or a kept toy. Ginger said that was a fucked up way to think about it, but it made a difference. I'm not exactly sure why. I never spent the night. Richard was always at the lab by 8:30 a.m. because he said any later than that, and the best equipment was taken, he never came to my apartment, which he referred to as the crack house, even though he'd never been in my neighborhood. Just heard things on the subway and read things in the online police blotter, which he checked religiously, as he did the weather. He was one of those people who truly believed that forewarned was forearmed. He taught me that proverb, along with, "He who pays the piper calls the tune," which he trotted out in response to my embarrassment when he sent his food back twice at a restaurant on a busy Saturday evening. I saw Richard maybe twice a week, and honestly, I didn't think about it that much. If I wasn't at the library, I was at the bar, and if I had found time, I was hanging out with Ginger at the shop, reading behind the counter with the comfortable buzz of tattoo machines inking the words into my memory. Ginger hated Richard. She only met him twice. It's not that I was trying to keep them apart, exactly. More that I didn't even think of them as existing in the same universe, much less as able to interact. I brought her with me to meet Richard and some college friends of his for a drink. I was only stopping in for one drink because Richard had asked me to, and then I was on my way to work. Ginger was going to the show at the bar that night, so I convinced her to tag along. It was a mistake. Richard was running late and wasn't there when we arrived, and the cocktail lounge had a $10 cover. Ginger offended the bouncer and amused me by muttering about it being a pay-to-play, and when we walked in, it was clear we were extremely underdressed. I was wearing black jeans and boots and a red t-shirt with the sleeves ripped off because I made more tips the more skin I flashed. And though Ginger was wearing a tight black tube dress, the tattoos that cover every inch of her arms, legs, chest, and back made her the center of attention. We got drinks, $12 martinis flavored with herbs and served in tiny glasses, and stood at a table waiting for Richard. The place was crowded, so I didn't think much when Ginger's shoulders tensed. She was constantly getting people coming up to her to touch her tattoos and ask her what they meant, or less flatteringly, tell her that she'd be so pretty if she didn't have them. So I'd grown accustomed to running interference. I swung around to sit next to her, but she waved me back across the table and started talking about a tattoo she'd done that afternoon. Later on, she told me she'd sat down just in time to hear a man with an upper-crusty New York accent say, "I can't wait to clap eyes on Richie's rough trade trailer trash. Richie says he's like a jackhammer." The table behind us had been, of course, Richard's college friends. Needless to say, we didn't have much to talk about, and I was relieved when it was time for us to leave so I could go to work. Richard walked us out and kissed me. "Thanks for putting up with those guys," he said. "You know how it is. They were probably nervous around you because you're so hot." He winked at Ginger, and she just walked away. After a year and a half or so of dinners and fucking that I thought of as dating, though I guess I never used the word to Richard, I stopped by Richard's apartment on my way to work because I'd left a book there the night before. I stepped out of the elevator. Richard lived in one of those posh buildings in Center City with a doorman and everything, and jogged down the hallway. I don't remember why I didn't call first. As I turned the corner to knock on Richard's door, I saw him standing in front of it. At first, I thought I was catching him just getting home, and had a moment of being thankful for my good timing. Then I saw the arms wrapped around his neck. Richard was making out with another guy right in his doorway. I must have made a sound, coughed or gasped or said his name, because Richard turned around. What I remember most about the moment his eyes met mine is that there wasn't any surprise in them, not even a microsecond of shock or guilt or shame. His hair was mussed, and the collar of his shirt askew, and he just smiled at me. "Hey, Dan," he said. "Not a great time." The man he was with was the opposite of me in every way, a gorgeous little twink, thin and blonde, with big blue eyes and apple cheeks, and had an arm slung around Richard's waist with the casualness of long habit. I had no idea what to say or do, and suddenly, what seemed like the absolute most important thing was that Richard not have the slightest inkling that I cared at all. "I need my book," I said, and my voice came out scratchy and high. The twink shifted a few inches to the left so I could squeeze through the doorway. At work that night, as I mechanically poured drinks and stared at the light strobing over the crowd, I played the conversation Richard and I had over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of the pieces. Things Richard said. Well, it isn't as if we're exclusive, and shocked at my expression. I'm sorry if you thought that, Daniel, but we never had that conversation. Don't look at me like I've betrayed you. I would never cheat on a boyfriend, but when did we ever decide that's what we were? Socking me softly in the shoulder. Come now. If you were my boyfriend, you'd have had to spring for a real birthday present. In fact, I'd spent more money on Richard's gift, a first American edition of John Dalton's A New System of Chemical Philosophy, than on any other gift I'd ever given. Months later, I learned that I was about the only one at Penn who didn't know Richard and I hadn't been exclusive. Months later, I learned that Richard had been fucking his way through the entire city of Philadelphia and everyone had known. Months later, too, I realized that I hadn't ever even liked Richard that much, that the reason I'd never noticed that he saw other people or cared that we spent so little time together was because I was fairly indifferent to his company. Months later, I mostly felt incredibly stupid to have it pointed out so clearly that I had no idea what it was to be in a relationship, and quite ridiculous to realize how easy it was to be living a life completely different than the one of the person in bed beside you. But that night, I just felt shocked. And it was probably because I felt shocked that I didn't pay better attention as I was leaving work and walking to the subway. The bar paid us in cash, one of the many reasons I liked working there. And I had years of experience being careful walking around with it late at night. It usually helped that I didn't look like I had anything to steal, shitty old iPod, disposable pay-as-you-go phone, and my keys. They might have seen me move the cash from my wallet to my front pocket outside the bar. They might have seen a bulge in my pocket and hoped it was a nice phone. Or they might have just jumped me randomly. I don't know. But when I was a block away from the subway entrance, its awning awash in friendly light, two guys grabbed me and dragged me into an alley where a third man waited with a knife. They punched me in the face, so I knew they were serious, and threw me against the wall where the guy with the knife leaned, looking on dispassionately. Gang initiation? Debt paid? I don't know. They found the money in seconds, and broke a few ribs anyway. They shoved my face against the dirty wall, and even took the time to rifle through my wallet, dropping it when they found nothing worth taking. Took one look at my ancient iPod and shitty phone, and didn't even bother once they had the cash in hand. I called Ginger, and she came and picked me up, silent tears running down her face as she drove me back to her place and put me to bed under her covers. And when I told Ginger about Richard the next morning, she said I should go to the police. Nah, I said. I don't want to deal with it. What's the point, anyway? They were probably just kids. No, she deadpanned. Not about the mugging. About Richard. You should see if you can file an incident report for rampant douchebaggery, because she's the best friend in the history of the world. We both started laughing, which killed my ribs, so I tried to push Ginger, who, in trying to dodge me, fell off her chair, a regular Three Stooges routine. I had nightmares about it for months afterwards. No surprise there. But they went away for the most part, and I hadn't had one in 2 years. So why the fuck am I having them again? Especially starting on a night when I was really happy? My brain supplies a flash flood of answers, most of which are automatic analysis. You feel like Rex stole something from you. You feel like your world has been turned on its side, everything's collapsing, etc. Before I can settle on any one of them, I turn the volume on the TV up and click over to the food channel that Rex mentioned liking. Then I fall asleep to the sound of chiffoniting, creaming, emulsifying, and zesting, or so the narration tells me. The next morning, I wake up with the television still on, and am greeted by a plump, motherly-looking chef making some kind of breakfast feast of challah French toast and something called sheared eggs. My stomach gives a growl, and I fumble around for the tiny coffee pot. I didn't eat much yesterday. My stomach was in knots every time I thought about my fight with Rex. There are 2 sessions I should attend at the conference this morning, but I can't do it. I'm exhausted from all my socializing yesterday. from the fight with Rex, from all of it. And I can't help but think that I owe Rex an explanation, that, like Ginger said, I need to just tell him some shit about me, and then let him decide what to do with it. And I think maybe I need to have the conversation with him that I never had with Richard. I'm not interested in Jay, but if Rex thinks I am, then that must feel shitty. I never really thought of myself as jealous, but when I had that moment of thinking that maybe Rex used to date Jay, and that's how he knew Jay was gay, my stomach definitely felt the way people describe jealousy feeling in books. Besides, what if he thinks I don't care and he meets someone else? And with that thought, I'm back on the jealousy wagon. The idea of Rex smiling his soft smile at another man makes me want to punch through the hotel wall. The idea of him cooking dinner in his kitchen with another man, or finishing another man's food, makes me want to throttle someone, anyone. And at the idea of Rex kissing someone else, black creeps into my periphery. I fumble with my phone and call him again. Again, there's no answer. He's really mad. I know Ginger's right, and he might just be busy, but I can't believe he could be so busy. He missed every call and couldn't call me back. That's just not Rex. He has to be avoiding me on purpose. And I guess he has every right to be mad. I did yell at him when he was just trying to be nice. So that's that then. I'm going to skip the morning sessions and just get the hell out of here. Go home. Wow. I can't believe I just thought of holiday as home. But actually, the picture that flashed in my head as I made my decision wasn't of holiday or of my shitty apartment. It was of Rex's warm cabin, the windows glowing with sunlight or firelight, the full kitchen where Rex looks so hot, cooking, the cozy living room with Marilyn snoozing on the hearth, and the bedroom where Rex makes me feel things I've never felt before. Christ, I'm such a sap. Ginger would be grinning so hard right now if she could see this train of thought. My brothers would beat the shit out of me. I throw my stuff into my duffel, not bothering about my wrinkled jacket, pull on some jeans, and splash the weak hotel room coffee into one of their to-go cups. And then I do exactly that. I need to talk to Rex as soon as possible. Chapter 9. October. I've been psyching myself up the whole drive home, singing along to a tape that was in a John Hyatt case but turned out to be the Pet Shop Boys. Score! And I've played the whole apology over and over in my head, like it's a conference paper. Introduction, claims, supporting evidence, conclusion, questions. Driving through Detroit this morning made me homesick for Philly. I almost called Ginger just to hear a familiar accent, but it seems like every time I've talked to her lately, she's ended up listening to me whine, so I just turned up the volume and sang along, speeding as fast as my poor little car would take me. I mean, the best thing about Michigan so far is that the highway speed limit is 70. Around 2 p.m., 10 miles from Rex's house, I think practical thoughts like I should go home and shower or call again or get something to eat. But I know if I stop to do any of that stuff, I'll lose my nerve. So I just drive straight to his house, hoping he's home. My stomach flips in relief when I see his truck in the driveway. I barely register that his shades are down, when they're usually open to let in the sun. When I get out of the car, I'm jittery from nerves and too much caffeine. I knock on the door, but he doesn't answer. I'm pretty sure he's home because I can hear Marilyn barking from inside, and there's nowhere he'd walk to on a Sunday without her. At least, I don't think. But I guess I don't really know. I try the door, and the knob turns in my hand. I'm just about to push the door open and walk in, guns blazing, yelling that I'm sorry, but pictures of Richard making out with another man flash through my mind. What if I walk in on Rex with someone else? I seriously could not stand that. I'm not sure what to do. I knock again, noticing for the first time that Rex doesn't have a doorbell. Then I hear Marilyn whining at the door. What if Rex is hurt? What if someone broke in and shot him, or he passed out from carbon monoxide poisoning or something? That happened to the mom of a guy I worked with at the bar. They just found her sitting in her armchair like she was, watching TV, only she'd been dead for 3 days. I push the door open even as my logical mind tells me there's not going to be carbon monoxide in a cabin in the woods, nor is there likely to have been an armed robbery. Still, the fear of Rex lying somewhere hurt is stronger than the fear of finding him with someone else. As the door swings open, Marilyn darts through it. I've never seen her do that before. She's so well trained. I swing around to run after her, not wanting to have to tell Rex I lost his dog on top of everything else, but she just pees on a bush by Rex's garage and trots right back to me. I walk inside tentatively, feeling like I'm about to find blood-streaked bodies lying all over the house like in a slasher movie or in cold blood. "Rex?" I call. "It's Daniel. Are you here?" Marilyn runs toward the bedroom, where the door is closed. Maybe he's sick. "Rex?" I say at the door. "Daniel?" a weak voice says from inside. I open the door and the bedroom is dark, the curtains pulled shut and taped together. There's a lump on the bed and I walk over to it. "Rex," I say again, "are you okay?" I know it's Rex under there, but for some reason, all I can think of is how my brothers used to hide under the covers and jump out and scare me. I reach for the bedside lamp, but Rex grabs my hand. He pulls the covers down slowly, and I can see that he looks tense. "Hi," he says. "I thought you were in Detroit." His voice sounds strained. "Oh, yeah, well, I came back early. I wanted to talk to you. Are you sick? What's wrong?" He smiles a little shakily. "Sorry I didn't answer when you called. I just get these headaches." He makes a motion like he's waving it away and pats the bed next to him. I sink down and run my hand over his back. "Well, I hear orgasms are good for headaches," I tease, leaning down to kiss him. He winces. I don't think so just now." Now that I'm close to him, I can see that the sexy wrinkle between his brows is deeper than I've ever seen it, and that his face is tight with pain. The bed smells warm, like he's been lying here a long time. Oh, shit. "Do you get migraines?" I ask him, keeping my voice very low and even. "Yeah," he scrapes out. "God, that sucks. When Ginger gets them, she's in so much pain she can barely even cry because it makes it hurt more." "Shit," I say. "What can I do? Do you have medicine? Can I get you anything?" "Can you take Marilyn for a walk?" he asks. "I let her out to pee this morning, but—" "Yeah, of course, but what can I do for you? Do you have medicine?" He hms softly. "In the bathroom, but I can't keep it down." I get up slowly and quietly, walk to the bathroom, since light and sound are clearly not Rex's friends right now. I find the medicine sitting on the sink in the bathroom, and the slight sour smell makes it clear that he's been sick in here. In the kitchen, I find a jar of applesauce and cut the pills into tiny pieces, hiding them in a spoonful of applesauce. "Can you sit up a little?" Rex drags himself up. "Give me your wrist," I tell him, sitting next to him on the bed. With one hand, I squeeze the pressure point on his wrist that should help him feel less nauseated. "Try and swallow this," I say, holding up the spoon in the other. He makes a face but swallows it. I put the spoon down and use my hand on the pressure point in his other wrist. "Close your eyes," I say softly. And I keep the pressure on his wrists and start telling him about the conference, just rambling on to distract him. I tell him how Detroit reminded me a little of North Philly, with the big, crumbling stone churches and the streets arcing around them instead of laid out on a grid. I tell him how cool I thought it was when this badass old professor got asked a convoluted question by a young guy trying to prove how smart he was, and she paused for a second, and then told him that she wasn't really interested in that conversation because it didn't seem to have value to anyone but academics, and how I wish that someday I could be brave enough to call someone on their bullshit like that. I tell him that I watched the Food Network for the first time and want to watch it with him, so he can tell me what everything is. I don't tell him how sorry I am for yelling the other night, though. I'll do that later. Little by little, I feel him relax. His jaw unclenches, and the rigid set of his shoulders loosens. I lean down and kiss him on the forehead. "I'm going to take Marilyn out. I'll be back soon. You just rest." I tuck the blanket up around him and close the bedroom door. It's chilly, so I grab Rex's quilted flannel coat from the hook beside the door. "Your dad's sick, huh?" I say to Marilyn when we get outside, and she barks in answer and bounds around me. I walk for a while, breathing in the clean-smelling air, and Marilyn runs off in front of me, scratches at something, then runs back like she's scouting ahead. With every breath, I smell the combination of cedar, wood smoke, and musk on Rex's jacket, and I pull it tighter around myself as if he were walking with me. When we get back, a much happier Marilyn curls up in front of the fireplace. It feels a little cold in here, so I decide to light it. The only fires I've ever made have been by squirting gasoline in garbage cans in abandoned lots, or in the alley behind my dad's shop, if we had to burn garbage, but I've seen Rex do it a few times. How hard can it be? Kinda hard. Every time I get the kindling going, it burns up before it lights the rest of the fire. Finally, with some maneuvering that almost loses me the skin on the back of my right hand, I get a pretty respectable blaze going. Then I go back to check on Rex. I sit down next to him on the bed. I don't want to wake him, but I want to see how bad he feels, if I should be getting him a prescription for something. I stroke his hair back and he whimpers. Poor Rex, he looks really awful. Rex, I whisper softly. Hey, he says. What can I do? Do you think you can keep any food down? I could get you something to eat. He laughs weakly. I don't need food poisoning on top of a migraine, he says. The pills are helping. Could you... He trails off, like he wasn't going to say anything. What? Maybe just stay with me a little while? Okay, I say, sure. I kick off my shoes. Rex scoots over a little and looks up at me. His eyes are uncertain behind the pain, and I realize we haven't talked about anything yet. But it's not the time. I slip my jeans off and slide under the covers, careful not to jostle him. I lie on my back next to him, not quite touching, like the night we were at my house, only this time it's physical pain I want to protect him from. I hate that I don't know what else to do for him, that there isn't anything I can do. There wasn't that night at my house either. I hate feeling helpless, and for a second, I'm almost mad at Rex for making me feel that way. Then he reaches his arm out, encouraging me to rest my head on his shoulder, and my anger melts away. It isn't really at him anyway. I lay my head on his shoulder and stroke his stomach lightly. He squeezes me a little, lets out a sigh, and seems to relax. I listen to his slow breathing, my mind drifting. When I wake up, it's dark, and for a second I have no idea where I am. I tense, but my hand feels the warmth of Rex's body next to me, and I relax. I tilt my chin up and kiss the underside of Rex's chin. Hi, he says. You're awake? Just for a minute. How do you feel? A bit better. It's the tail end of it now, I think. It started on Friday night, and they don't usually last more than 2 days, he yawns. I have to piss like you wouldn't believe. Rex pushes himself up, his muscles trembling, and he swings his legs over the side of the bed to heave himself upright. As Rex shakily makes his way to the bathroom, it gets me right in the gut. I want to take care of him. Not because he's weak, but because I care about him. It's so obvious. Ginger's been saying it to me for years, but I've never, not once, actually believed her, because I've never felt it before. Every time I asked my brothers for help, they gave me shit about it. Anytime I asked for help from someone at school, they made me feel stupid, or like I wasn't trying hard enough. And the few times people offered help, it was obvious they expected something in return. Even my father's gruff attempts at taking care of my car just made me feel awkward, because he so clearly resented them. And Ginger, well, Ginger always felt like an exception. I wanted to take care of her, of course, but deep down, it felt a lot like paying a debt. She saved me the day I wandered into her shop. Somehow, she saw me differently than my brothers or my teachers and the other kids at school did. Not as a fuck-up or a loser or a pansy. She really saw me. And so, of course, I felt indebted to her. I felt like each small thing I could do for her might go a little way toward paying her back for giving me a chance to be something other than a fuck-up and a loser. It's not that way anymore. At least I don't think it is. But it segued from that to true, deep friendship so slowly that I can't pinpoint when it happened exactly. I've never felt it with anyone else. Definitely not with Richard, who would have viewed the idea of me taking care of him as absurd since, as he saw it, I didn't have anything I could offer him except a hard fuck, which clearly was a service others could provide. And other friends? I don't know. They never seemed to need taken care of, at least not from me. But now, seeing Rex curled up in that big bed, struggling to get to the bathroom, all I feel is an itchiness in the palms, to reach out and help him, a manic desire to somehow take his pain into my own body, because I'd rather feel it than have to watch him suffer. You sticking around for a bit? Rex's voice startles me. I look up at him. He looks better. The tension is mostly gone from his face, though he still looks a little out of it. Yeah, I say, if you want me to. Rex smiles, but he looks a little sad. Was that the wrong answer? I mean, unless you just want some quiet for your head, I amend. He pulls me gently toward him, hugging me to his broad chest. No, I want you here, he says, and I relax at the rumble of it through his chest. The pills really helped. How'd you know what to do? Ginger gets them, migraines. She always throws up, and the only way she can keep a pill down is with the applesauce. She says it's like the migraine wants to take over, so it makes her brain reject the pill. But if she can't see the pill in the applesauce, it tricks the migraine and lets her swallow it. I think that's what her mom told her when she was younger, I mean. And the pressure points really helped her. She's a die-hard acupuncture believer. Her hands get really cramped from holding the tattoo machine all day, and her back hurts from sitting bent over. So she goes to this guy in Chinatown, who's done acupuncture for like 60 years, I swear to God. You look at this guy, and you'd think he was 40, but he's 75. Anyway, she says it really helps. Maybe I should try it, Rex says. Maybe. I read that for a while in the 70s, it got a lot of press because in China, doctors were doing open-heart surgery using acupuncture instead of anesthesia. I asked the guy in Chinatown about it, and he said that was a hoax they did for attention when Nixon visited China, and that the patient was getting morphine, but that it's actually completely possible to render a part of the body pain-free using acupuncture if the person doing it is skilled enough. I really love that, Rex says. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, I say, especially since so many people end up dying after surgery from the anesthesia, even when the surgery goes fine. No, I mean, I love how you tell me all this information about stuff. I love how you always have some fact about something. I don't mean to be a know-it-all, I say. My brothers hated when I'd bring things up I'd read, so after a while, I just shut up about it, but sometimes I think it would be something they'd definitely be interested in, so I'd tell them. It never worked out how I thought it would, inevitably leading them to call me a know-it-all or a smartass. Did I say that? Rex asks, gently, tilting my chin up. No, I say softly. Listen, Rex, I'm sorry about the other night, how I yelled at you. I should have thought to ask you to fix the table. I'm just not used to having anyone to... I'm just used to looking out for myself, you know? He nods. I know. I think I get it. You've never had someone help you who didn't make you pay for it somehow. I shouldn't have walked out like that. I just felt stupid. I'd already made such an ass of myself, acting like a jealous caveman about your colleague. I'm sorry about that. He kisses me on the cheek, his lips a little shaky against my skin. So you watch the Food Network, huh? He says, taking my hand and walking into the living room. You heard that? He nods, grabbing the remote and flopping down on the couch, pulling me down next to him. He turns to the Food Network, and I settle against his shoulder. After 2 episodes of a cooking competition show, I'm a total Food Network convert, and my stomach is growling so loudly that I can hear it over the television. Can I make something? I ask Rex, gesturing toward the kitchen. Sure, he stands up with me. You can just stay here and rest, I tell him. I got it. No, I'll come over. Man, you really do think I'm going to poison you, huh? No, but I'll keep you company. I don't believe him, but I shrug and walk into the kitchen, thinking I'll just throw a frozen pizza in the oven or open some soup. But when I look in the freezer and open Rex's cupboards, I don't find anything. You don't have any food, I say. I have a ton of food, Rex says, chuckling. I just don't have anything encased in a block of ice
or preserved to the point that it could be space food. I glare at him. Here, let me do it, he says. No, I got this, I say, pushing him back down onto the stool by the shoulders. I totally do not got this. Rex smiles and puts his arms around my waist, spreading his legs to draw me into him. He kisses me, and then leans his forehead against my chest. Then he stands up and opens the refrigerator, pulling things out. I'm going to show you how to make spaghetti, he says, okay? Great. Rex puts me to work, cutting up a green pepper and some tomatoes. I'll teach you how to make the pasta yourself another time. Fresh pasta is the best. But for now, let's just use pre-made before you starve to death. Rex bustles around the kitchen making a salad and putting water on to boil. I consider the pepper, trying to figure out how to explain why I got so mad before I left for Detroit. Listen, about what you said Thursday night, I say, concentrating on cutting up the pepper and not slicing my fingers off in the process. Rex looks up. About how I won't accept your help? Well, a couple of years after I met her, Ginger bought this motorcycle from a guy on Craigslist. She'd gone down to the guy's house and looked at it and everything, and she said it seemed to run fine, so she bought it. Then, like a week later, the thing totally died. Ginger asked me to look at it for her, and I did. I'm not as good as my dad or my brothers, but I know enough to tell that the engine was total garbage and the gas tank was leaking. I mean, it's a miracle the thing didn't throw a spark and ignite the whole gas tank. Anyway, Ginger tried to message the guy through Craigslist, but of course he'd taken his profile down once the bike sold. So Ginger asked me if I would go with her to talk to the guy. When we got there, the dude was like, "Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. It was running fine for me. You probably rode the clutch or something." You know, because she's a woman. He thinks he can make it seem like it's her fault because she's not good with a bike or something. Which is bullshit because Ginger's a great rider. She just doesn't know about mechanics. Anyway, the guy was a douchebag, but I made him give her her money back and everything. What did you do to him? Rex asked suspiciously. Nothing, I say, still addressing the cutting board. I didn't hurt him, I just scared him. Told him what kind of a loser I thought he was for ripping someone off like that. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that I was really happy that Ginger asked me to help her, you know? Because it meant that she trusted me and that we were really friends, because you'd only ask a friend to do that. And so my point is that you were like me and I was like Ginger, only I didn't ask you. So it was like we weren't friends, and that's my fault because I didn't totally realize what was going on, but I do now, you know? Rex puts his hand over mine, taking the knife. I've cut the green pepper into such tiny pieces that it's almost pulp. That's wrong, isn't it? I say, pointing to the green pepper. Rex doesn't even look at the cutting board. He cups my face in his hands, forcing me to look at him. You're saying you understand that I want to help you because I care? Yeah, I say. Rex looks at me seriously. You helped me today, he says. You took care of me. Do you think less of me because I let you? Of course not. I never said... You never said it, but it's clear. Somewhere along the line, you learned that it's a failure to accept help, that it makes you weak, right? I try to look away, but he's still holding my face. I don't think anyone's ever looked at me so hard. Right? He says again. Right, I say, and my voice cracks. I clear my throat. But I know it's not true. That's what made me think of it, how much I wanted to take care of you today. You know it's not true here, Rex says, tapping my forehead. But it'll take a while to believe it. I shrug, but I keep looking at his beautiful eyes. Well then, I guess we'll just have to keep looking out for each other until we both believe it, huh? Rex says. Okay, I tell him. Okay, he says, and he kisses me matter-of-factly, like we've just sealed a deal. Did I mess that up? I ask again, pointing to the pepper. Nope, Rex says. It's perfect for the sauce. It'll just cook faster now. He shows me how to saute the green pepper, onion, garlic, and tomatoes for the base of the sauce, and mix oil and vinegar for salad dressing.
Rex nudges me with his shoulder, teasing me about being distractible. Apparently, I missed whatever he just said because I was watching him bend over to take the bread out of the oven. Rex's teasing is always gentle, which makes it feel like a whole different animal than my brother's take no prisoners brand of humiliation. How are you feeling? I ask him as we sit down to eat. I feel pretty damn good, he says, looking at me. I meant his head, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. I smile at him, but now that I'm not distracted by cooking, my mind is racing with questions. Should I tell him about Jay asking me out? Or will that just give him more of a reason to be jealous? Should I tell him about Richard? Ginger said that's what you do when you date someone. Is that what we're doing? I shove spaghetti into my mouth until I can decide, but when I look up, Rex is looking at me, but isn't eating. It's good, I say with my mouth full. Something wrong? Rex asks. No, I was thinking, when I was in Detroit, that what? That I should tell him what happened the last time I thought I was dating someone? That I should tell him how pathetic I am? Ugh. So, the main character in my favorite book is named Richard, I say. The Secret History? Rex asks. Yeah, how'd you... Oh, right. The book had fallen out of my pants the night we fucked against the tree. But how'd you know it was my favorite? It was Warren, he says. And most of your other books look like you bought them used, but not like they'd been read that many times. The Secret History had its corners all rounded, like it had been handled a lot. Jesus Christ, he's observant. Well, so when I was in grad school, I met this guy, and this is so stupid. His name was Richard, and I had this idiotic thought that maybe he'd be like the Richard in the book. I trail off, embarrassed that I admitted this. It's not stupid, he says, taking my hand. It's actually incredibly sweet. It's nerdy, I say. Yeah, maybe a little. And he wasn't? No. Rex nods and starts to eat slowly as I talk. I tell him about meeting Richard and about how things were between us. Rex keeps eating, but his left hand is clenched into a fist where it rests on his knee, and he keeps squeezing it tighter and tighter every time I say something he doesn't like. When I get to the part about Ginger overhearing Richard's friends calling me trash, he makes a sound like a growl in the back of his throat, but stops himself from interrupting me. When I tell him about walking in on Richard kissing another man, Rex's face falls and he grits his teeth. He looks furious. I would never do that to you, Rex insists, his eyes on fire. He looks like he's about to say something else, but I just wanted to get it off my chest. I don't want to rehash my own pathetic history. I push the serving bowl toward Rex. You should finish it. I bet you haven't eaten much lately. He smiles gratefully and puts the last serving of pasta on his plate. Yeah, I can never eat when I have them. Poor Marilyn, he says. She thought I was dying or something. She kept jumping up on the bed trying to check on me. But I couldn't stand the movement, so I shut the door. She was whining all night trying to get in. I know the sound. It was the same sound she made the night I hit her. Remembering the way she lay on the ground so helpless makes me shiver. Hey, I say, you never told me how you knew what to do for Marilyn. What, with her leg? He starts to clear the plates, but I wave him off, putting a hand on his shoulder to keep him sitting. I carry the plates to the sink and start to do the dishes. Animals used to follow my mom home all the time, Rex says. There was always a dog sleeping outside our door, or some cats living under the porch. One day, I got home from school and found a turkey in our yard. Dogs were what she liked best, though, so whenever one followed her home or showed up at our door, she'd let it in and feed it. And then it'd just stay. The first one we had was Buster, like Buster Keaton, sweet dog, big hound. He used to sit next to my mom at the table and rest his chin on her lap, but usually they'd live outside because we weren't home all day. They'd come home, busted up from getting in fights with other dogs or sometimes hit by cars. I wince at that. So my mom had fixed them up. She showed me how. It's just like people, really. Only you have to make sure the dogs don't lick their cuts. He smiles absently. How many did you have at once, then? I ask.
imagining his mom as the Pied Piper of Hamelin, a trail of dogs trotting behind her. Only one or two at once, Rex said, and he gazes out the window sadly. We could never take them with us when we moved, and we moved so often. It used to break my fucking heart. But my mom said that things come into your life when you need them, and there would always be another dog the next place we moved. She was right about that anyway. He still looks upset, though. Do you think that's true? That things come into your life when you need them? Nah, he says, not really. And besides, even if it is true, she never said anything about leaving them. I would have dreams for weeks after we moved, where I was in the car with my mom and the dogs were all running behind us, baying, not understanding why we'd leave them behind. I mean, what about them? We came into their lives when they needed it, sure, but then we just left. As if on cue, Marilyn comes into the kitchen, sniffing under the table for a snack. Rex bends down and puts his arms around her, squeezing her, and then scratching her head. She plops down on the floor next to him, and he leaves a hand on her head. Such a good girl, he says fondly. But then he says in an unfamiliar voice, it's deeper than usual and a bit forced. Then I think about you, and how you came into my life that night, you and Marilyn. And I don't know, maybe there's some truth to it after all. The fire is dying as Rex and I lie together on the couch. We've been watching old movies I've never seen before, Rex providing color commentary. Did your mom know you were gay? I ask, when he tells me about some of the Hollywood actors who were gay. Whenever he talks about his mom, he gets a wistful look on his face. I wish I had such fond memories. Yeah, I remember when I was 13 or 14, we were having a Tennessee Williams movie night, and she asked who I liked better, Brick or Stanley, Paul Newman, or Marlon Brando, that is. Oh, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof and Streetcar Named Desire? Yeah, she was casual about it, and I remember thinking that she talked about how beautiful the actresses were all the time, how sexy Marilyn Monroe was, how she loved Audrey Hepburn's voice, and Elizabeth Taylor's eyes and Jane Mansfield's mouth, how Jean Tierney was the most beautiful woman in the world. And she talked about the men too, of course, so I didn't think much of it. Who did you like better? Paul Newman. She never mentioned it again, but I think she was kind of glad I was gay. Why? She wanted to be those actresses. She wanted to be the star, you know? And the women were always the stars. The men were just catalysts. Is that the right word? So I think she was glad that she wasn't competing with other women for my, I don't know, admiration? I'm not sure how to say it. He shakes his head, looking flustered. After that, she talked about the men, like she was teaching me about men in general, you know? A James Dean was someone to watch out for. Beautiful, but he'd steal your heart and drag you down with him. A Robert Mitchum or a Gregory Peck were husband material, but James Dean was for having an affair. The guy she dated when we first got to California was a Humphrey Bogart, she said. Not handsome exactly, but attractive in some way you couldn't quite put your finger on. So did you want a James Dean or a Gregory Peck? Rex says. I always had a thing for Montgomery Clift. He was the nice guy who got a bad rap. Handsome but smart too. Maybe even a little bit complicated? He runs his thumb over my cheekbone, and I can't help but wonder if that's what he sees when he looks at me. Complicated. But too complicated? So it was mostly you and your mom, huh? I say, trying to concentrate on Rex again. Yeah, Rex says, that wistful look back again. When it was just the two of us, I barely stuttered at all. We'd watch movies and act out all the parts. I don't think she even really got that I was shy since she never saw me interact with people. She thought I was smart, and I was a responsible kid, so she never asked if I had my homework done or anything, just assumed I did. I cleaned the house, later I cooked, so she just thought I was no trouble, a good kid. I nod, imagining Rex as a little boy acting out scenes from movies with his mom. The picture that keeps asserting itself, though, is Rex as a firm-chinned Sam Spade type, even as a kid. She was always finding things at work to bring home from me, Rex continues. That's how I started fixing stuff, actually. She would bring home junk that was broken, and I'd mess around with it. She worked as a secretary for an office supply company for a while when we were in Houston. So she'd bring clocks and staplers and microwaves that got damaged, and I'd take it all apart and put it back together again. I would spend hours on it. Once, for Mother's Day, I made her an alarm clock that hooked up to a miniature coffee machine and would start the coffee brewing like one of the expensive ones with a built-in timer. Turned out to be a bad idea, though, because she could never remember not to slam her hand down on the snooze button, which would make a big mess. Wow, I say. That's pretty impressive for a kid. And anyway, she always had boyfriends she spent a lot of time with. From work, usually, I don't know. Later, I figured out that most of them were probably married. Then, once we moved to California, there were always guys who wanted to pretend she didn't have a kid. I'd stay in my room when they came over or just wander around. Rex trails off, seeming embarrassed that he said so much. I smile and lean over until I'm kind of lying on top of him, my head on his shoulder. He starts running his hands up and down my back, then up into my hair and down over my ass. I can feel his cock start to fill beneath me, and I lean up for a kiss. It's an amazing feeling, having my whole body in contact with Rex's. We kiss lazily, just enjoying it. Rex pulls my shirt off and kisses my neck softly, his warm mouth moving over every inch of my skin. I lean down and lick a line up his throat to his stubbled chin, nipping at it. Rex moans and starts to sit up, his muscles tensed. In her spot, in front of the dying fire, Marilyn perks up. At first, I think she's staring at us, which is slightly awkward. But then I hear the door open. Rex pushes himself up, swearing. "Get your ass out here and fuck me hello, Rex Roth," a voice booms into the near dark of the cabin. Chapter 10. October. In the time it takes Rex to struggle to his feet and pull me up by my armpits when he displaces me, the following thoughts run through my mind in no discernible order. 1. Rex's boyfriend just got home. Rex has a boyfriend, partner, lover, whatever. Some dude just told Rex to fuck him, ergo, bad news. 2. You are such a fucking idiot. How could you possibly trust him? All the sweet talk, gentle touches, and soft kisses were just to mess with you, or to get in your pants, or both. Oh God, you let him fuck you. You told him about Colin, about Richard. Seriously, could you possibly be more fucking gullible? 3. Rex is short for Rexroth? How did I not know that? Then a fourth thought fights in, and it's in a voice that sounds a lot like Ginger's. It says, "Don't jump to conclusions. You don't know what's going on yet. Give Rex a chance to explain. Rex is not Richard." But that thought doesn't have a chance because Rex walks over and flips on the lights, and this guy is beautiful. His face is Scandinavian perfection, and he's dressed like a model. He has high, sharp cheekbones, a perfectly straight nose, ashy eyebrows over blue-gray eyes, a square jaw and delicate chin, and a pouty mouth. He's about my height, but he seems taller. His blonde hair is longish and tousled, and he has a tiny beauty mark over his lip and another next to his eyebrow, as if he were the model for beauty mark piercings. He's stunning, and I hate him on sight. I can't fucking believe it. I confess to Rex how I found Richard with another man. Rex's someone shows up right after. It really couldn't be clearer. If I were teaching the book of my life in class right now, I would use this moment as an example of irony. I've got to get the fuck out of here. "Oops," he says, looking at me, his eyes sparkling. "Didn't know you had company." "You didn't see the car out front?" Rex asks, tilting his head. The model gets a mischievous expression on his face and smirks at Rex, then looks back and forth between us. "Maybe," he says, "but I figured it was yours. Not like you ever have any company except me." His voice is deeper than what I'd expect from someone so pretty. He's not feminine exactly, just kind of androgynous, in a rock star/model sort of way. He doesn't seem fazed in the least. I realize I've been staring at him with my shirt off, so I extract it from where Rex shoved it between the couch cushions and pull it on. It's inside out, but I refuse to acknowledge that. I can only hope that my expression right now is the unimpressed one I give the lead singers of bands who assume I know who they are, the rich guys who slum at the bars in my neighborhood, sure they can pick up anyone, and the students who think they're getting one over on me. My brain has kicked into survival mode, and all that matters right now is making it out of this house without either Rex or this guy realizing that they've had any effect on me whatsoever. Show nothing, reveal nothing. "Hi, Marilyn," the man says, looking right past me. Marilyn trots over to him and lets herself be pet. He bends down and rubs her belly. So if he knows Marilyn, he's been around pretty recently. At least since the summer, when Rex rescued us. "Don't be a dick, Will," Rex says. "This is Daniel." Rex holds an arm out to me, but his eyes are anxious. I intentionally pause before walking slowly over to them. "Hey," I say, nodding and holding out a hand to Will. Will's grip is strong, and his calloused hands don't quite match his pretty face. "This is my friend, Will," Rex says, his emphasis on friend a little too deliberate. "Will," Rex says pointedly, "I didn't know you were coming to town." Will seems to forget I'm there the second he lets go of my hand. He studies Rex's face and gives him a long once-over. "Did you have a migraine?" he asks, and my heart starts beating in my ears. This guy knows Rex. There's no way they're just friends or even fuck buddies. "I'm fine," Rex says, waving him away. He puts his hand on the back of my neck. "Daniel took good care of me." The warmth from Rex's hand and his words helps a little, but he's laying it on pretty thick. The last thing I want to do is leave Rex alone with Will, but my instincts are screaming at me to get out of here. I can't stick around, not even to see what's going on. I've got to get away before I do something I can't live down, like cry, or give this Will guy the satisfaction of seeing that he's gotten to me. I awkwardly pat Rex on the hip and duck out from under his hand, pulling my shoes on. "Daniel, don't go," Rex says. "Oh, no, well, I have to teach in the morning and it's getting late, so I'm gonna head home." "No worries, Dan," Will says cheerily. "I can take it from here." I stand up quickly. This guy's stupid perfect face, I want to smash it with my fist. Rather than take a step back like most guys do when I'm in a fighting mood, though, Will just smirks at me lazily and yawns. Rex puts a hand on my shoulder and turns me around, no doubt sensing bad energy between us. But he's not looking at me like he's pissed that I want to punch his friend in the face. He's looking at me with satisfaction, like I finally did something right. Like maybe he likes the idea that I'm jealous. Oh shit, I'm so fucking jealous. Later, I toss over my shoulder at perfect stupid Will's face. Then I fist Rex's t-shirt in my hand and drag him down toward me, kissing him hard and deep. When I let him go, he sways, looking a little stunned. I smile at him and walk past Will out the front door. At least I didn't have the nightmare last night, because I didn't sleep at all. My heart was pounding with adrenaline the whole drive home. But within about a minute, my satisfaction at having laid claim to Rex in front of whoever the hell this Will guy is faded to my stomach-clenching anxiety, and I cursed myself for choosing a dramatic exit over sticking around and finding out what the story was. Those kinds of exits always seem so satisfying when I read them in books, but I guess with an omniscient narrator, no one really needs to stick around for the down and dirty parts. Finally, around 6 in the morning, I drag myself out of bed and stand in a hot shower, deciding to get some coffee and walk around for a bit, in the hopes of shaking off the stressful weekend and everything to do with Rex and Will before having to act like a grown-up all day. I shake out my gray button-down and pull on my gray corduroys and my wingtips. I really need to go shopping. I only have about 10 articles of professional clothing, and I've been swapping them around, but pretty soon someone's going to notice that I always wear the same thing. I pull on my sweater, a thin red v-neck that Ginger gave me, in a Hail Mary play that the color might make me feel more awake, hoping it doesn't look ridiculous.
Ginger said it looked great with my hair, but I think it might just make me look like I'm early for Christmas. I grab my jacket and turn up the volume on New Order, deciding to wander a bit before heading over to Sludge. I'm immediately glad for my sweater, no matter how Christmassy when the wind starts to blow. I definitely need to get a heavier coat. Maybe this weekend. My mind wanders to Ginger and how sometimes on chilly days I'd get us both hot chocolates and we'd climb the fire escape to the roof of her shop, looking down over South Street, the streets of beautiful old houses to the north, and the Italian market to the south. I like my hot chocolate with vanilla, and Ginge likes hers with cinnamon, and the smells of them would mix with those of the burger joint on the corner, the falafel cart down the street, the exhaust from cars inching down South Street, and the scent of rotting leaves and stale popcorn that always seems to drift through the streets as fall gives way to winter. Up there on the roof is where I first told Ginger a secret, that after a spotty high school career of teachers who thought I was a loser punk with an attitude, and skipping more classes than I went to because the teachers were idiots, I desperately wanted to go to college. Ginger smiled at me and said, "Of course you should go. You're the smartest guy I know." It's also where she told me about her older brother who'd killed himself when she was 15, after their father walked in on him having sex with another boy. For a while after that, I worried that the only reason she wanted to be friends with me was because I reminded her of her brother or something. Part of me wants to tell Ginger about the whole Will thing, and hopes that she'll tell me it's nothing, but it's way too early to call her Will. There was something slightly off about that guy. Or, not off, just something that didn't quite add up. Guys that pretty are usually so used to getting whatever they want that they've never fought in their lives. But Will didn't seem the slightest bit intimidated by the threat of a fight. Maybe he was just so sure of his primacy with Rex that he didn't care? He did seem pretty concerned about Rex's headache. Still not really possessive the way a lover might be. More? What? Annoyed? Maybe that Rex was in pain? I'm not sure. Out of nowhere, someone grabs my shoulder and I wheel around and grab them around the neck. It's Leo. And he looks terrified. "Shit, Leo," I say, brushing him off and ripping out my earbuds. "Don't sneak up on me like that, man." I was yelling your name, dude." I've got to stop listening to my music so loud. "Sorry," I mutter. "No worries," he says, looking cheerful again. "So how was Detroit? Did you go to any shows? How was your conference? What was your talk about?" Jesus, it's too early in the morning to have that kind of energy. Detroit was fine. I didn't have any time for anything but the conference. My paper went fine. It was about, I remember, about turn-of-the-century sensationalism in American newspaper illustration, right? I only remember briefly mentioning anything about my paper when I stopped in to Mr. Zoo's on Friday. I assumed Leo was just being polite when he asked, and I can't believe he understood what I was talking about, much less remembered it. "That's right. How do you remember that?" He shrugs. "Dunno. Not that hard. It sounded interesting." He's bouncing a little, whether with energy or to keep warm, I'm not sure. "What are you doing out so early?" I ask. "Oh, just wandering around," Leo says. "Couldn't sleep." "Me either." "Oh, then I saw you and figured I'd come say hi. Hey, you want to get a coffee? I know you always go to Sludge before class. How do you—" Never mind. Sure, let's go. Marjorie greets me with a suspicious smile when I walk in the door with Leo. With no energy to resist her, I bite the bullet. "I'll have a Daniel, please." She looks disappointed for a moment, then smiles widely, as if she's beaten me. And maybe she has. I don't even have the energy to care. "Ooh, yes, me too," Leo says. "Dude," I say, sharing a look with Marjorie. "You're already bouncing off the walls. The thought of you ingesting that much caffeine actually makes me fear for the safety of this town and everyone in it." "Nah, I'm good. Besides, coffee has a, what do you call it, paradoxical effect on me." "Huh?" says Marjorie. "It, chills me out," Leo says. "Well, glory hallelujah. Pour the kid some coffee," I mutter. A stocky kid in trendy clothes